to be too bad, just mostly the trees and debris. But look at the tops of those palms, Betty. This wind is whipping these 100-mile-an-hour bursts. I don't know if it is going to go up higher in the coming moments, but when you're standing on a street like this and you're getting the full blast from the ocean, it is nearly impossible to stand up. More flooding here, and look at all these trees right here. One right after another, uprooted right here. Take a look at that. Just pulled straight out of the ground here. A lot of construction, as we have been talking about here. They lock this construction equipment down as best as they can. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any parts of those scaffoldings, any parts of the equipment moving. Over here on my left, another sky crane. I don't know, Harlan, if you can pan all the way around. It's, of course, a little tight here. We have two right here. And you can see this one here on the right doing that wind veining. The top has been cut loose and allowed to rotate whichever way it can. So that is the direction the wind is coming, the same one facing the same way. A lot of people are skeptical that that was going to work, thinking there would be extreme danger, but I have to tell you, we've been pretty impressed at how stable those structures have been so far. We're continuing to go down Las Olas right here. Major tree damage in front of these restaurants and businesses. You know, as you know, Betty and Lori and Calvin, so eerie to see this busy part of our city here empty like this. Everything boarded up. Fortunately, we're not seeing anyone on the street at this time. But I want to point out that we're not seeing emergency crews out here either, as much as we were last night. That's because it's too dangerous even for them. Another construction site here, another demolition taking place on Las Olas. And all of this debris that is at these construction sites was a major worry going into it. Over here where the cones are, you can see some rusted rebar piled up there near the cones. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any of that flying. That looks loose and unsecure, as well as the boards back there. But fortunately, it looks like those three walls are containing it. One of the more dangerous things that we've seen since we've been driving around. So we're going to continue going down here towards the ocean. It seems, Betty, that the wind at this moment, at least for a second, letting up, that you know how it comes. It comes in gusts.
That's
the good thing driving down this street, I can tell you, is that we're not seeing and haven't seen yet any physical damage to buildings. All these storm shutters appear to be working. Even the boards put up on the windows here, we haven't seen anything breached. Last night we were showing you along A1A at Las Olas, where we're headed, that some of those storm shutters were already coming loose. And we were worried that water was already getting in from that sideways rain that we always see during these hurricane force winds. We're going to check on those in just a moment when we get back down there.
Ross, thank you so much for that update showing us the conditions around Fort Lauderdale and the Las Olas area. I do want to bring your attention back to the Doppler radar just to update this tornado warning. It does appear that most of Broward is now outside of that tornado warning threat, meaning the Fort Lauderdale area. However, Pompano Beach will still keep an eye to the sky there, as well as Deerfield Beach for a storm, a sliver of that storm, not quite out of the area, wherein Doppler radar had been indicating rotation, so the threat may not be quite over for you. That storm, by the way, continues to move northwest, now at 50 miles per hour. That tornado warning in effect until 4:30. So we'll continue to follow that. In the meantime, I do want to talk about the conditions outside. The one thing we've been trying to pinpoint, people have been asking us all day long, how long is this going to continue? Well, I think now we're starting to get a better feel for the timeline for at least the hurricane force winds diminishing across the area. So hurricane force meaning wind gusts 70 to 90 miles per hour. And here is the plan that we're going with. For Miami-Dade, it seems those hurricane force winds should be diminishing around 8 o'clock this evening. So we're definitely getting there in that time frame. Still several more hours, but more and more we're starting to get there. Now, Broward diminishing around between 8 and 10 o'clock tonight, we'll say. And then for Palm Beach County, diminishing around midnight. Of course, the landfall of Irma happened over the lower Keys, and the system has pulled farther away from that area, so they have watched their winds drop off quicker, and we'll be anxious to hear from people in the lower Keys just to see what's going on in that area after they suffered such a big blow, Max.
Right. And also, the eye now is about the latitude equal to probably halfway between Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and we've been talking about that right front quadrant where the most of the tornadoes occur. That tornado threat will also be diminishing after, in fact, the forecast office put out, they're saying after 5 p.m. Doesn't mean you can't have a few after that, but they'll be diminishing before long.
Okay, I want to take another quick look at graphics 41 and the radar just to give you a little tour, because I think we're about to start to see even some of the rainfall diminishing. Certainly around the Keys, it has thinned out. Notice the rain is not as concentrated around Miami-Dade. We could still get some gusty winds, but I think that really hefty band, maybe hopefully the last really strong one, is this one right here that's now cutting a path from Broward back down into areas of northeast Miami-Dade County. So once we get that to lift more toward the north, hopefully we're going to be in better shape. That's not to say we won't still have a few gusty showers moving through, but more and more we'll get away from the hurricane force winds and transition to the tropical storm force wind gusts out there. Still not winds you want to be out in, but things will just start to ease a bit more. But it won't be until tomorrow morning when winds are at a level where we think it's safest for you to step outside and maybe see what's going on.
And I'm sure that our local officials will step up and tell people, how safe it is, or at least give some guidance on that. They really don't want us, and you don't really want to be out driving where there are down power lines and a lot of down trees. So just check in, early before you go out.
Right. So one more strong band lifting through, and then there's another band that could offer up a few more gusts, hopefully not as strong as we have seen. But the trend will be that once we get past, say, 8, 10 o'clock tonight, the winds start to ease. But still tropical storm force. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, but the big gusters, those hurricane force gusts and winds will start to die down. So, Betty, thank you, and Max, so much. We'll take any timeline we can get, but everyone is resigned to the fact that today you are hunkered down all day and night.
Let's check it out with the mayor of Pembroke Pines. He's joining us by phone here, and someone whom I happen to know personally. And Frank Ortiz, thank you so much for joining us today. And what kind of damage has your city suffered from Hurricane Irma?
Well, thank you. I've been listening to you and watching you all day. Comcast just went out, so now I'm listening to you on a radio device. My power went out, so it appears most of Pembroke Pines' power has gone out. Luckily, after Wilma, I bought a generator, and that's what we're on right now. My house is on a lake, and I've been listening to Betty and Max and you all, and the wind has been coming from the east predominantly. And I don't know about 160, 70 miles per hour. This wind is crashing against the house. My lake is half in the house. But there was a boil water issue just brought out by Broward County. But it doesn't affect all of Pembroke Pines.
Mr. Mayor, can we have you pause for just a second? We are going to listen now to President Donald Trump.
Sure.
Really, I think the hard part is now beginning. We'll see what happens.
Can you talk about how you'll be monitoring damages? How much will this cost?
Excuse me?
How much do you think this will cost?
It's going to cost a lot of money. Right now, we're worried about lives, not cost.
Thank
you, everybody.
Question on DACA. How will you make sure Congress legalizes DACA?
Are the storms to solve climate change?
All right, some very brief comments there from President Trump re-entering the White House with the First Lady. Let's get back to our interview with Mayor Frank Ortiz from Pembroke Pines. Mayor, we're sorry you've lost power, but continue on explaining the type of winds you've been experiencing.
Yes, since early this morning, this wind has been nonstop, and levels off to about 40 miles an hour. I would assume 50, but then it really comes up, and you can't even see my lake. And then something just hit the house. Thank God I have hurricane-proof windows and everything like that. But everything this channel has predicted has come true, and I just want to tip my hat to all of our first responders, both in my city, Pembroke Pines, and the public employees for the job they've done, and they have to be out there. And to all of you who've been nonstop in broadcasting what's happening. It's a great city, our city, 175,000 people, and we will get through with this. I just wish the end was right now. I don't want to wait 8 hours.
Mayor, what can you tell us about your whole city there? Do you have a sense yet of the number of trees down, the number of power outages, or the water service? We've been hearing about a lot of boil water orders around your area.
Yeah, boil water is okay because there's only about 100 homes east of the university by Pines, by 72nd, that actually use Broward County. The rest of the city is city water. Fine, we're great, so keep drinking it. No problem whatsoever. I haven't been out, obviously, because I'm listening to everybody with the condemned going outside, so I don't want to do that. But our EOC is in full operation, and again, as soon as the wind dies down, we'll be out assessing it. We have cleanup crews ready to go. As soon as the storm is done, as we did in Wilma, we have cleanup crews that will clean up our city immediately.
All right, well, it's great to know your water is fine and you're okay. Sorry you lost power, but we're going to check in on the power situation right now. Mayor Frank Ortis from Pembroke Pines, thanks for your time.
And before we do that, Frank, thank you so much. And before we do that, President Trump, by the way, the one comment that we did miss from him is the fact that he says he will be visiting Florida soon and he will keep an eye on how Hurricane Irma develops over the next few hours.
Joining us on the phone now is Richard Gibbs. He's the Senior Communications Specialist at FPL. Richard, everybody has questions for you, but tell us how you are managing so far.
So right now, we want people to know that they need to be prepared to be without power for a considerable amount of time. We're in a situation where we have to wait until the winds die down below 35 miles an hour. We get our crews out in the fields doing restoration work. And we understand that obviously it is a huge inconvenience to be without power, but we will do everything we can safely and quickly as possible to get everyone's power back on.
Is there a phone number that anyone can call to try to get in touch with you just in case they think they might be overlooked?
Yes, that number is 1-800-4-OUTAGE. That is the best way to get in touch with us if you need to call by phone. We also have an app that's available, the FPL.com app, and also via our website as well.
And can you give us a sense, Richard, we were told by the mayor of Miami-Dade County that about 3/4 of the county was without power. Is that where we are right now, or what are the latest numbers?
I don't have the latest numbers available, but I do know that in Broward County and Dade County, you're probably looking at over 500,000 people who are out of power. Now, what we're facing here is a situation where we have to do both power restoration, and we will have to do some type of system rebuild. What we're looking at is maybe a greater system rebuild on the west coast of Florida, because that is where the main thrust of Irma has shifted.
And have you ever dealt with something of this size and magnitude in the history of your company?
This is the largest restoration workforce we have ever put out in the field. We're looking at over 16,000 personnel from 30 different states, and it is also the largest restoration system workforce in the United States. So this is something huge. It's the largest restoration effort we've ever undertaken as a company.
One of our reporters saw a huge staging area out at Sawgrass Mills Mall, many of your crews waiting to go. Were you able to do a lot of work ahead of time? Anything to prepare the system for the blow it would take?
Yes, we strategically pre-position a lot of our equipment, and personnel in areas that we know we can get into the field as quickly as possible to perform restoration work.
And Richard, we are looking at some live pictures to the left of our screen of Brickell and a lot of water, 2 to 3 feet of water on Brickell Avenue right there at Coral Way and Southeast 13th Street. What do you say to people who may want to get out there and try to look for themselves and see why the power lines came down, where the power lines came down? What do you say to those people?
Well, we say that safety is the number one priority, and that means treat every down power line as if it's live. Stay away from standing water. There, at this point, is no reason for anyone to be near down power lines or standing water because you don't know what's in that standing water, and you don't know if those power lines are live. So you have to treat everything with extreme precaution.
All right. Well, Richard Gibbs, we thank you so much from FPNL. Let's hope your crews can get everyone back with power very, very quickly.
And I think the real takeaway from Richard, thanks so much. And Richard says the largest restoration project ever undertaken by FPNL. 16,000 workers coming here from 30 different states, including Canada, to come here to try to help us out because, boy, do we need it. What, 2 million, I think was the last count, and it could go up as the eye of the storm
as soon as I step out,
smashes into Marco Island.
I'm getting texts constantly from one friend after the next, all the way from the Keys, down up to Boca, just telling me they've lost power, and that's going to be for a considerable amount of time, as Richard Gibbs is telling us.
And my oldest brother, who is in Miramar with me, says, well, we just lost power. He says, now the fun begins. So many people being affected, including our own families.
Let's get to Derek Shore. He's in Sunny Isles Beach right now, if we have him. Derek, take it away.
Well, yeah, we've just been sitting in this SUV waiting for this live shot because we're kind of hunkered into a parking garage. I'm going to go ahead and flip the camera, and I'll show you what Sunny Isles Beach looks like at this hour. It looks incredibly a little bit better than it has in the past couple of minutes, in the past hours or so, I should say. But certainly, you guys were talking about FPL. Well, take a look at this this line that I showed you in my last shot. This power pole that came down, crashing onto A1A and 189th Street here, that is just laying across the street. For the past, I would say, 2 hours, we have just been hammered by wind and rain coming in diagonally. It doesn't seem to be pulling on the roads. It seems to simply be washing across it and then keeps on moving. But these winds are simply incredible. And I want to point up here a little bit. Oh, I think we're actually on the wrong. Let me flip it around. I apologize. Take a look at these palm trees. These palm trees have no more fronds to give. They are completely bare. They are all over the ground, and you can see that power pole I was talking about on the ground there. That is because at this point, there's just so much wind that's being blown through this area. We're getting a little bit of a reprieve at this moment, but at this point, I can tell you it is simply not safe to be on the roadways, and it's simply not safe to be out. At times throughout this afternoon, we have had whiteout conditions where you simply could not see in front of you. So if you're on the road, obviously, you're not going to be able to see these lines. And Ross was talking about it a little bit earlier. We were here last night for hours and hours in Sunny Isles Beach. And throughout that time, we saw police officers staging, almost kind of slowly cruising the streets, making sure they were clear, making sure everything was okay, and trying to patrol. We've seen no one, no cars, and no first responders out on the roadway because it's simply too dangerous to be out here. I want to show you, if we can, since it's kind of tapered off a little bit, down the road here, there's a construction site, and down in the far reaches of this shot, you'll see a dirt mover there. The fencing all along that construction site has been blown onto A1A as well. There is a street light that is embedded in this landscaping that is also down. So certainly these winds have been incredibly strong on both sides of this building. We're by our construction sites, and they're kind of creating what I believe to be wind tunnels on each side of the building. So that's really what we're seeing at this time. I'm having a hard time hearing you guys, but I will send it back to you guys.
Derek Shore, we appreciate your live report. Sunny Isles Beach just getting pelted, and this has been since yesterday. This is for everyone. I mean, look at that. Those lines look like they could just come down any minute.
And yesterday we saw him with those two signs that came down in Sunny Isles Beach. So this is an area that I think after tomorrow, once the first responders and emergency crews are able to get out there to see what was actually destroyed or even damaged, they're going to have their hands full, no doubt about that.
Let's take some new video coming into us from the Naples area now on I-75.
Wow.
So this is kind of looks like a parking lot there, maybe a rest stop right there along I-75. This is in the Naples area. This is the eye of the storm. Eye of the storm.
Yes, right around the area where the eye of Hurricane Irma has come ashore. Naples area, Marco Island, Sanibel, Pine Island, that area really getting hit hard by what the Keys saw earlier today, the upper, middle, and lower Keys. We haven't seen a lot of pictures coming out of there, but the fact that Monroe County has shut down the entire county and said that anyone who evacuated cannot come back until further notice is one indication of just how bad things might be.
So this is our first video coming out of Naples, and this is the third landfall in Florida for Irma, this powerful storm. It made landfall in Cudjoe Key in the Keys around 9:10 this morning, then around 2:30 this afternoon in Marco Island, and now just about 3 p.m. It was just a few miles from Naples. So this is really basically the landfall of Irma right there on Naples. And as Max has been telling us, I mean, the infrastructure there in Naples just cannot take this.
And this is Marco Island where it made landfall earlier today. And you can see here, this is video coming from one of our TV stations in Fort Myers. And the wind and the rain, they are getting what we have been getting hit with for a while now here in Miami-Dade and Broward counties and also Monroe County, but especially in the Keys. No indication of how fast that wind is going, but based on the swaying of those palm trees and how fast that rain is dancing off the pavement, it's been a long time.
At one point, around 2:30 when it made landfall, Betty told us there was 130-mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded right there at Marco Island. And that is the sustained, that was actually the gust, but that was the heart of this Category 4 storm.
But the storm itself was packing winds of 130 miles an hour, so we have to keep in mind, too, that those tropical storm force winds that were in Marco Island in the Naples area, this is a live picture of what they're getting here. I wouldn't say these are tropical storm force winds. These are definitely hurricane force winds and gusts that are now nailing the city of Naples, a beautiful area that many people in South Florida go to on the west side of Florida, southwest of us here. And they are getting what the Florida Keys got nailed with earlier this morning when it made landfall, Hurricane Irma, as a Category 4 storm.
It's only 4:23. It was about 4 o'clock that Max and Betty told us it was coming ashore. They are making landfall in Naples, the third landfall in our beautiful state. Just not going to be good news for Naples at all. It is such a luxurious and beautiful community, and they are looking at major storm surge, Calvin. They're talking 10 to 15 feet.
In the Marco Island area, yes.
And also in Naples and in Fort Myers. And then it's going to make its way to Captiva, Sanibel, and then all the way up to Tampa. They are going to deal with major storm surge.
And the governor has spoken from Naples, too, especially after we learned from the forecast track and the cone of uncertainty that it looked like Irma was heading in the direction of southwest Florida. And so he began to speak from Naples, speaking from a very personal standpoint, saying this is an area that I love and an area that I have a home in. So the governor said that he's going to be watching this area, but like the president, the governor is pulling together all the resources necessary to begin the recovery phase as soon as Irma leaves our state.
Look at that radar. Look at that red right there of the eye and what's left of the eye wall. I mean, it is just circling the Naples area. And then it's going to make its way up toward Fort Myers. And the storm has slowed down considerably. So it is taking its sweet time. This
going
large,
about half its
destructive
speed.
Storm.
Yeah, going about half its speed. At one point, Irma was traveling at about 16 miles an hour. I think we heard from Max earlier, Lori, he says it's moving at around 6 to 8 miles an hour. So not a fast-moving storm, but I think I speak for all of South Florida when we say we hope that Irma moves a little bit faster to get out of here and take the outer bands with it as it moves out of South Florida. But we certainly don't want to see any destruction, especially for the city of Naples. But it might be a tad bit too late. But we did hear from an ABC News correspondent who told us that a lot of people did heed the warnings to evacuate, like a lot of people did in southwest Miami-Dade and also in Miami-Dade County, as well as Monroe County. By far the largest evacuation in the history of the state, and one of the largest ever in American history, at 6.5 million people. Voluntary evacuations as well as mandatory evacuations.
Just whiteout conditions right there in Naples. And we know all of you at home listening to us on the radio, if you've lost power, or the few of you who can see these images on TV, you know what this is like, because Irma raced through our area, and our neighbors down in the Keys certainly know what the eye of this storm can do. It is now hitting Naples after making landfall in Cudjoe Key, in the Keys, in the middle to lower Keys, and then Marco Island, and now in Naples.
Yeah, storm surge is going to be a major issue for them, like it has been for Brickell, a trendy area of Miami. And our Madeline Wright gave us this video earlier today when she was Skyping with us, standing in the middle of the street. She said in about 2 to 3 feet of water. And the mayor says it's going to be at least 24 hours before they are able to begin pumping that water out. And there is another shot of I believe the Miami Yacht Club, where some boats got into a little bit of trouble from the high tide and from those high floodwaters.
And these are just these docks right there where Brickell Avenue meets the Rickenbacker Causeway to head out to Key Biscayne. Some of the docks there and the few boats that are able to have those prime dockage spots, and they are just getting tossed around like toys. The mayor saying that the marina at Dinner Key, those
yes.
docks had been very, very damaged. He was able to go out in one of those SWAT armored vehicles, the only possible safe way to go out. He went out for a brief time and found hundreds of trees down across Miami and about 125,000 people without power, and definitely major damage to boats and the Dinner Key Marina.
And we talk about the damage in Brickell, too, from all of the storm surge. Let's check in now with our Todd Toggin, who is surveying the damage firsthand for us and has his live report. Todd, we're coming to you. Are you ready? Todd, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It sounds like Todd is preparing his live report, but we can tell you about 2 to 3 feet of water in Brickell right now. And I believe this is right by Coral Way, Lori. And you can see Todd Todd is getting ready for his live report.
Brickell.
Todd, we're coming to
11th
you.
Street right now. And there you see.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me, Calvin?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. We're on Brickell and 11th Street right now. And Coral Way is just down there. Right now, where I am, we're about 3 or 4 inches of water. But the further you get closer down to Coral Way, it gets to be about 8 to 9 inches of water. In fact, we just saw a City of Miami fire rescue truck. It was a Tahoe 4-wheeler. Head that direction with his lights on, and the water just about came over the back taillights of that vehicle. It's really eerie out here. I don't know if you can hear it, but you hear lots of whistling and alarms. All of these bank buildings, many of them are on backup power, and their alarms are going off, and it's a very eerie sound. We did see a few people out here earlier. It's still pretty dangerous, though, I'll say, because as we were standing here, we did see something come off of one of the buildings and land in the water here, and it was something heavy because it did not resurface. You can see a lot of downed trees, shrubs, signs, debris floating in the water here, right here on Brickell Avenue. I mean, of course, you know this is an extremely busy area during the week. It's a financial district and lots of pedestrian traffic here. This is a very, very busy area, and it is a ghost town right now. The heavier water from the storm surge clearly down closer to Coral Way, where it's probably almost up to my knee. And that area, we don't want to drive down there because that Tahoe from the City of Miami Fire Rescue just about didn't make it through. And we're in a minivan, so we're not going to go that direction. I will have to say now we're seeing that people are not out. They're still staying in their condos if they did stay here and didn't evacuate. And so at this point, things are pretty quiet here, except for that eerie whistling and the alarms going off in the distance. We have seen some birds finally return. When we first got here, there was no wildlife activity at all. Now we're starting to see a few birds starting to return. The wind has definitely come down a fair bit, but the squalls continue to come from time to time.
And Todd, if we can just have your photographer zoom into that picture once again of the mailbox down there. The water seemed almost as tall as the actual mailbox. So any indication of how deep that water is?
Bob, you had a picture of a mailbox you zoomed in on earlier. Can you zoom in? Are you talking about the post office sign?
Yes.
Or?
Oh, well, there's a mailbox right in front of the post office.
Yeah, the post office sign. Oh, I see, the mailbox in front of the post office. Yeah, that's as you get closer to Coral Way, I'd have to say it's almost knee high. So I'm going to say maybe 16 inches, maybe almost 2 feet over in that area towards Coral Way, because the City of Miami Fire Rescue drove right through that area, and he had a four-wheel drive that was, quite a bit higher than our vehicle, and the taillights almost were submerged as he made his way over Southeast 13th Street, which is Coral Way. So the water very slow to recede, especially in this area. And Calvin, we earlier were up where Brickell Key is, and you know that you have to take that bridge over to Brickell Key, and it was nearly impassable. We saw somebody in a small Jeep, and they nearly got stuck. In fact, he drove over the median. He couldn't see the median, which was a raised median, and he got stuck on the top of the median, had to put it in reverse and back out, and then he finally did make it over to Brickell Key, but just barely. And so they are literally an island right now until the water recedes in that area. It was pretty deep over there too, probably about 2 feet deep in the deepest parts over near Brickell Key.
And so, Todd, you're aiming right now toward the drawbridge. That part is just covered with trees, and then really this flooding starts right around Coral Way.
Yeah, it's the worst of it is on this southern end of Brickell right now. When we came over the bridge, we didn't see any of the flooding until we passed by, I believe it's 8th, is where Brickell Key turns off towards the east. There we saw some flooding. And then as soon as we got down here, we realized that we really didn't want to go much further because the water was getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And as you said, and it could be even deeper, Lori, past Coral Way. The fire rescue unit veered off in the other direction rather than continuing down Brickell. He pulled off. I think he drove onto Coral Way. It could be even deeper the further south you go. We just don't know.
And Todd, if you will,
the wind is still whipping the water, if you can see down there.
Oh yes, it is. It is. And Todd, if you will,
Go
right
ahead,
beside
Cal.
you there, that would be to your right. There is something white on the median there. Was that a sign that was ripped out of the ground, or was it sheared off of something? If you look to your right, standing out there on the median.
I'm not sure. There's an awful lot of debris, both floating in the water and hanging up in the trees. A lot of material, fabric. It looks like tarps from construction areas. A lot of there's signs down that are floating in the water as well. It's a real mess down here. But thankfully, you don't see any problems with the buildings. I'm looking up to see if we can see if there's any windows that have been punched out. And frankly, I haven't been able to spot one just yet. So that's good news for the folks that live here on the Brickell corridor. That those impact windows certainly look like they held. That's really good news. So for the most part, it looks like it's going to be a big-time cleanup, but certainly they're not going to be coming out just yet because the wind is still whipping at times when those squalls come through, and the water has not receded yet.
All right, Todd, thanks so much. I lived in that area for so many years, never seen anything like it. It's just unreal. Thank you, Todd.
A lot of unprecedented things about this storm. Let's take you now to Naples, and we understand that
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, we're going to go to Fort Lauderdale now. Okay, we were going to go to Naples at first, but now let's go to Fort Lauderdale. And Ross Palumbo, who's walking the streets of Fort Lauderdale. And Ross, you were showing us flooding before. It looks like there might be some to the back of you there.
Yeah, Calvin, we just got here to the beach here on Las Olas and A1A. Now, as soon as I round this corner, you're going to see what we're facing. Yeah, here we go. This is the full force of Irma at this point. Okay, we have to face the camera in this direction or else this lens is going to be unusable. This is the full force that we've been feeling at this point. This is coming due west right off the ocean here. And I want to get to this intersection, which is a little bit up, because you will not believe when you see how dramatic it's changed in just the last 12 hours since we were last live here for you. Already on the street here, you can see the amount of sand that has been brought in off the beach. And Lauren Calvin, you know I was with you during Sandy. This is about what we saw during Sandy at this point.
Ross,
this amount of sand.
Where are you exactly on Las Olas?
We're on Las Olas and A1A. And I want to show you the sand that's already been blown out here into the street. Right here in the corner near the elbow room where we were last night. The wind speed's really picking up dramatically. Yeah, it is incredible, isn't it? We got about 2 inches of sand here all the way on the street. And the big problem, as you know, during Sandy was all the flooding. Remember, for day after day after day, this whole area here was really just turned into a river because those winds created a dune right along A1A here and then trapped the water in here. I believe right now I'm standing pretty much where the storm drain is. And you can see just how far I've sunk down into the sand.
Wow.
And look at what's already happening here.
Ross, be careful. That's could turn into almost like a quicksand soon.
Almost like a wind zone. Yeah, like a wind zone where you are. And
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, Larry Livingston was saying he didn't know where A1A began and the beach ended.
I know. It's pretty dramatic here. The big problem, those storm drains completely clogged now. And I don't know if you can still see me, but the flooding really has already started.
We can see you, Ross. It's incredible what you're going through.
And
yeah,
Ross,
unlike downtown Fort Lauderdale that still has a little drainage room, here, because of where the sand is, there's really nowhere for this to go. So here it all begins now to really start pooling and the problems that we've seen in the past. I can tell you that the businesses here along the way don't appear to be damaged. And in fact, we just ran into someone that was inside one of these because they're worried about that looting problem that we managed to capture on camera. So that's already created a secondary problem now. What we always worry about, as soon as there's news of any looting, then all of a sudden more people are in danger. There are people here now trying to secure their businesses. The authorities then are on alert and have to worry not only about those looters coming in here and putting themselves in danger, committing a crime, but now the security people out here are bunkered inside these bars as well. So let's try to go down here. We're going north now along A1A.
And Ross, as you move along, we've
this,
got a
guys.
great shot with you here. We have Betty Davis right here with you, Ross, to tell you more of literally
yeah, you can already see some of the debris that's starting to litter up here as well back behind me. I don't know if you guys can see that far back.
We can see it. We just wanted Betty Davis to be able to fill you in a little bit.
Hi, Ross. You are involved in a very strong rain band, and I think this rain band is probably going to be the last of one of the strongest. If we can put the Doppler radar next to you, the viewers at home can see what you're enduring and where it's coming from. It's one last rain band that we're watching. This one right here, and notice is aimed right at the area you are in, Fort Lauderdale Beach, right around there. That is where we are finding just you're being assaulted essentially by all the wind and the rainfall associated with this rain band. Now, I think the good news is that once we can get beyond that particular rain band, that will mean that hopefully the tornado threat is going to diminish, because that's one of the stronger one I'm noting on the Doppler radar. And notice behind it, what it's going to be followed up by are some occasional rain bands that are not as strong. That doesn't mean we're not still going to see winds that are a bit on the gusty side, but I think we're moving to a point where you probably won't see too many tornado warnings coming out once we get beyond that one rain band that you're still caught up in, Ross. That's going to lift out toward the north with time. So I would say in the next 45 minutes to an hour, hopefully you are out of that. And then we'll just have rain bands that are not quite as intense, coming through on occasional, on occasion, bringing some rains and some gusty winds. And then 10 o'clock tonight, we'll get away from the hurricane force winds and we'll make that transition into more tropical storm force wind gusts. And then by tomorrow morning, the winds will have relaxed even more. So that's the play-by-play for how things are going to go for the rest of today and into tonight. But for now, Ross Palumbo, you are still caught in a very strong rain band, and the images we're seeing from you really do tell the story of how you don't have to be connected to the core of a hurricane to feel the impact, because he is certainly feeling it out there along Fort Lauderdale Beach.
Are we able to go back to Ross? Okay. Ross, can you hear us? It looks like his audio has gone out, and you can probably see why with those wind gusts. Betty, do you want to bring us up to speed on where Irma is right now, the eye of the storm? We just reported that it made landfall not long ago in Marco Island, and we saw the pictures from Naples, and it looks like the people there are really getting hit hard.
They are, and right now we see that eye wall lifting north of Naples, and the eastern edge of that eye wall back over toward that rain band we're dealing with, that distance, it's over 80 miles away. So from one side of the peninsula to another, the impacts are just so strong with Hurricane Irma. As we knew, that wind field would spread out and there would be issues even beyond that point of landfall. So here's the scene around the Naples area right now as that eye wall continues to lift up toward the north. Still some very strong winds embedded in that. Our Marco Island, as I've heard you mention earlier, that report of a 130-mile-per-hour wind gust as that eye wall came ashore. That landfall happening at 3:35 this afternoon. That the second landfall after that first landfall at 9:10 this morning along Cudjoe Key. So we are still not done with Irma as it continues its journey toward the north. And as it moves farther and farther up the peninsula, that is going to allow our weather conditions to improve in that eventually our winds will relax. But for now, we still will have several more hours. In fact, for the rest of the day and into the evening, conditions won't be ideal for heading outside. Although I think once we push that rain band I just talked about, the rain band impacting Fort Lauderdale, extending back toward the Atlantic, once that lifts toward the north, our tornado threat should diminish even more as we're heading through the rest of the day.
At this point, when you're speaking to people in Broward County and down into Miami-Dade, can you give us a little bit of a timeline again as to what hour of the night things should quiet down?
I can do that, Lori. We'll talk about that timeline right now. It's going to be a day where the winds still are going to gust. Right now, what has been most troublesome are those wind gusts 70 to 90 miles per hour. So for Miami-Dade, those kinds of wind gusts, the hurricane force should be diminishing around 8 o'clock this evening. Broward diminishing around 8 to 10 this evening. And then if you have friends and family, and I know a lot of you do in the Palm Beach area, noting that the rain bands, the strong ones, lifting up in that direction as they're exiting Broward. But for Palm Beach, the wind gusts, hurricane force 70 to 90, should be diminishing around midnight. So after 8 p.m., we'll start to notice more of a transition toward the tropical storm force gusts around Miami-Dade, and then into Broward, and then into Palm Beach. So it's from a south to north type thing where we have the winds easing across the area, Lori.
And Betty, sort of a two-part question here. I want to talk about how where Irma has been and where Irma is going. So where Irma has been, have you heard anything out of the Florida Keys in terms of the damage or destruction? And also where Irma is going as far as the Tampa Bay area. We know about 4 million people live in some low-lying areas there, and they're expecting a lot of storm surge. What are your thoughts about both?
We have, as far as where Irma has been, we are trying to connect with anyone in the Keys that we can get in contact with. And if Max Mayfield is with me right now, he says coming up soon, we are going to talk to someone who has been in the Keys area, who is in the Keys area, obviously managed to ride out Irma. So it'll be interesting to see what that ride was like and to get more information about what's happening down there, as we knew this major hurricane could cause catastrophic damage for that area. So hopefully those who chose to stay behind, and we know there were some, even for the local National Weather Service office, who did stay behind just to help the people who were there and help all of us know more about Irma as it came ashore, and just do a great service for Florida in terms of making sure the information that came out of the Keys was local and was up to the minute for everyone there.
Okay, Betty, we appear to have the Monroe County Administrator on the phone joining our Max Mayfield. Max?
And this is Roman Gastesi, I think. Roman, are you there?
I am. How you doing, Max?
We're good. Worried about you all. Are you in the Keys, or did you come up to Ocean Reef?
We came up to Ocean Reef. They put us up here, and we established our emergency operations center here, and now we're getting ready to go down and start cleaning up our paradise.
Okay, and I should have introduced you as the county manager of Monroe County. What have you heard? Well, just tell us what you know about the bridges and injuries or fatalities, if you know anything.
Well, right now what we're trying to do is make contact with as many people as possible, and I was just on a call. Actually, he's on the phone right now on the satellite phone. Sheriff Ramsey is in Marathon. He's doing well, and he's checking out the status of the airport in Marathon so we can get some assets down there. So that's great. We're wanting to hear from Key West. We haven't heard in a while because their system went down, but we have a scheduled call that we hope to hear from them soon. We just had a crew leave here and start their way down with chainsaws and backhoes and all kinds of equipment. We have all kinds of equipment staged throughout and pre-positioned throughout the Keys, heavy equipment that is starting to go out and clear the roads. So that's where we're at right now. And we haven't even started the really damage assessment because we need to clear the roads first and get access.
Okay, but you haven't had any phone calls, or you really haven't had any even cell calls from the lower Keys there from south of the 7 Mile Bridge?
Yeah, it seems like it went out, I believe, in mile marker 20 or so. So we've gotten some Marathon calls. There's some Facebook posting, folks giving us updates, and things look pretty good. I think a lot of people left. I think most people left, and now it's just time to start again clearing the roads and doing damage assessments and cleaning up.
Okay, I know everyone is just very concerned for the friends that live down there, and they just want to hear what's going on. Do you have any schedule? I guess it just depends on what they find when they get down there and when you'll let people know.
Well, we're starting that process now, Max, and we have heard from some folks in Key West. So we hope that our other friends that we haven't heard from are in the same situation. Everybody's, hunkered down, and their spirits were positive, and they knew what they were getting themselves into, and all indications are they survived. We expect some folks that lost a lot of their possessions and their boats and things, but that's just material things. Those will get improved and get fixed. So we'll come out of this and we'll be stronger for it. And like they say, this too shall pass.
And Roman, Calvin Hughes here, and wanted to ask you about the shelters. I know that they were a refuge of last resort, I think you all were calling them. But we saw a picture on Twitter earlier today where I believe Marathon High School was, at least the parking lot was underwater. Do you know if any damage at all was done to any one of the 4 shelters that you all opened for
we don't think so. We saw the same images that you're talking about, the flooding in the parking lot. We don't think it went into the school, but again, we haven't done a full assessment yet. We haven't heard, and that's where the sheriff was. So he would have reported such, and he did not. So I don't think it went inside, and if it did, I'm sure they moved to the higher floors.
That's good.
And Roman, this is Lori Jennings. So you have Calvin, Lori, and Max here. We're just wondering, what type of vehicle will you use now? What is your process to even try to get all the way down to Key West?
Well, we're first responders, and these guys have big trucks, and they're on their way down. And again, they're following some of the heavy equipment, some of the backhoes and things, equipment that you've seen clear the roads in the past, and working together, coordinated. We practice this kind of thing all the time. We live here, and we know that we live here, and this is one of the cost of living in paradise. So we understand that this thing can happen. Let's face it, we've been very lucky. It's been 12 years since we had any kind of damage from a storm down here. So we've been very fortunate, And again, people are scared and upset, and it's understandable. This is something that is normal and natural reactions. But I know that things look bleak now, but things are going to get better. And again, this too shall pass.
Okay, I like that spirit,
Yes.
Roman Gastesi. Thank you very much for your time. I wish you all the best down there.
Thanks, Max. I get the spirit from you. You taught me a long time ago, sir.
You've been doing this a while, Max.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
you have.
Thank you, Roman, and great attitude. This too shall pass.
But Max, you've told us, and Roman's being very positive, but it's the incidental deaths, the aftermath of deaths that can occur.
Right, and that, hopefully if they can listen to us on the radio, I'm not sure how many people heard that before the event. That's why I really tried to do that before, conditions went downhill. But after every major hurricane, we have loss of life from things like people falling off ladders or falling off the roof, making repairs, carbon monoxide poisoning, fires from using candles, things that could be prevented if you just take it easy and use some common sense.
And Max, I know you've spent a lot of time in the Keys, and oftentimes, when something may not be going right, people tend to romanticize an area. But the Keys is a very unique area, and if it's not the way it once was, it's going to be a little tough for people, huh?
And, they still have a fair amount of mobile homes down there, and I just, if those that were there where the eyewall went on, I just can't imagine those surviving. I hope I'm wrong, but...
well, we do too.
Yeah. Let's see. Roman will finally get down there soon, and he'll report back. He's being very positive right now, but let's see what he reports back once he really can survey the terrain. All right, thanks. Max, so glad you're with us here. And speaking of the Keys, we're not all the way down there. This is live pictures in Naples, but we do have our crew in Florida City right now, and that is where we have a whole group of reporters to bring you the latest from there. Michael Seiden is picking up our coverage now. Michael, what kind of conditions are you experiencing?
Hey, Lori, we're still getting really strong winds out here. I want to show you, though, take a look at the palm trees right along US 1. You can see them swaying back and forth. We've actually seen some metal siding from our hotel sign flying around, and that's why we've moved over here, not in the open parking lot, because we've seen a lot of debris. Also, minutes ago, as we're getting strong winds, I saw a number of first responders who were driving south on US 1. I don't know if they're going to be headed down to the Keys or if they're responding to a situation here. Now, it's been too unsafe for us to actually go out and assess the damage in Florida City, but I did speak with the mayor, and he told me that so far they've only got reports of down power lines and some debris. So far, no reports of any injuries or any major structural damage, but of course, until this passes, officers aren't going to be out there assessing the damage. But again, take a look out here at US 1. You can see those palm trees just bending in the wind, and that is a scene that we have been seeing here for pretty much all day. But the wind had died down for a while, but now it's really picked up in the last hour, and we seem to be getting a lot of strong gusts. But back here at our hotel, we had started out originally outside in the parking lot, but all day we were just getting really hammered by winds and the rain. And at one point, the metal siding on our hotel sign right there was actually flying off. And in fact, all that siding has now come down. The only thing standing still is the sign of the hotel. There's also a flagpole right next to it where there was an American flag and also a Hilton flag. Those have both been ripped off by the wind. But every once in a while we're going to get a moment of calm right now like this, where you're not having those whipping winds. You still got wind here, but for a while we were getting those strong gusts where they were literally, you had to really dig in to stand up straight. And here it comes again. We're getting that again.
And Michael, as far as your conversation with the mayor there in Florida City, you said that no major structural damage and just some trees that are down and possibly some flooding too as well?
Yeah, let me correct myself, because we've been talking to so many people. It wasn't the mayor who told me. It was actually a police officer who told me that they had only gotten reports of some down power lines, some trees, but they had not gotten any reports of any major structural damage. And that's really great news, because, as you know, this was a city that was destroyed in 1992 by Hurricane Andrew, and people did not want to repeat history here. Also, there were a lot of people we spoke with who were staying here. They were going to ride out the storm down.
Michael Seiden, that wind is really kicking up. You better get inside. We can barely make you out now, barely hear you, and that is really a strong wind. We know your crews are being great to kind of tie you down there, but you get on in. Betty is telling us that fortunately this is one of the last serious outer bands coming through. But in the Naples area, a different scene.
Very much a different story there as the eye of Hurricane Irma moves up the South Florida coastline, hitting Naples, Marco Island, Sanibel Island, the Captiva area. These are all areas that are expecting about 10 to 20 feet, or rather 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. But right now they are being pelted by what the Florida Keys felt earlier today. In fact, this morning at about 9 o'clock when Irma initially made landfall in the lower, middle, and upper Keys.
And I stand corrected. I apologize. I was referring to a third landfall, but there's actually just this second landfall in Marco Island, and then Naples is just north of that. It's kind of considered one big landfall, if you will. But that whole region, as Irma makes landfall for the second time here in Florida. And on the radar, you just see the red part of right around that eye wall that is just nailing Naples, that beautiful community, and it is just sheer whiteout.
And we heard from the governor quite a bit, over the past several days. So it actually gave people time to leave that area, the Naples area, Tampa Bay area, Fort Myers, these areas that are going to get hit with a lot of flooding and a lot of wind and rain like we felt over the past 24 hours and like we're going to feel tonight. But the governor really gave them a chance to evacuate.
And on the left side of your screen, these are live pictures from Miami Beach. You may recognize some of your neighborhoods. We want you to be able to see as much video as possible. If you have left the area, hopefully you have power if you've left the area and are able to see us on our Facebook page or on our live simulcast. We know so many of you are watching by radio, and we can tell you, looking at these pictures of Miami Beach in one residential neighborhood, the water is halfway up these tires.
Yeah. Let's go to our Glenna Milberg, who is live there on Miami Beach. And Glenna, since we have so many people listening to us via radio, can you tell us exactly where you are and what you are seeing descriptively?
Yes, of course. We are at the corner of, well, most people will know the Julia Tuttle Causeway. And as you come to Miami Beach from the Julia Tuttle Causeway, you get off on 41st Street, you keep going east, and that's exactly where we are at the base of 41st Street. This would be sort of Indian Creek Drive, and just to the east over here where you just saw that car, that's Collins Avenue, and then beyond that, the beach. This is a river at the moment, and the way you see how deep it is by looking at the car, where you can sort of get the scale of the water. Not only a river, but a river with currents. The wind is just pushing this street river to the west from Collins Avenue, impassable, one of the completely impassable roads in so many neighborhoods that we've been seeing. So now what you're looking at is the Intracoastal Waterway and Indian Creek. Indian Creek, of course, if we travel along, would meet up with Collins, and so a very major roadway here in Miami Beach. The Intracoastal in some places, and it's a very difficult vantage point to show you here, but the Intercoastal is level with the roadway with Collins Avenue up as you get north of here, which is the Fontainebleau Hotel and some of those hotels that you might know. Bear with us, we're going to walk around. It's knee deep here sometimes. And just while we're talking about this, anybody who's out and about, walking around in flooding is just not a good idea for various reasons I know you've been talking about. So this is a shot, if you can see our shot, this is a shot of every once in a while there's a whiteout. This car is dragging coconuts. The car has come from the north, headed south, and is dragging a power line. Mario, can you, the car is dragging a power line. This is a picture of what not to do at this moment on Miami Beach. Not sure why that person decided to drive, but we have sort of maneuvered around a lot of this as we try to bring you conditions in Miami Beach. You have to literally drive on the wrong side of the road to get around power lines and trees and coconuts that have fallen. This is exactly the kind of conditions that when the first responders are able to come out in a couple of hours, I don't think they've been out yet, but when they start to get out, the first thing they're going to do is bring this MRAP we've been talking about, which is a huge armored vehicle, a mine-resistant, I forgot what MRAP says, mine-resistant vehicle, which would have been used with the military that has been surplused and donated to cities, among which Miami Beach, in order to do rescue and recovery. So it's very high up. It can go through water 6 feet deep. And what they plan to do is go through neighborhoods like this one, where regular automobiles are impassable, and start to clear the road. If it doesn't rain much harder and much more in the next couple of hours, you will see this start to recede. But there is so much water, and this city is so inundated in various places that a lot of the neighborhoods that see this might take a good couple of days, even longer, to be able to get back to normal. The damage, of course, the assessments are far from done yet, but the damage is obvious in many ways. Anyone who has been parked like this, cars will be ruined, a lot of fencing and property damage. We are in between one of those big squalls.
Glenna, we can interrupt you, and we do apologize for this. We're now at the top of the hour, and the all-important 5 o'clock advisory has come in.
So let's get right to our weather team. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield and chief certified meteorologist Betty Davis right here.
Hi, everyone. The eye of Irma just passed over Naples, and the interaction with land is causing some weakening. So it's now a Category 2 hurricane with maximum sustained winds, as we're seeing, of 110 miles per hour. It is moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour. So those are the stats, and that infrared satellite imagery shows Irma and how it's really spanning out across the Florida Peninsula this afternoon. So we know where it is now, that eye just passing over Naples. Max, let's talk about where this system is going to be headed and who else is in the path.
And it's actually moving a little bit faster to just a little bit west of due north at 14 miles per hour now. It made landfall, if you haven't heard, a couple hours ago near Marco Island, and is now moving over Naples, on its way up the Florida Gulf Coast there over the Fort Myers area and the Tampa Bay area, and eventually up near Tallahassee. But at least it's moving, and it's down to a Category 2 hurricane now. That's that interaction with land and some wind shear. It will continue to weaken. The maximum winds will continue to weaken, but this is, as we know by now, a very, very large circulation, and it's just going to take that a long time to spin down. This is still going to be tracked for 4 or 5 more days easily, and it's still going to bring all those hazards with it as it moves north. What we've been having down here the last day or so, that's moving right up the peninsula, and it's going to be the storm surge on the Gulf Coast. The winds all the way up the peninsula, the threat of tornadoes, and the really heavy rainfall as well.
And for those of you listening to us with maybe friends and family up the peninsula, the hazards are quite real, even though this is weakening. The storm surge forecast, Anna Maria Island to Clearwater Beach, and that does including Tampa Bay. The official forecast from the National Hurricane Center is for 5 to 8 feet of storm surge for those areas. So there will be more great impacts felt along the way, even though Irma is now below being a major hurricane. So that's the bottom line on that.
It's easy for people to get a little sleep because in advance of the hurricane, as the wind goes counterclockwise around the eye, it's pushing water away from the coast. But then as the eye goes north of your latitude, the west winds come in and it pushes that water from the Gulf of Mexico onto the coast, and that's really, really shallow water off the southwest Florida coast, and they're going to have a big, big storm surge.
And we followed the track of Irma all the way into parts of the southeast, even crossing over into Georgia. It's forecast to be a tropical storm. So there, I think they'll have issues with the rain and probably a tornado threat. And then up into the Tennessee River Valley and the lower lakes, those remnants will be as we head later into next week. So we are going to be talking about Irma for quite a while, and we're not quite done talking about Irma right here at home. In case you were wondering about the winds outside and the timeline for those winds diminishing, especially the hurricane force gusts, I do want to show you this graphic one more time. And if you're listening right now around Miami-Dade County, the hurricane force gust winds, we should be on our way to watching those wind down. By 8 o'clock p.m., hurricane force wind gusts shouldn't be an issue, but we still will be dealing with tropical storm force winds. Broward, between 8 and 10, we would expect the hurricane force wind gusts to be diminishing, and around Palm Beach around midnight. But we want to reiterate, tropical storm force winds will still be possible, and those would be winds 39 miles per hour, greater than that, right around 70 miles per hour.
And I think one way to look at this is if we can survive yesterday and today, we'll certainly survive tonight, and tomorrow will be a better day.
We will. I want to show you the Doppler radar so you can get a feel for where the heaviest rain bands are and where they are lifting out of, and how we might see things evolving for the rest of tonight, noting that the threat for tornadoes, the tornado watch, the greater chance for that well north of us from Tampa to Jacksonville. What we're actually seeing on our Doppler radar as we watch that core of Irma pass over Naples, we are seeing one nasty rain band extending from the Atlantic waters, and that's well west of the Keys, and that band extends up toward now Palm Beach County. So if you were with us earlier, or maybe listening to a report from our Ross Palumbo, he was getting nailed really, really hard. That's the band he was caught in, and it now seems as that is lifting to the north, and parts of Palm Beach County will deal with that. So what follows with that band? Well, we are looking at the occasional broken bands of showers, we'll call them, and right now it appears those won't be as strong as this band that's extending offshore and now up into Broward County. So it looks like the stronger bands are now beyond us, which means the tornado threat greatly diminished, but with some of the showers or bands of showers that come in even behind it, we won't rule out some gusty winds. But more and more, I think we're going to see these improvements, especially as that core of Irma continues to move north and moving a little faster now, so that's encouraging.
This might be a good time to mention once again, when you make your repairs tomorrow and you get out to assess your damage and whatever, just be extremely careful, because sometimes we have a greater loss of life after the hurricane than we did during the event itself. Just be very, very careful.
Right. So the event is not quite over. We don't want you to think it's over and you walk outside and the breezes have died down completely, but I think we're moving in the right direction, so to speak. But we'll be with you, walking you through it every step of the way for the rest of the afternoon and tonight as well.
Okay, Betty and Max, thank you. And we have an update now from Monroe County leaders here, one of the emergency management teams. Apparently there's been some sort of a rumor about a bridge in Alamorada. Snake Creek Bridge in Alamorada is not out, according to this press release from Monroe County. Cammie Clark, the PIO person for Monroe County. But it has not been inspected by the Florida Department of Transportation to ensure it is safe for vehicle traffic. So Snake Creek Bridge not out in Alamorada. However, it may be unsafe. Excuse me. And the second thing is Monroe County's nearshore waters have become a navigation hazard in parts of the Keys with debris, sunken boats, loose boats, buoys, and markers. And so do not try to bring a boat into the Keys. Residents with boats who are already in the Keys should avoid driving them in the nearshore waters until further notice.
And Betty and Max, we're just getting an email from a family that has quite a few ladies and children all bunkered up together, and they're specifically in the area of Miami Lakes and Miramar and Aventura. They were wondering if you could bring them up to date there, because they've been seeing so much of the flooding, down in the Brickell area, but they really wanted to know how their weather situation is looking on that end of town.
Okay, we're zooming in on the Doppler radar right now. And first of all, I want to say hi, family. Thank you so much for trusting us to get you through the storm. Conditions are improving. The winds still are gusting, but it looks as though we're not caught in any of those heavier rain bands for the moment. So I think that's some good news, but we are finding the light to moderate rainfall still moving through with the occasional wind gusts. I am going to try and see if we're able to pull any type of data in terms of what the winds are right now. What we've been noting throughout the afternoon is that a lot of our wind measurement stations have been sort of knocked offline because the winds have been so gusty. And look at that, Hialeah gusting to 71 right now. So we know we're not quite done with the really strong near hurricane force wind gusts yet, but things should be on the mend. And if you're watching from that area right now, by 8 o'clock tonight, Miami-Dade, the hurricane force wind gusts should be subsiding. We should be dropping below even that 70-mile-per-hour threshold. But right now, we're still finding some gusts in that area around 70 miles per hour. So the wind energy is still with us. On the Doppler radar, you may have noted around the Miami Lakes area, Aventura, the rain is not quite as heavy as it was. It's more of a scattering of some of the showers and the banding at this point. So we're turning the corner, but we're not all the way there yet.
Our viewer Angie appreciates that very much, Betty
I like what
and
you
Max.
said. Yeah, and I like what you said, Max, about if we can get by yesterday, we can certainly get by tonight. But please stick around, both of you, because we're getting some video in from the Bahamas. Apparently, we're also keeping an eye on the impact on the Caribbean. This is video of a tornado touching down in Freeport, Bahamas. Already a few homes there have been severely damaged, and a storm surge of 3 to 6 feet is expected to strike the southern part of the island. So that is an impressive sight there as you look at that funnel cloud in Freeport, Bahamas. And by the way, we're waiting to talk with someone with the National Hurricane Center, one of the forecasters in just a moment. But Max, your thoughts about seeing this in Freeport, Bahamas?
That's the way they look. You don't often see one that well defined. I've seen that a few times, and that's they're not the big Midwest type tornadoes that you typically see. They're usually smaller ones like that and short-lived. But yeah, that's exactly what they look like. And if that's in Freeport, if that's even halfway recent, that's over 200 miles, I think, away from the eye of the hurricane. Again, on those outer rain bands, well out ahead of the eye.
Is this more tied to Hurricane Jose for those islands, Max?
No, that's still Irma in Freeport there. So, and they also, as that, the south-facing shore of Grand Bahama, that flow is coming from the south to the north. So they're still getting water piled up there, but they're not in the core. They were pretty far removed from the core of the hurricane, where the Category 4 hurricane force winds were. They're getting conditions, or have been getting conditions like we've had most of the day, but they are going to have some of that storm surge on the south facing shore.
And you can see clearly there some of the rain bands still will clip Grand Bahama Island. So
right.
But Max, as long as I mentioned Jose, we had a viewer too asking, is that going to impact Florida? I said definitely not, but could you give us a quick update on Jose for these islands?
We purposely chose to just focus on this, but don't worry about that now. The 5-day forecast is still well east of us. It's going to stall and meander around a little bit, but don't worry about that now. The models have been flip-flopping a little bit, and I think it's going to kind of get blocked and stall around and may loop around for a while. But don't worry about that now.
Hey, Max and Betty, did we learn anything new from that advisory? The fact that not only is it a Cat 2, but Irma is it moving any faster at 14 miles an hour?
It is, and it's forecast to weaken, but that's still just that maximum intensity in that eye wall that is coming down. The large circulation is still there, and it's going to take that a long time to spin down. And the Gulf of Mexico it's like a bathtub. It responds immediately when you plop any disturbance in it, and you plop a Category 4 hurricane or 3 hurricane into the Gulf, and the wind's going to push that water onto that Gulf Coast of Florida.
We have an opportunity to talk to Ed Rappaport, I do believe, at the National Hurricane Center. Busy day for the entire crew there. Thank you so much for checking in with us. We now have a weakened Irma on our hands, but there is still a long story, many more chapters to be written as this system rides up the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, that's right. Fortunately, it looks like we're near that last chapter for us here on the southeast coast, but still probably tropical storm force winds well into the night. In fact, here we're going to be keeping our shelter in place through the night, and in part because we don't know what folks will see if they go out there. Their lights are out, of course, and there's debris around, so we're still staying in place.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me, and we know very well you all live in Broward County and Miami-Dade County, and this is important to you, but you've got to be breathing a little sigh of relief here where we live. Now you're focusing well up to the north, and you've still got a long way to go, and you've still got another hurricane out there.
Well, this is that time of the year, as you know, Max, and so it looks like we'll be dealing with Irma at least through the next 12 to 18 hours as a hurricane, and unfortunately it would appear that Tampa will get at least at the Category 1 level, but as you know, not so much the wind up there, it's going to be the storm surge.
And can you, is there anything that, okay, the fact that it's weakening on the forecast, I think I know the answer to this, but what do you think that will do to the storm surge, those 10 to 15 foot values? What do you think? Like even the Marco Island, Naples, Fort Myers area, up towards Tampa, any chance that could be less?
The areas that it's already passed, of course, have seen probably the highest of the surge, and that'll gradually come down, but it's going to take a long time. I don't think it's going to have much of a difference in terms of the forecast for farther north. Still probably going to get potentially the 5 to 8 feet in Tampa, maybe a little bit higher to the south, with potentially 85, 90 knot winds as it approaches Tampa area.
Okay.
All right. Can we talk about this system being a tropical storm as it reaches Georgia?
That's right. It's going to take a long time to wind down when you start with Category 4 or 5 and you keep it over the water most of its life. It's going to take a while for it to unwind, particularly as Max said, it's such a large system. And even though it's going to be over land, it's going to take quite a while for it to wind down. Still bringing torrential rains as well. And that's going to be the big problem up north once the winds come down as the system comes inland.
And Betty and I made a conscious decision not to even mention Jose hardly at all, but we are now starting to get questions about that. Can you give us a little piece about that one affecting South Florida?
I don't see that happening. So Jose, can't we see?
Thank you. I just wanted to hear you say that. Right. We'll all sleep better hearing you say that.
Thank you, Ed. Ed Rappaport of the National Hurricane Center.
Thank you. We know you're busy. Thank you, Ed.
Okay.
Yeah, we can all finally smile. Curiously, Betty and Max, so I know names are retired. Would Irma fit into that category or no?
I think they're already erasing that name from the book as we speak. There's no doubt it'll be retired. When you think about the damage this will cause in even just the state of Florida alone, yeah, it'll be retired just like Harvey, I'm sure. And one thing, if I could just have a minute, we're focused on South Florida and the Keys, and those folks at the Hurricane Center. In addition to having 3 hurricanes going on, actually they had one Pacific landfall on Baja, California, when Harvey started, and they haven't really had many days off here at all. And if you've noticed on the advisories, as this moves through the Caribbean, as Irma moved through, they had to actually call these individual islands and countries down the Caribbean and the Bahamas and coordinate those watches and warnings. Both for storm surge and for wind, and now they're already talking to they've been talking for a couple of days to all the National Weather Service offices in Tampa and Melbourne and Jacksonville and now Tallahassee and up into Georgia even. So there's a tremendous amount of hand-holding and coordination that goes on behind the scenes between the international meteorological community and then within our own weather service. They coordinate with countless people, and they're just so many people, the pilots and the crews that fly the hurricanes, and the observations and the modeling, and these rainfall estimates, by the way, are actually provided now by the rainfall forecasting experts up in Washington, and they have a new storm surge unit at the Hurricane Center that has worked really hard on these storm surge maps that we've shown, and just a lot of work going, but they're not going to get a break. They've still got to keep this moving for the next 4 or 5 days, and then they've got Jose. They still have to forecast that.
Right. I want to mention one thing because I know we have viewers in the Bahamas, and these rain bands are touching parts of the Bahamas, a nasty one lifting up toward Bimini. I just wanted to mention that because I know they too count on information from us. So Irma is still reaching out and touching people beyond Florida at this point.
Okay, Betty and Max, we thank you both so much, and we'll be checking back in with you very soon.
Let's take you to some of the video we've been getting from all around the area. First off, these live pictures in Naples as Irma, you can see on the radar to your right. I mean, it is just pummeling them with the outer eye wall there. It's just really coming down hard on Naples right now.
Yeah, storm surge is going to be the real danger, like it has been for all of us as Irma comes through South Florida.
And then here you see in Miami, this is not far from the, this is actually Miami around Biscayne and Northwest 24th, I believe.
Right. Yeah.
This is just some of the flooding. You can see people who should not be out there, but they are up to their knees in this water. This looks like kind of the little Havana neighborhood there, but it is just not safe at all. Years and years ago, we had such a tragedy when kids went out to play right away, and they rode their bike into some water in Broward County, and there was a downed line in it, and before they knew it, 2 little boys died. Electrocuted immediately, and they were just going out to play and get out of the house for the first time, and it was such a tragic ending. So we don't want to see any of that repeated.
And one reason why there's a countywide curfew in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow. And now we want to take you to Fort Lauderdale Beach from Miami-Dade County to Fort Lauderdale, and take a look here. These pictures coming in. I believe this is possibly new because we can't even make this out. Russ Palumbo was in fact down in this area near A1A, and I think there was some question about when the ocean ended and when A1A began, and that's simply because a lot of the seaweed and the ocean water and the sand was all of it pushed onto at least the A1A, I believe, and also along Fort Lauderdale.
It almost looks like
Fort
the video
Lauderdale
we had
Beach.
from our storm Skyper, though.
Yeah,
So maybe if the producer can tell us where that is, we'll know. But no doubt this was just a short time ago out of Fort Lauderdale and just near whiteout conditions again with some of these outer bands. But fortunately, we are beginning to see those diminish across the area. It is going to be a south to north kind of effect. Monroe County started to see that we'll see these hurricane force winds diminish, and then into Miami-Dade County, and then on up into Broward by later tonight.
And the hurricane gusts will come to an end, but the tropical storm force winds will pick up even still, so we are not out of the woods just yet. Our Betty and Max have been telling us for most of the evening and even overnight and into the morning as well that this is going to be a wind event, and the wind event won't end for most of us until about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. And there is the radar, just to show you how large the storm is. And we learned from the 5 o'clock advisory, Lori, that Irma is now a Category 2, packing winds of 110 miles an hour. But at its peak, packing winds of 185 miles an hour, smacking into the Florida Keys as a Category 4, but now downgraded to a Category 2, hitting the Naples area.
And you see on the radar there, it's that red, obviously, that we want to avoid. So there is some way off our coast, maybe heading on up north of Boca, up into Palm Beach County, but let's hope we can avoid that one. We will keep a close eye on it for you with our team of reporters out there experiencing it. We do want to tell you about a few boil water orders because of power outages. Davie, all of Davie, you need to boil your water just as a precaution. Portions of Hallandale and the majority of Hollywood, you as well. And down in Monroe County, if you can hear us on the radio, as a precaution, they want you to boil your water first.
And also if you are one of the evacuees, to stay away until further notice. That was tweeted out by the Monroe County management team. But also keep in mind, too, in Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe counties, all Catholic archdiocese from elementary to high schools, all closed as of Monday. And I believe Miami-Dade County schools are closed as well, per the statement of Alberto Carvalho, the superintendent for Miami-Dade Public Schools.
And Broward County schools are closed until further notice. So most likely at least Monday and Tuesday, and we'll keep you posted there.
Let's go now to one of our reporters, Kristen De La Rosa, in Edgewater with a family who was evacuated. Kristen.
Yeah, hi guys. I hope that you can see me and hear me clearly. I was actually just coming down the staircase to meet our crew downstairs and came across the Kelly family right here. You can see that they've come out with their little baby. They have their dog, their pets. Mr. Kelly, you say that you live, how are you? You said that you live in the 22nd floor of the 20th floor of the blue condominium here. Your apartment has hurricane-proof windows, but what made you want to evacuate into the staircase here?
Well, you could hear the wind was shaking the windows pretty heavily, so it felt more safer.
Yeah, describe to me how is it that what we've been seeing all day?
A lot of rain and a lot of wind. Very scary.
Very scary. And obviously who do you have here? You have your newborn.
Yep, my newborn, my fiance, my little brother, my daughter, my dog, and my cat.
And everybody has been pretty well behaved, especially the little one. We're glad that he's not crying. Explain to me this. Did you expect it to be this bad?
I didn't expect it to be this bad, but it was. So this is why we're here.
What's your plan now?
Wait it out and then go back to the apartment when we feel like the winds aren't going to be as heavy.
Okay. Mrs. Kelly, how are you? You have a newborn. How is this experience for you?
It's something new. Never experienced this before. Never thought I would be experiencing it. It's scary. Hopefully it never happens again, because I don't know. I didn't know how to feel in the beginning. My emotions were like all over the place.
Did you guys ever consider evacuating?
I didn't want to, but I felt like the building moving a little bit personally, and I got scared. So, I thought to myself, maybe it'll be safer if we go down.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for sharing. We're glad that you guys are safe and feel safe. And so, guys, again, we've been, seeing the pictures of what it's like outside, how this is a wind event, how it's also been a rain event, and a lot of people choosing to take cover however way they can. Back to you.
Yeah, Christian, I guess we can't say enough how we talk so much about the wind event, rain event, how this is a big storm, but these are the real faces of Miami and the real faces of South Florida about how this storm has really impacted so many families. Christian, thanks.
Absolutely. No doubt. It's hard to think how many hours that little newborn has been there with their mom.
See, that just stole my heart right there. That's the part of the story that I thought, wow, I can't even imagine. We tend to think about ourselves and how we lost power, but just imagine having a newborn you have to care for. Wow.
And we did have a little bit of good news. We had 3 beautiful babies born at Hialeah Hospital during the storm, and we'll make sure to share those pictures with you during our 6 o'clock newscast because they were just precious and hard to imagine what those families went through. So many pregnant families out there who had to maybe get to a hospital early and pray that their baby didn't come too early. But we're happy to have 3 healthy births to tell you about.
And I have a name suggestion.
Irma.
Okay.
No, we want to retire this name.
You just read my mind.
No,
okay.
we're going to retire this name, right? You're looking live in West Palm Beach now, and wow, I mean, just really kicking up there as well. Unfortunately, this storm, Irma, the effects are really moving from south to north, so they are ending up with a lot of the impacts. That red we just showed you on the radar, heading right up there toward Palm Beach County.
And we want to bring you back down to Miami-Dade and some breaking news from Alberto Carvalho. We talked about the school closings, but it appears that Miami-Dade County Public Schools will close indefinitely. A tweet from Alberto Carvalho says due to the uncertainty surrounding school shelter closings and the inability to inspect and make repairs to buildings that may have sustained damage from Irma, all Miami-Dade Public County schools will remain closed until further notice.
And it makes sense. They've got to check out these buildings. They have to deal with the shelters. We've heard of 2 shelters at least in Miami-Dade and Broward where they lost power today. Yeah. They're going to have a lot of structural damage possibly to some of their school buildings. And these people, they have to wait till they can really get into their homes.
I was going to say some cleanup to do as well. I mean, there's, more than 10,000 people, 20,000 people went to shelters, and many of the schools were used. So they have to clean up the schools to get them prepared for the students to come back. So this was a major evacuation effort, not only for the state, but for the county, the largest evacuation storm operations in the history of Miami-Dade County. So as a result, there are a lot of things that got to put back in place. And the mayor talked about how he needed everyone off the roads to begin the recovery process. So that curfew for the county remains in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Please take those curfews seriously. Almost every city from Monroe all the way up into Broward County on a curfew tonight. It just doesn't make sense to be out there. Right now in Pembroke Park, you're seeing a little bit of a lull, but we have lost a lot of power in this area as well. We are on generator here on the county line in Pembroke Park, but we noticed today a lot of downed power lines.
Yeah. Downed trees.
Yes, and it's that way everywhere you look.
And which is a great time to really reemphasize the importance of not trying to go out and walk in standing water. We had some reporters doing that earlier, but trust us, they are very careful about not walking into water where there are down power lines. Just assume that every power line, no matter if it's in the air or on the ground, it is hot, and you want to avoid it at all costs. So keep in mind, if you want to get out there and survey the damage, allow someone else to do it first, the professionals, before you're able to go out there and do it for yourself. There's so many people who don't have power, Lori.
We're getting some updates from ABC News, our partners there, telling us about flight cancellations. It's just a piece of life, a slice of life, if you will, and frustrating to hear, but there were more than 12,000 flights canceled because of Irma, because of this storm from September 1st and all the way to September 12th, a few days from now, because the airports just can't handle it, and it's just not safe to be flying. And now we're going to have the repairs. So cancellations to and from the airports in the Caribbean and Florida, 12,500 plus, and total cancellations to and from airports just in Florida, 8,900, as everyone was rushing to get out. We know a lot of them couldn't. The flights were canceled, and now it's going to be very interesting as people try to get back.
And we don't know for certain if that's a record, but I would probably say that is historic. There is no doubt about it, because this much of what Irma has done to us has been unprecedented, from the evacuations to the cancellations of the flights. But this is a situation that we are going to recover from, and we're going to do it all together. And but we must remain united.
We have an update in Broward County as far as power outages now, 641,000 plus. 641,000. So if you're listening to us on the radio from Broward, you are not alone. That is a lot of power outages there.
And 3/4 of Miami-Dade County, we heard too from Mayor Carlos Jimenez, without power tonight. So that's quite a few people. I believe the number is somewhere over 700, 800,000 people, and 2 million people statewide do not have power.
And that includes a lot of our neighbors up in Palm Beach County. As we see, it is really hitting up there right now. At latest count, yes, now in Broward, we're up into the 641,000. Last count at Dade was over 700,000, and in Palm Beach County, more than 200,000 people. So just some rough estimates for you, but it is really going to be a yeoman's job for FP&L crews to get out there and get everybody powered up.
And speaking of FP&L, we heard from one of their spokespeople tonight who said it is going to be the largest restoration project they've ever undertaken. 16,000 workers from 30 different states, including Canada, coming here to help us restore power. It is going to take a considerable amount of time, considering so many people don't have power. However, if you feel like you've been overlooked and you would like to get your power restored and you simply don't have the patience for it to be restored right away, a phone number you can call to make sure that some of the workers come out to you, 1-800-4-OUTAGE, 1-800-4-OUTAGE, that's OUTAGE, or you can download the FP&L app, and you can also go to the website fpl.com.
Our Clay Ferrero is live right now, surveying some damage in a neighborhood in Miami. We want to get right out to him. Clay, tell us where you are.
Hey, Lori. Hey, Calvin. We are in South Dade. You can call it Westchester. But what I want to show you right here, we've been watching this for much of the day. We had our power go out here. You see that pole right there, that power pole? We heard a loud crash. All we can figure is that that's what happened. That pole broke at the bottom. It is now leaning over. It is only being supported, it appears, by those power lines right behind it. There is one power line that is kind of a stray power line. We think it was connected at some point. We can't quite tell maybe where it was connected, but we've been keeping our eyes on that. It has looked a little bit dicey over the last couple of hours. We can't get close enough because the wind.
All right, Clay Ferrero. Clay, we're going to try to stick with you as long as we can. We know the winds are picking up, then that's making your signal difficult to stick with. Are you there? Go ahead, Clay. Clay, take it away.
Let me show you over in this neighborhood as well. This is probably what we're seeing the most is trees. Tree right there that's down. See all the background or this point, see if you can tell right there. That was a tarp that was at one point on that roof. But let me take you back over to this, because maybe if I'm pointing, you can get a better idea of the power pole that we're talking about. It's obviously not supposed to be diagonal like that. It's tough to tell, but there is actually some sort of a metal beam that is reinforcing it. But unfortunately, that beam is on. If you're looking at it, you can see it blowing in the wind right now. I wish we could zoom in on it, but we don't have that ability on Skype. So right now, it appears as though it is only being reinforced, as we said, by those power lines right there.
And Clay, you speak of power lines. We are getting some new numbers here in Broward. More than about 666,000 customers, and where you are in Miami-Dade County, it is up to a whopping 888,000 customers. Palm Beach add on another 450,000 customers, and our numbers are really adding up. But in Miami-Dade, where you are now, more than 800,000 customers without power.
Clay, if you can...
Yeah, we've been out of power since relatively early this morning, and again, it was probably because of what you see right there. It certainly happened shortly after so we, as I said, we've been paying attention to it, making sure that toppled over completely. But again, before saying now, from what we've been able to survey, there is in the front here, there is a large tree that's blocking entrance to this part of the neighborhood. But really, from what we've seen, there isn't a whole lot of structural damage in this area. It does appear to be limited to trees. You see some things like right here. A pagoda right there.
All right, Clay, thank you. Okay, Clay, thank you so much. Your audio is a little tough to make out. We hope that you can go to an area where we can really get a better signal from you so that we can hear what you are reporting out there. And Lori, as we take a look at the radar here, you can see how Irma has moved inland, and as a result, it has weakened, becoming a Category 2, but first hitting the Keys as a Category 4. But still, the winds are still at 110 miles an hour. Though moving at 14 miles an hour, so moving out of South Florida pretty swiftly compared to how it made landfall at about 6 to 8 miles an hour, but the storm is still moving north.
We're looking at pictures there in Coral Gables. Let's see if we can hook up with Janine Stanwood and our chief photojournalist, Bill Damas. Janine, do you hear us here? Janine, do we have you? Do we have you and Bill? We can see your picture in Coral Gables. No, we're not going to be able to talk with them, but you can see, we'll stay with their picture for a little bit so we can just see any damage there. Fortunately, we've seen
Is this Miracle
lights.
Mile?
It's not Miracle Mile. They're more kind of in between Coral Gables heading toward US 1 here.
Okay.
But the street lights are on. That's a good sign. And, oh, Janine, if we can just turn you up a little bit, we can faintly hear you.
Okay, so it's pretty clear that I think her signal, we're having trouble with her signal, Lori, so as a result, but this area, this is not Miracle Mile, you say?
No, it looks like she's gone off now toward US 1, coming out of the Gables, maybe around Lejeune, but good to see some traffic lights on and not too much damage on the streets there. Very good to see. And
they're desolate too. There's no one out there keeping with the curfew. But once again, I look at the radar here, and you can see those outer bands still just smacking South Florida there, really doing a number on Palm Beach and Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, looking like it's out of the clear, at least for now, in terms of not having any of those red bands going across it, which means that those are the more intense line of thunderstorms. But Fort Lauderdale really got a 1-2 punch earlier today. Our Ross Palumbo showed us how not only was it the wind, but it was also the rain that caused some major flooding on some of the roads in downtown Fort Lauderdale.
We know all of you are going to find this when you head out tomorrow morning. You're going to see a lot of debris everywhere, and so many people have lost power tonight because of downed trees, downed lines. But fortunately, it looks like we are going to get rid of these hurricane force winds. The rest we can deal with, the tropical storm force winds. You're almost used to that now since last night. It's been just hour after hour.
And Lori, if we can, we're going to go to a correspondent here, someone whom I think is excellent, and he was on the weekend show for Good Morning America, Bill Weir. But Bill was one of the few correspondents who went to the Keys before Hurricane Irma and stuck it out. Bill, are you with us?
We drove down actually to check out the Snake Creek Bridge. We'd heard from one local. Why don't we go down here and see what's going on? We'd heard from one local that the bridge had gone out. It's the one drawbridge in this chain of islands. And if those rumors were true, it would have been devastating for the people of the Keys, because they would have cut them off from the mainland and made life so much harder. So this is the Atlantic side here. That is unpassable. I don't think we can get down there. but it looks like there's a boat or an awning that's blown up onto the road. So bear with me. I'm going to turn us around and get back out on US 1. But so we went down to check out that bridge, and around mile marker 88 or so, 87. And the good news is it's passable. We drove over it, and that's a huge sigh of relief. Now we have to conserve gasoline. Unfortunately, this is our power source that we're driving right now, and we only have so much gas to keep us powered up and keep us on the air tonight and tomorrow. Hopefully we're going to get refueled, so we can't go all the way down to the 7 Mile Bridge, which would be the next one that people are worried about, and down in the lower Keys. But if the Snake Creek is good, that bodes well for folks, and I haven't heard any reports lately that it's been taken out. But now, so we're driving the wrong way. I don't recommend this if you ever come vacationing in the Keys. We're driving the wrong way on US 1. We're headed back north here because there's a big debris field I wanted to show you. The one interesting thing we've been seeing is, and now of course this is a good time to remind people that this is the worst time to come out and check your property and poke around, and you know, I'm here so you don't have to be, because we've driven over a few live power lines. There's still enough of a stiff wind now and then. I could pick up a sign or a palm frond and turn it into a projectile. This is well, I tell you, hurricanes and tornadoes really hate trailer parks. This is the Driftwood Trailer Park on the Atlantic side. And you can see just a little sample of the damage.
Well, we were hoping to go to Bill Weir, the person you were just listening to. Those might have been, Lori, the first pictures out of Key Largo. And I think what was so, well, refreshing to see was the fact that it probably wasn't as bad as, based on what we saw, as bad as first thought.
And it looked like that Snake Creek Bridge is open, just very blocked by downed trees. And as Bill Weir was saying, formerly of ABC News, was saying, he's out there so that you don't have to be. But he is kind of with some storm chasers, and we will check back as soon as we can get more of the first images out of Key West.
And I do want to say formerly of ABC News, now with CNN. So, and now he provided those pictures for us. Yes, in Naples right now, you can see on the right why we are showing you these pictures on the left, happening in real time. Hurricane Irma going over Naples, an area that we all know is such a beautiful place to go and just to relax, to try to get away from the hustle and bustle of Miami and Fort Lauderdale. But Naples getting hit pretty hard, and storm surge, Lori, is the real issue here and the real danger for Naples as well as for Fort Myers and especially the Tampa Bay area, where there are lots of low-lying areas and some 4 million people living in those low-lying areas, but were evacuated before Irma arrived.
We go over to cover flooding in major thunderstorms, and now they are really going to end up with some major storm surge. It could be anywhere from 5 to 10 feet, unfortunately. We hate to report that, and we will work to bring you the very latest from there. We know there are several ABC News crews. Our partners are there, and we will be checking in with them as soon as we can. As soon as the worst of Irma passes through and the eye is completely beyond Naples, we might be able to get some of our first reports as it heads up toward Fort Myers and then Tampa.
And the storm did weaken, from the Category 4 to now a Category 2, moving at 110, well, moving at 14 miles an hour, but packing winds of 110 miles an hour. So the people there, again, luckily they had time to move out of the way to evacuate. And some of our crews were telling us, who were based in Southwest Florida, that a lot of people did evacuate. But the question is, how many people did stick around, and what are they facing right now?
When you look at that radar to the right, you can even see Bimini there and some of the Bahamas, as we just saw out of Freeport. We saw some tornado footage from not a long time ago, and Bimini getting hit again. I mean, the Bahamas, much of the Bahamas, really getting wrapped up in these outer bands. We forget how close they are to us. But now the red is really moving up into Palm Beach County, as we saw from some live cameras up there, and we can only hope for our area that we can settle into getting used to these tropical storm force winds for a while, and then hopefully things will die down by late tonight.
And Lori, if you will, you can fact check me on this too as well. My handwriting can be a little tough after about 36 hours of anchoring on television. But the hurricane force winds at 70 to 90 miles an hour in Miami should begin to die down at about 8 o'clock. And in Broward County, somewhere between 8 and 10 o'clock. I think that's the timeline that Betty gave us. And in Palm Beach, somewhere around 8 o'clock as well.
And Palm Beach, she said, really until about midnight. It's not going to start diminishing till then. So this is still kind of slow moving for them up there, but hope maybe that timeline will speed up a little bit. And we do have that storm video, the tornado video out of Freeport, Bahamas to share with you again, because this is what we've been dealing with. Thank goodness we didn't see this, but my goodness, we had 7 tornado warnings just today, 4 of them yesterday, last night from 7 to 8. Irma has created a lot of tornadic activity and conditions that were very ripe for this to happen.
And even in spite of seeing this, we can tell you that Freeport, Bahamas, it really sort of dodged a bullet. But it was in that northeastern quadrant of the hurricane, which means that it was on the dirty side. So some of this sort of spawned off from the outer bands of Irma. Let's check it out with our Betty Davis. She's out here to join us now. And Betty, as you look at these pictures, you know, it's hard to say that they dodged a bullet, but really Freeport, Bahamas did not get smacked like the Florida Keys.
They did not. They did not bear the core of Hurricane Irma, but they did get some weather from the system. Make no mistake about that. In that video you just showed of that funnel cloud, a possible tornado in that area, and we've seen that same type of weather playing out here associated with those rain bands with Irma. I do want to talk about the winds and what we are now seeing out there, and it's difficult for us to gauge in some cases because a lot of the reporting stations are not reporting because the winds were so strong. They seem to have knocked a lot of these stations offline from Fort Lauderdale, our station out at MIA, Homestead as well. But we are getting in a couple of reports between Pompano Beach and also Hialeah. These are sustained winds. So winds are sustained 43 miles per hour in Pompano Beach. If you're listening, I hope things are going okay in your neighborhood. I know you can't wait to get outside and see what awaits, but you have to wait. You have to wait until tomorrow morning when the winds come down to a level where it's going to be safe for you to be out there getting out and about. Hialeah noting a southeast wind sustained at 47 miles per hour. There's another look at the wind speeds. As I mentioned, difficult for us to really gauge what's happening in a lot of places because there are no reports. So that's why we are relying on our reporters who are braving the elements to show us just how bad it is out there. Now, in the areas where the winds are still gusting to say 70 plus miles per hour, that is hurricane force. But we do think that's going to diminish around 8 o'clock tonight. Miami-Dade, we should be done with the hurricane force winds. Broward diminishing around 8 to 10 o'clock tonight. And then for Palm Beach County diminishing around midnight. But after that, now even though the winds drop below, say, 70, we're still talking about the possibility for some tropical storm force winds for the rest of tonight. So I just want you to keep that in mind. This event is still going to be a gradual wind down, and it's not going to cut off like that. So that means tomorrow morning, that's when we're thinking the winds could drop below that 39 per hour threshold for the Keys, Broward, and all of Miami-Dade. All right, let's talk about the projected path of Irma. Of course, the core of it, that center passing over Naples as we speak. It's now a Category 2 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 110 miles per hour, moving toward the north at 14 miles per hour. And it's going to continue its journey up the peninsula, sticking close to that west side of the Florida peninsula. We are noting that interaction of land with the core and the weakening of Irma, and as it's moving up toward Tampa, it is forecast to be a Category 1 hurricane. There will still be impacts here. There is the tornado threat for them. There is the rain. Remember, Irma's a large storm, and already the rains are spanning out over Florida, other than just here in South Florida. And there's that storm surge threat. I think areas around Clearwater, including Tampa Bay, there's a storm surge forecast of some 5 to 8 feet. So that onshore component of Irma is going to continue to be a problem, even on the other side of the peninsula where the Gulf of Mexico waters can pile on. So Irma continues its journey toward the north as we're going from Monday, Monday afternoon, I should say. It's just crossing over that Florida-Georgia border. And it does appear it's going to enter Georgia as a tropical storm. So here they are dealing with or gearing up for some tropical weather. And so we'll be tracking it as it moves across Georgia. I think school may be out tomorrow, actually, for some of the kids in the Atlanta metro area. That's a tidbit for you. A lot of you listening on the radio, perhaps you have families or friends who actually evacuated and went to Georgia to escape Irma. And now we see that a weaker form of Irma will be moving into Georgia by Monday. And then Tuesday, we'll continue to track it as it moves over into western Tennessee and then finally heads off into, say, the lower lakes area, or that moisture, what's left of it, coming into parts of the Ohio River Valley. But at that point, it will be mere remnants. But right now, it still is a hurricane, and it still is having a reach over our area. I'll let you know that the tornado watch, we're no longer under that, but up to the north, that's where we now find that watch from Tampa to Jacksonville. And here's a look at what's happening over our area in terms of the rain bands. What we have noticed now, notice that spin over near Naples, that the center of circulation, that is Irma, and still interacting with land. So right around that eye wall area, I'm sure the winds are just howling. And the winds, as we've said, have not diminished here, even though more and more we're noticing the heavier rain bands now lifting outside of our area. There's one stretching up from the western Atlantic up and over, up into Palm Beach County, and some of that weather is getting into a place like Bimini. Now, this band was over Fort Lauderdale Beach. If you were watching us earlier, did you see or hear our Ross Palumbo out there? If you're listening on the radio, perhaps you could hear him in the elements, the howl of the wind driving the rain and picking up the sand. Just a mess out there. That's the rain band that Ross was caught up in. That rain band is now lifting away. And away is a good thing, because I think that was sort of the last of the really strong, intense rain bands. That one is lifting away. There still is some unsettled weather and some residual rains and rain bands coming through that will offer up the occasional gust of winds. But it looks like we are beyond those bands that offer up that tornado threat, because we have still been in a situation where occasionally we get the tornadoes out there. We can now talk rainfall rates. I'm not noticing cores of red, although the rain is still steady in a place like Coral Springs. Coral Springs, hi, I hope you're having an okay day. I know it hasn't been great with the kind of weather we're having, but at least let's talk about some of the rainfall rates you're now seeing in your neighborhoods. About 1/10 of an inch per hour, and we'll watch as these showers continue to lift out toward the north, more a scattering in the banding instead of concentrated. Thank you, Lori. Lori's offering me some water, by the way, viewers and listeners. Just a long day of weather, but we're here for you. That's delicious. Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
All right, let's continue with this weather story. So here is that area of rain we're finding over northeast Broward, stretching down into Miami-Dade. So this essentially is a band, but the difference is not showing as intense in terms of the red showing up in the reflectivity as we had over the band that's now offshore over the Atlantic and continuing to lift north and perhaps clipping parts of Bimini. So this is what we're left with. Yes, your trees are still rustling out there. The winds are still strong, but we are getting to that point where the weather will start to subtly improve and that the rain is going to start to wind down. You'll get the occasional gusty showers moving through and less in the way of tornado warnings going on and storms that are rotate or showing those signs of rotation on the Doppler radar. We have had some tense moments, too, in South Miami-Dade around Homestead and Florida City. So let's zoom in and see what's happening in your area right now, as we still are finding some bands rotating through, not as heavy as what we have seen earlier today, but the weather has not gone completely quiet. It has not shut off. It's just going to be a gradual tapering off of the rain. And finally, as I said, we're starting to see signs that those heavier rain bands are working out of the region. Slowly but surely, we are going to get there. The winds will relax. We just need you to hang with us and stick with us for the rest of tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we will get together. We will chat. We will inspect the Doppler radar. We will hopefully have more wind data to bring you, and the winds won't be near as strong as they are now or near as strong as they have been throughout the day. We continue to follow Irma.
Oh, it is good to hear you say that, Betty.
Music to all of our ears. But these are not good pictures, though, Lori. Betty, if you could stick around for just a moment, if you will.
This is rolling video, the newest video, some of the first images out of Key Largo. We brought you some from Bill Weir just a few moments ago with CNN, and now we have this rolling video. Every street is going to have trees down and just debris everywhere.
And I think for some people, they are just so enchanted by the chain of islands there, the Florida chain of places where they go just for resorts, for good fishing, for just time with their family. And this is Key Largo, and it's just tough to see for some people. And we're not seeing a lot of damage right now, but as this video rolls, you will begin to see that a Category 4 storm can really do a number on a place that is really in a low-lying area.
This is US 1 heading south from Key Largo, heading down toward Isla Mirada. And Betty, if you notice anything either, chime in with us here, because we're seeing a couple of trees down so far and just a lot of random debris on the road.
Right. Obviously, they did take a lot of wind damage in this area. Of course, the landfall, the eye wall of Hurricane Irma actually came ashore over the lower Keys. So Key Largo, that's up in the upper Keys. So no doubt the images, if you see images like that where the actual landfall, the eye wall didn't occur, you can only imagine the images well below in the lower Keys. But definitely a lot of debris there. Obviously, the winds were substantial. They were hurricane force, and it's just really interesting to go on this journey, this drive, and just see all the cleanup that is ahead for that area.
Yeah, storm surge was the real danger for this area, and we're not seeing a lot of flooding here, but again, this is a main thoroughfare, and once we get into some of the neighborhoods, the story may change.
So some trees down, but this is the northern Keys, as Betty points out. This is Key Largo, and as we get any video, these first images, as we get down south of Marathon, hopefully these crews will be able to continually feed this video as they head from Key Largo through Isla Mirada down toward Marathon, and then it's south of there where we will really see the impact from Key West up toward Saddle Bunch Key, Big Torch Key, Middle Torch Key.
Cudjoe Key, that's where the actual eye wall first started to come in. So, but wow.
Yeah, the major concern is about the 43 bridges, and I think you probably can sense some hesitation in our voices because we're actually seeing this video in real time. We did not have a chance to inspect the video, so we're all just sort of bracing for what we think might have happened in Key Largo. But again, once we begin to go, what do you say, south of here, Lori? Yeah, it could get a whole lot worse.
Let's take you to Brickell Avenue in Miami. Our Todd Tongan ended up right there where his truck got hit by storm debris. Todd, what happened?
Lori, we were actually waiting to do a hit for Tampa, a live hit, when we got hit by falling debris. That's the Panorama building here on Brickell Avenue. It is a building that's under construction. We're at Southeast 10th Street, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm going to keep looking up at the building to make sure that something else doesn't come down while my photographer, Bob Palumbo, shoots the debris that fell off of that building. You can just see how large it is. We believe that that's either a balcony railing and a doorway, or a balcony railing and, it looks like, it appears to be part of the balcony railing. It landed squarely on the front of our minivan, a loud pop. We were both extremely startled and couldn't believe that such a large piece had come off of that building. A resident of a nearby building had come down to take some pictures of it. He says that some of the debris had come off that building and hit his building. In fact, I don't know if it was from the debris, but Bob, I don't know if you can see, there's a window out right here. You see right here above the street light? Right above the street light, right here. There's a window out, and there, earlier before we got hit with debris, 3 people were walking down the street, and they got hit by just small pieces of debris on the head and ran off. We were really shocked and surprised. Bob and I then, at that point, decided to stay inside the car, and we're really shocked when that big, huge piece of debris came down on us. I think this is it's metal, so it's a balcony railing. And what's that, Bob? 41st. It looks like it came off of the 41st floor because there's markings on it. As I said, the building's still under construction. There appears to be a lot of debris hanging off of the side of the building. Really, folks here on Brickell Avenue near Southeast 10th Street, near the Panorama building, they shouldn't be walking around out here. It's dangerous. Here's another piece, Bob. Watch out. Back up, Bob. Back up. No, it's over here. Did you hear it? You hear it? There's 3 more pieces just came down. Here's another piece right here. Coming down here. Right over there. Right over there. More pieces of the building coming down off of that panorama. Here's another piece, Bob. Watch out. We're gonna get in the unit. We're gonna get in our minivan. I don't think this is safe. Come on, Bob.
Wow. All right, Todd. Good decision there. And oh, so lucky, so lucky. From the 41st floor, you can only think of what could have happened, and has happened a couple of more times as he was out there.
This is right there at Southeast 10th Street and Brickell. We have had 2 recent construction debacles over there where construction debris came down just during a regular day, let alone after Irma. So our crew is going to get out of that area. I know our Bob Palumbo is still trying to capture any images. He's a diehard photographer.
He really is.
You see those blue tarps, and that is all. It looks like the tape that's on top of a railing and some of that glass from up high.
That's all right. They're still
just
hot.
not a good situation.
I think what's interesting, too, is that on the Southeast 10th Street, what he showed us as well,
Back in the unit.
Todd showed us that tree that was down across the road as well. Todd, can you hear us?
Oh, I can see. I can hear you, Calvin. I'm inside the minivan right now, and Bob's about to get inside as well, so that we'll be safe. I just saw a guy walk up to us, and he asked us if we were okay, and I said, "You better get out of here because there's stuff coming off of that building," and he ran off. You were talking about the downed tree earlier. It's right there, just beyond where that piece of balcony railing hit our car and then bounced off. And that's completely blocking Southeast 10th Street. Here comes more debris. Be careful, Bob.
Is it more railing coming down, or what is coming down? Todd, what exactly is falling from the high-rise of this building?
It's metal. It's aluminum. It's aluminum balcony railing, Calvin. The balcony railings are made of aluminum, and then they have like a glass. An impact glass that is set within the frame of the aluminum railing.
So the blue tape there,
with
Todd, that blue
plastic.
tape, is that actually covering glass?
I'm sorry, Lori, what you said?
Is the blue tape actually covering glass?
Yeah, it's covered with that blue plastic that you often see when buildings are under construction. They leave the plastic on the glass so it doesn't get scratched or marred while they're working, and so I believe that's what it is. And based on the markings on that piece of debris, it came off of the 41st floor. This is an extremely large building. In fact, I remember we did a story on it months ago. One of the largest concrete pours done in South Florida, because the foundation is so vast and so large, and it's such a big building. But clearly, the upper floors of this building it took a big hit from the winds from Irma, and now some of the debris is falling down on Brickell Avenue, and people are just not safe here. Miami police are watching. We did see a sergeant drive by with his lights flashing, but they should probably try and get a few people out here because I think, the more that these conditions improve, as far as no rain and the wind lightening up, at least down here on the ground floor, I think more and more people are going to start coming out, and a lot of that debris up there is not secured.
And Bob, without putting yourself in any danger, can you show us the damage to the minivan that it caused?
You know what? That's kind of the amazing part, Calvin. We're looking at the minivan, and there really doesn't appear to be much in the way of damage. And we were both really perplexed and shocked about that. And it's because it literally landed flat and squarely on the hood of the car and then just skipped off. But it made a huge thud. It shocked and scared both Bob and I. It came down with a great force. I thought for sure that we'd have a big dent on the hood, but amazingly, it didn't do much damage to the hood.
Todd, where are these other cars coming from? Could you get a sense of who these people are that are out there on the streets as we see more debris come down? Here's another piece. hopefully not as big as what fell on your car.
There's another piece. Well, that looks like it's just maybe some of the blue plastic that covers the glass that is inset into the aluminum. But you can see it's still the winds are still whipping up there, Lori, and there's a lot of material. Looks like tarps that have been tarps or some sort of material, building material that is waving in the wind, and so the wind is still very active in the upper floors here at Brickell. And
so again,
here's,
the
you
people
see a gentleman
that you
here.
see on the roads,
he's walking with cardboard over his head. I don't think that's going to help him if he gets a big piece of debris coming down on him.
But the other vehicles, Todd, that you saw there on the
What's that,
road,
Lori?
do you have any idea who's in these vehicles that is out
Another
there
piece
driving?
coming down, small
even
piece
in the curfew. Todd, the man that was warning you of the debris and some other vehicles there, do you have any idea who they are? Are any of them official vehicles, or are they just people that are breaking curfew and heading out to see them?
No, it was actually a man that lives in a nearby building. He said that debris had come off of the Panorama building and had hit his balcony and messed it up. And so he had come down from his building and was snapping pictures, I'm assuming for insurance purposes, because he said that the falling debris from the building had done some damage to his balcony on his building, and that's why he had come down. He had not come down from the Panorama building in any sort of official capacity. In fact, he was from a nearby building, and he was a resident there. And he was obviously very concerned with what's coming off this building.
And Todd, we are curious to learn too, as you have navigated. But as you can see,
there's more and more traffic coming.
Well, Todd,
I'm sorry, Cal, what?
No, I was just going to ask, as you have navigated all around Brickell, and you've shown us flooding, you've shown us that tree right near where you are that has come down. Are you finding it fairly easy to navigate the streets of Brickell, or do you think emergency personnel will have to work it out for them as they begin to pick up debris later on tonight and into tomorrow?
No, it's not too difficult to navigate Brickell right now. The water has receded near Coral Way quite a bit. You do have to dodge street signs and trees and bushes and debris like the piece that came off of that building from the 41st floor. But now that the wind has started to die down and the visibility is better because of the rainfall, emergency personnel shouldn't have any difficulty getting in here and trying to at least maybe cordon off at least just this block to try and keep people safe from any sort of falling debris. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm keeping my eyes on the building, guys. I'm sorry.
We don't blame you. We'd like to get you a helmet out there.
It's very disconcerting.
It is.
To be, sitting here and all of a sudden a huge piece of debris comes down, hits your car, and then, you realize.
3 people got hit too.
Yeah, 3 people did get hit with much smaller debris, and they ran. They ran back into their building. I don't think they'll be back out for some time. We haven't seen anything come off the building here in the last few minutes, which is good news. Hopefully the winds will continue to die down and the construction crews can get up there and try and secure whatever is still loose up there, because obviously this
building that's under construction did get some damage. And now you see the name of that building. Panorama there. Todd, we just want you to stay safe. We see cars coming out now. We saw passersby walking in a very unsafe area there at Southeast 10th and Brickell. Debris flying off of a building under construction. We're just so glad you're okay after our news truck got slammed. We'll check back with you, Todd. Stay safe.
As we begin to say goodbye to Irma here in South Florida, our attention clearly is focused on Monroe County and what happened when it made landfall. Irma made landfall earlier today in Cudjoe Key, and as a Category 4 storm. And so joining us down by phone is Roman Costesi with the Monroe County. He's the county manager for them. Roman, thank you so much for being with us. And we saw some early pictures out of Key Largo. Well, he may have left us there. We're going to check back in with him very shortly. We saw those pictures out of Key Largo.
We did. He's joining us by Skype, and we do have you, Roman. I know you're trying to check the conditions outside as well. We can see your face now. We were able to get some rolling video from CNN where we could at least see Key Largo on down, but there was a lot of trees down. It was not the same as, no doubt, what awaits you in Key West.
Sure. Yeah. As we work our way down, and we've gotten some reports also at Key West and some other places, and it's what we expect. This is the big one. This is a big nasty storm. A lot of wind, a lot of surge, and but we're very resilient and a community, and I'm confident that the Keith family will bounce back from this.
And Roman, we love your attitude. We love your spirit, but our focus is on the upper, middle, and lower Keys. What do you know about the damage and destruction so far?
Well, our crews just left about an hour ago from here up in the Upper Keys. We also had crews pre-positioned throughout the Keys, so we know that they're working out there and they're doing their jobs. There was heavy equipment pre-positioned, and I know there's some activity. The problem is that it's hard to communicate. So what we're doing is we're communicating via satellite phone, and we're doing it on a certain time. So like our next call is at 8 p.m. So I'll know more then when I hear from some of the crews and some of the folks out there. We do have some spotty reception throughout and some internet and things like that. So we'll know more as time goes on. I wish I could give you more information, but I apologize. We're just getting out there and clearing the streets and helping whoever needs help right now.
But you have not heard of any fatalities down in Key West?
We had an accident yesterday. I think you've already reported it. It was an auto accident. Somebody else just driving too fast trying to get out, and don't know exactly what happened, but it was a nasty accident. Unfortunately, the gentleman died. Other than that, we have not heard anything else now.
Okay, Roman, we're going to ask you to hold on for just a second, and we do thank you for your patience. We know other news crews may be trying to get in touch with you to find out about the very latest assessments in Key West.
But we have a chance now to go to the National Hurricane Center, so let's join in with Ed Rappaport, the acting director there. Ed, it's feeling calmer in some of our communities, but it seems to be still active in Broward and Palm Beach counties. Fill us in.
Yes, in fact, I can still hear the roaring over the roof here at the National Hurricane Center as the winds have not completely subsided. So we're going to have some periods on and off through the night, would appear, at least into the very early morning hours, with tropical storm force winds. As we've been seeing, there's some debris that's still coming down around the area. So it's not going to be a wise idea to venture out in the dark.
And Ed, like the Florida Keys, I think people in South Florida have this enchantment with Captiva, Sanibel Island, Marco Island. What are your thoughts about Irma going that direction and what's going to happen there, or what has already happened?
The center passed Marco Island a few hours ago, and it just now has passed Naples. Don't know quite yet what's going to what we're going to see from there, but we do know that there have been wind gusts as high as 140 miles per hour measured, and those winds are pushing the storm surge ashore right now. Again, potential for a 10-foot storm surge. We'll just have to wait and see which areas get flooded there.
Ed, have you had any damage down at the NHC?
There are a few light standards that have come down. Some of the hedges have been blown blown away, but nothing substantial here. So we feel fortunate, and hopefully most of the community down here has very little damage as well.
But I did hear at one point winds were gusting at about 80 miles an hour outside the facility, huh?
That's right. We had a gust to 81 miles per hour. I believe the highest gust we've seen in Miami-Dade was about 99 miles per hour, 86 miles per hour in Broward County. But then as we go across the coast or across the peninsula, those gusts to 130 and 140. So that's the difference between what we got and what they got. It was pretty bad here, but it's so much worse on the West Coast.
So you say 99 miles per hour was the highest gust reported in Miami-Dade, 86 in Broward?
That's what we've got now. Some of the data we have is still unofficial, have to be checked out, but those are the preliminary numbers.
And Ed, we talked about this being a wind event. I'm getting several text messages and emails from our viewers asking, how long do we have to deal with these winds, and when are they finally going to be out of here and life will sort of get back to normal as we knew it?
As you saw, the winds have died down in some places, but then they pick up again when we still get these last remaining squalls to come through, and those will be with us through the early hours of the morning, the pre-dawn hours. And I think by about daybreak, conditions will have calmed down enough that probably be safe to venture outside then, but be very careful because we don't know exactly what we're going to find out on the streets.
And Ed, lastly, when will you drop the watches and warnings?
Don't have a time yet, but clearly as the system pulls away, we'll be able to lower those in the hours ahead.
Ed Rappaport, National Hurricane Center. Ed, thanks a lot for your time.
Let's get back to Roman Gustesi, the county manager there in Monroe County, covering the Keys. He's in Ocean Reef in the northern part of the Keys there. And Roman, again, give us a little sense of how you are equipped to head on down to Key West.
Well, you know, we practice this. Living in South Florida and being as vulnerable to hurricanes as we are, it's no secret to anybody that lives here. And it's our jobs as first responders and government employees to be prepared for this. We practice every year. We preach to everybody starting in May and June, the beginning of the hurricane season, to be ready, have your plan. We have our plan, and we're implementing our plan. So, like I said, we've had pre-positioned equipment throughout the Keys. We're connected by 42 bridges. So we need to have equipment all over just in case the bridges go down. I'm sorry, I just got distracted here. So we are now implementing that plan, and folks are getting out, clearing the streets, and we'll be able to assess more and more. Every day that goes by, we'll have more information.
Ed, Roman, are you most proud of anything at all in terms of the evacuation and how people reacted to the evacuation orders, considering that it's been a decade or more since the Keys has really been hit by anything?
Right. Well, last time we were hit was in 2005, Wilma, and it was a flooding event, really. It wasn't much of a wind event. So 12 years ago. And anything like this was really 1960 Donna's, 1960. So there's only a few guys here. Some of the old timers, they remember that. And then before that, 1935. Those are the only big ones that we've had. So yes, people saw the images from the other islands that got affected. People saw your coverage and what was coming our way. And I think they left. Most people left. It's hard to tell you 80, 90% or whatever the number is, but I can tell you that most people left, especially that last little bit that left Friday night. What day is it today? Third? I don't know what day it is. 2 nights ago, whatever 2 nights ago was, when it was evident that it was coming this way. There was a steady flow of cars starting at right after the 11 o'clock that night, when we knew that, oops, here it comes. It's not going to go up the East Coast. It's going to go up the Gulf. So,
and Roman, it seemed like late in the game there was when you all decided to open these 4 shelters for those stragglers who just wouldn't get out. Was that a good decision?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How many people ended up in those 4 shelters?
A bunch, a lot more than we thought. Down in Key West, about 500, and these are roundabout numbers. I might be off, quarter percent here and there, but I think about 500 down in Key West, and about 100 or so in the other 3 or 4. We had a lot of folks saw it coming, got nervous, and then they ran into the shelters.
Okay, Roman Gustesi, thank you for your time, and and finally, do you have some final thoughts for those evacuees who left and maybe watching our coverage or listening to you right now on Pirate Radio? What do you say to them about going back and starting the rebuilding and recovery process?
Well, in 2005, I was still living in Miami-Dade County, but I had a second home down here, and I remember the frustration of not being able to get down and check on my home, my little townhouse that I had in Alamorada. And, I felt like, wow, can I get down to my own place? And then now I'm in this position. I understand why, because we need to make sure that DOT inspects all 42 bridges and that gives us the clearance that they're okay. Hopefully that will be quick. If there's no damage, they can tell us that in the next day or 2. So please, I understand the frustration of folks wanting to come down and inspect their homes and check on their loved ones, but just give us a little time and we'll get there. I know exactly how people feel because I felt it 12 years ago.
That's so true. We want those bridges stay safe and secure before anybody heads on down there en masse. Roman Gustesi, thanks so much. Good luck, and please keep us posted.
Yeah, you can understand the angst that's involved with wanting to see what happened to my property, what happened to my boat, what happened to my business. The questions are mounting for so many of those evacuees, but just hold on. In time, you'll be able to go back.
And we'll try to give you as much video as possible. Count on the news stations to give you that, and Local 10 News here and our crews. You stay where you are and give it another day or 2 so DOT, the Department of Transportation, can do its job.
In the meantime, the folks in the Florida Keys are saying to the people in Naples, we know how you feel. Irma making landfall and going over Naples right now, and you can see the kind of damage it is doing. At least bringing those 110-mile-an-hour winds with it. a Category 2 storm right now as of the last 5 o'clock advisory.
We have some video in we want to share with you again out of Freeport, Bahamas, of a tornado that was captured earlier today. It's just an incredible sight to see that, and we can relate after being under 7 different tornado warnings today. Just today alone, 4 of them last night. Irma packed conditions that were very, very ripe for tornadoes, and this occurred in Freeport on the far outer bands today of Irma.
And no word if anyone was hurt by this twister here, this funnel cloud. As soon as we find out more details, we will, of course, bring it to you. But we want to take you back now to our Tatangan. Well, first we're going to show you this flood video here in Northwest 24th Street in Biscayne. This street flooded here. You see some people trying to walk down the road there, but not quite sure how deep this is. But in some places we know, not only in Brickell, but in other parts of the city of Miami, 2 to 3 feet in some areas. So not a good idea to try to walk into, especially with down power lines. You have to consider all of them hot, so try to avoid them at all costs.
We also had some flooding pictures out of Fort Lauderdale to bring you some video our crews got in Fort Lauderdale. If we can roll that right here, this is just some of the storm pouring through. I mean, these whiteout conditions that would come in the heart of Fort Lauderdale and across all of South Florida as different wind gusts would pop up. We now know from the National Hurricane Center the highest wind gust hurricane force in Miami-Dade, 99 miles an hour. Here in Broward and Fort Lauderdale, 86 miles an hour.
Let's check it out with our Tatangan, who is live
hit
now
our car.
in Brickell. And we checked in with him earlier, and he had some flying debris. And Todd, if you can hear us, is this still happening?
I can. Yeah, in fact, shortly, hey, you may want to come on under here. There's stuff coming off this building, okay? Be careful. Yeah, not long after we did that last live shot, you could hear a loud crack coming from the panorama building here. And then shortly after that, another couple of large pieces of debris. And it looked like, again, it was balcony railing. It was that aluminum railing that hit our car. I didn't see any glass with it this time. It was just a railing.
Todd, let us adjust your audio there. We need to get the audio up on your microphone there, and you're battling that squealing noise of a machine.
Yeah, we may want to turn your natural mic off and put on your hand stick. Okay, well, we're going to take a look at this building here. This is the panorama building that Todd was talking about, and some sort of railing failed from that. From the 41st floor, a railing from that building came crashing down on top of their minivan. If we can get Todd back now. Todd, I think your audio might be better.
Okay.
Are you there, Todd?
Yeah, we hope. Can you hear me now, Calvin?
Yes, much better. Go ahead.
Okay. It looks like some emergency personnel have come down here to Brickell Avenue. I don't know in what capacity they're here. Hopefully someone's going to come down here and try and tell folks that are walking around right below the panoramic building that it's not safe to do so. As you saw earlier, be careful, there's stuff falling. I don't think they hear me. Earlier we got hit by a very large piece of debris inside our car, probably about 6 feet long, a piece of impact glass that is framed by aluminum that is clearly a balcony, and on that piece of debris that you see there, it hit flatly on our hood of our car and then skipped off, and on that aluminum you could see drawn with a magic marker or a Sharpie pen, 41st floor. So that came off of the panoramic building, off of the 41st floor, came flying down and crashed with a thud on top of our minivan and then skipped off, and that's where it landed, right there in the street. Since then, we've seen at least 2 other pieces of debris come off of the building. You hear a loud crack, and then suddenly you'll start to see stuff floating down, and you really got to keep your eye on the building. We've got a spot now. We pulled our minivan into a parking lot nearby. We are under the hatch of that minivan so that we're protected. You can see there's a piece of that blue plastic that covers most of the glass. Most of these construction projects have that plastic covering the glass so it doesn't get marred or scratched. And so that is also flying around. Of course, that's not going to hurt anybody, but it's when the aluminum and the glass pieces come falling down, extremely dangerous. And I can only hope that people understand that this is not anything you should be taking lightly.
You know, Todd, I remember when I think it was the Four Seasons building and others that were going up during right before 9/11. I mean, the downtown Miami just started getting so high, and then all of a sudden all the construction stopped and nobody wanted to be in these tall buildings anymore. And now we're looking at a building that just towers over the others. And we've already had a couple of construction incidents with flying debris just in the last 6 to 8 months or so on Brickell. And now this, it just doesn't match up with the kind of...
It's going to be one of the largest buildings on Brickell.
Yeah, it really presents a danger, though, when you're talking about an area that gets hurricane-force winds.
Yeah, and clearly it didn't help that the building's still under construction, Lori. Obviously, if the impact glass had all been in place, everything was secured, we might not be talking about it. There's plenty of other buildings. In fact, there's a building just next door, or 2 doors down, that's about as tall. That building, of course, is finished. It has the same sort of railings and glass on the balcony that Panoramic is going to have, and doesn't appear to be any damage or any problems with that. So my guess is that this was just still under the construction phase and was not properly secured enough for the type of winds that they received that high up on the 41st floor. So we've seen a lot of people coming over here and taking pictures of the debris. As I mentioned earlier, there was a gentleman that lived in a nearby building. He said that a piece of debris from the Panorama had hit his balcony and done some damage to it. That's why he had come down and taken pictures on his phone, I'm assuming for insurance purposes, because he said that debris has been coming off of the building and hitting other buildings nearby.
Todd, I find it interesting from a weather condition standpoint that we last came to you, there was no rain, very little wind, but it looks to be some rain now. Are you getting any wind?
There's a piece right there. Do you see it?
Yes.
Oh! Oh, did you hear that?
No.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was another exact same piece that hit right over near the, I believe that's the Helm building. It's the Helm building, and it hit right near the sign. It was a large piece of aluminum and glass, exactly like the other piece that we saw.
Are you going to go
All right,
try
Bob,
to check it out, Todd?
Let's keep an eye. Come on.
There it is. There's the piece right there.
That was the original one that hit your truck.
No, that's the piece that hit us. We're going to show you the other piece that just came down with a big crash. Huge piece. I'm about to say, I think it's the same thing. It's a balcony railing.
It's likely they look alike,
encased
yes,
with glass.
exactly.
Keep an eye on it hit just behind here, right behind the sign for this building.
It's a good thing you were
Bank
telling those
USA
guys
Helm
to
building.
avoid. Yes, it's a good thing you were telling those guys not to try to walk under this area here.
Where'd it hit? You see it? All right. And it did some damage to this building now. Do you see the piece, guys?
Yes, we can see it and how it cracked right through another balcony. Serious, serious damage.
Yes,
Todd, your reports are going to be...
that runs along. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the building. I know this is...
You
guys,
definitely.
be
We
careful.
want you
There's
to
more
keep
coming off.
We want you to keep an eye and get the pictures, and we can help with the talking, Todd, because we're just saying so many people, they should not be standing there. It is not safe as they see this, but your video is going to be instant proof for insurance companies of what is really happening.
Hey, Lori, we just spoke to these two guys. They live in this building right here where this thing hit. They say that for about the past 2 hours, stuff has been flying off of Panorama. They say sheetrock and aluminum railings and pieces of glass have been coming. Let's get out of here, Bob, because obviously this is in the path. But let's go over to them because the wind obviously has taken it this direction. We don't want to be over there. These two gentlemen say that it's been happening for about the last 2 hours. And they say everything's coming off of the Panorama building and that they're very well aware of it.
And the wind seems to be carrying it
Guys,
too, Todd.
Come here. What's your name?
Tony.
Tony? You live in this building?
Yeah, here in Plaza.
Right here. So you said, how long has this been going on?
The whole time. The debris has been falling from Panorama, I would say, since about 8 a.m.
Come on over here, get under the sign a little bit, guys. I don't want you to get hurt. Since 8 o'clock this morning, you've seen debris. What type of stuff's falling off the building?
Pieces of sheetrock, what looks like the windows. They have sliding, if you look at some of the balconies here, they have sliding glass doors laying on the balcony. They've been flying off, sheetrock.
Anything hit your building besides that last piece that just took out a portion of the railing here?
That we seen, that's the first one. And then another one landed, we see over here in this parking lot. Did it hit a car?
Yeah, it hit our car.
Oh, it hit your car.
And we saw plywood fall off maybe a couple hours ago on the last strong band of wind that we got.
Yeah.
That came off of Panorama as well.
Big piece of plywood that fell right next to a guy who had just gone out of his truck.
Yeah.
I'm sure it shocked him. Did he get back in his truck?
Yeah. He did. Yeah, he jumped right back in it.
I think it was reporters, but
was it you guys? I thought so. It looked familiar, but yeah. Everything's been coming off that tower.
So how long has this been under construction? It's been months now, right? I mean, it's a huge tower.
They topped off maybe around May, somewhere around there. So I mean, it's been under construction for 3 years. I mean, that's an 85-story tower. So.
Well, that piece that hit our car came off the 41st floor because there's a Sharpie pen marker on it that says 41st floor. Now, you guys have similar balcony railings and glass on your building. That's what I think that piece that hit us is. It's a piece of the railing.
I haven't stood here and looked at our building, but we spent a good amount of time on our balcony. We're on the 14th floor facing this way. And I mean, it felt pretty sturdy. I don't know if anything from our building came off. But
are you concerned about it? I mean, more and more people seem to be coming out and walking around, and I think they're oblivious to the fact that stuff's coming off of that building. I mean, you guys are aware.
I would agree. I was looking up, so I saw that thing coming down. I would have had a chance to move. I mean, if I wasn't looking up, maybe not so much. But it's definitely not safe to come out yet. I would agree with that.
All right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. Why don't you get back under that portico over there? And you watch that. Okay, we're gonna boogie too. Come on. All right, guys. So there you have it. Another piece coming off of the Panorama, doing damage to, what's the name of your building, guys? The Plaza. Doing damage to the Plaza, and that glass coming down really hard. I'm going to get under this sign so that we're safe. There's a City of Miami Police right now, and he's got his lights on. I don't know if he's just patrolling or if he's aware. Hey! Nope. I think he thinks we're just waving at him. Hopefully he'll stop, and nope, he's going to keep moving. Anyways,
police, if they're listening, get over here.
You see anything? How's the wind? Is it still whipping up there, Bob?
There's a squall coming through now.
All right, let's get back over to our location so that we're safe. So guys, we're going to send it back over to you so we can get back underneath our tailgate of our minivan.
Well, Todd, hopefully Mayor Tomas Regalado is watching. He spoke with us earlier and was watching Local 10 News. Hopefully, if he sees this, he will know to get his crews out there and fast, block off that area. It's going to be very hard to stop people from getting hit by all that debris.
Be safe, Todd, out there. And we're going to now send it to our Michael Seiden in Florida City. And Michael, we know you've been standing by. You've been getting hit by squalls, and looks like you're still getting some heavy wind out there.
Hey, Calvin, for the first time, the winds have died down compared to what we saw earlier today. We actually felt like it was safe to walk out in the parking lot. But first off, I want to show you these clouds that are just passing through right now, kind of ominous. And then if you look below the clouds, you can just see how powerful those winds were. Literally just shredded that billboard. But I want to show you, we are at, literally, just to give you guys an idea of the location we're at, we've got US 1 right across the street. That's the outlet mall. Everybody knows the outlet mall if you've been down to the Keys. Big outlet mall over there. But you can just get an idea of how powerful this storm was. Take a look. You can still see some of these trees bending in the wind, and you can see some of these trees right here. They were just uprooted, literally just ripped out of the ground. But one reason why we've been going live from just outside the hotel, the big reason is stuff like this. These metal sidings, well, these actually came from our main sign right there, our hotel sign. And when we started, it was probably about 24 hours ago, maybe 48 hours ago. It went piece by piece by piece, and then finally today, all that metal siding was ripped off. And that, obviously, with those fast winds and that rain, that's why we were trying to find a safe place. We did not want to get hit by that metal siding, which obviously becomes a flying projectile. But another look out here, this is the first time we've really seen traffic out here in the last hour. Florida City Police out in full force. And I did get a chance to speak with the chief of police. He says his officers are going to start getting out to these neighborhoods to start assessing the damage. The other concern, of course, which we've been showing all day in Broward, is looting. They are absolutely concerned. There are businesses, big and small businesses in this city, so they want to make sure that people aren't breaking in and taking advantage But another look here, you can still see we're still getting that wind, and there are still people. This looks like just a civilian who's out on the road right now driving down US 1. Now, a little bit earlier, we did see a military vehicle that was driving south on US 1. Not sure if they were headed down to the Keys or just assisting in this area, but in just a little bit, we're actually going to jump in the car with a police officer, and we're going to go check out some of these neighborhoods. I know we may have some residents from Florida City who are watching this right now, and they're worried about their homes. So we're going to hopefully be able to get into some neighborhoods and be able to show, assess the damage. But as you can see, there's still so much wind out here. It is still definitely very dangerous to be driving out here if you're not with first responders. So I see the police officer actually just got here, so we're going to go hop in with him, and we'll check back in with you guys in just a little bit.
Okay, Michael, and good catch, by the way. You caught your head before it flew off your head there. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's see where we can head now. I think Christian De La Rosa has captured some of the flooding in Sweetwater, an area that is so prone to flooding, but they were giving out sandbags. Christian, what are you finding?
Well, we just pulled up to Southwest 103rd Court, just off of Flagler, because we were getting reports of a lot of flooding, and here you have it. And it's not just flooding, it's trees coming down. We actually made our way here from Midtown, and the entire way here, we just saw so many trees down, but as you can see, the wind is picking up, and it's rained so much that at this point, I'm trying to step in safely and see how deep this water is. Whoa, 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 it got really windy. I hope you can hear me clearly. Still, the flooding goes way, way down 103rd Court, and trying to make my way through the road here. You see tree after tree. These people that live on this street are essentially trapped. I mean, if they wanted to drive out, not that they should at this point, but these are the conditions. Flagler isn't underwater, but as soon as you drive into these neighborhoods, we've been getting reports that the flooding is just getting worse and worse, guys.
Kristen, how deep is the water out there if you had to guesstimate? I said, how deep is the water? How deep is the water if you had to guesstimate?
Probably it comes up just above my ankles at this point. But we've seen just off the highway other areas that where the water definitely looked a little higher. So we just arrived here at Sweetwater, but again, the reports are that the water levels are growing across the entire area. Like Lori said, I mean, this area is prone to flooding. So it's not surprising to get these reports, but certainly unfortunate.
By the sound, the winds are still whipping in that area. Christian, if you can, I know you're moving slowly there. We see some trees down, and we'd be curious to know if any water has seeped into homes. These folks were scurrying for sandbags.
All right, I believe I'm walking onto a sidewalk. Okay, that's a sidewalk. Let's see here. It's certainly coming close to homes.
Commissioner Jose Pepe Diaz was out there. I mean, he knows more than anyone that this area really gets bad flooding.
But these people seem to be safe at this point. The water, of course, creeping in slowly. We haven't gotten any reports of water in people's homes, but we have gotten reports of leaks. A lot of people on social media tweeting me saying that they have leaks in their homes. Of course, now that it stopped raining, hopefully that doesn't become a bigger issue. But the road flooding doesn't seem too deep at this point. But we just don't know, if we have another rain band coming this way, what that can do. We know that these water levels can rise very quickly depending, with not much rain, really. So we certainly hope that the sky stays clear for as long as possible. Look at this, more trees down. more large branches. The road flooding goes all the way down that way.
Well, no doubt neighbors in that community who got out, Christian, you're giving them a great view so they know what is going on in their communities. Many trees down, and those cars are all out there unprotected. So far, you're not finding any damage or water into homes.
Right, and I want to be, we're trying to be, of course, as descriptive and detailed as possible, because we know that there are a lot of people that can't see us and can only hear us right now. So again, the report that we're getting throughout Sweetwater, along Flagler, is significant road flooding. And when I say significant, I mean that there are a lot of roads underwater. Now, the water seems to be creeping up to people's doorsteps, but we haven't gotten any reports of flooded homes at this point. And as far as the damage that we've seen, a lot of trees, a lot of large branches, roads that are being blocked or are blocked at this point by trees that have come down. We haven't gotten any reports of injuries either, so that is good news. But this is a really ugly situation out here in Sweetwater.
And we're seeing a lot of that all across South Florida as a result of Hurricane Irma. We are now about 10 minutes past the bottom of the hour. We're joined now by our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, with much more on the forecast for tonight. Betty.
Hi, everyone. We're starting to hear from viewers out there who want to know what is going on with the weather. I'm hearing from you in Coral Springs, and some of the reports I'm getting is that it's worse than it's been all day. We talked about the fact that the winds are not yet going to drop down very low. That's not expected to happen for, say, Broward County until sometime between 8 and 10 o'clock tonight. So though those more intense rain bands have lifted up to the north, we still are getting some really strong winds rotating through with some of the showers that are coming into the area. So let's break down what's happening in the here and now. A lot of our wind reporting stations are no longer available. A lot of these have been knocked offline because the weather has been so strong today. Pompano Beach, though, showing a southeast wind sustained at 43. Hialeah, a south wind sustained at 43. And by the way, Hialeah right now showing a wind gust of 68 miles per hour. That's very close to 70. 74 is hurricane force. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of you out there were still seeing those wind gusting to hurricane force. The core of Hurricane Irma, that center of circulation, moving over the Fort Myers area right now. It's interacting with land, but that eye wall still quite present, and that is where the strongest of the winds are, and it's pretty close, at least the eye is. It's just over on the other side of the peninsula to areas like Palm Beach County and perhaps a little too close for comfort too into Broward. And I suspect that's why those of you in Coral Springs right now are experiencing such strong winds. There is an actual band that's rotating in, and though it's not looking that intense on radar, if you're hearing me right now around Coral Springs, as this band comes in, I think you're just getting a thrust of wind ahead of that, as it is still associated with Irma. So though the radar doesn't necessarily look that intimidating, the winds still are. So we are still talking very strong wind gusts possible, 70 to 80 plus miles per hour. We're not done with Irma, and we're not done with some of those stronger winds. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we're moving through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. So Coral Springs into Weston, there are no tornado warnings. The rain bands don't look as bad, but the wind energy is still there. So this is still a very fluid event, as just on the other side we have, here it is, that core of Irma still near the Fort Myers area. And obviously where we're seeing the reds showing up, those are some of the stronger winds. So we're not getting into that over in areas of Broward or Miami-Dade. So around Coral Springs and Tamarack, if you hear that rustling of the winds and those showers being wind-driven, I think that's why, because Irma is still close enough such that it's delivering some really strong rain bands into the area. Speaking of rain bands, here's one still clinging to the coastline of Broward all the way down toward Miami-Dade. The stronger stuff, as you're noting, offshore over the Atlantic, that's not going to be backtracking in our area, but even even the bands that are left continue to pack a punch, even down into South Miami-Dade. Here's one moving out and around, lifting into the upper Keys. So this event, it is not over. It is not over. Not the time for you to be stepping outside. It'll be followed up by some more of these broken bands of showers that still will contain some of those gusty winds at times. So that is the deal. We'll talk about this timeline again for when those winds that could gust some 70 to 90 miles per hour are expected to wind down. They should start diminishing around 8 o'clock tonight for Miami-Dade, Broward sometime between 8 and 10 o'clock tonight, and Palm Beach County diminishing around midnight. Now, that said, we are still going to deal with tropical storm force winds. So even if we say the winds between 70 to 90 are over, you might still get a wind gust of 50 to 60 or 65. That is still substantial. It is still a wind event that you don't want to be caught up in. It's not until tomorrow morning when we truly think our entire viewing area, Monroe, Broward, and Miami-Dade will finally see winds dropping below that 39 per hour threshold, which would take us below tropical storm force. So the bottom line is we are still in a very fluid situation with the wind energy associated with Hurricane Irma. It is not yet over. If you're watching me right now from Coral Springs, Tamarack, Pompano Beach, and those winds are blowing and rustling like that, I know it's unsettling, it's unnerving, but just hang in there. We are going to get to the end of all of this. We will. It's just going to take a few more hours for that to happen.
And we look forward to it, Betty. Thanks a lot.
All right, and let's take you to these live pictures now in Miami Beach. Our Glenna Milberg is really getting tossed around out there. And Glenna, you have some new information for everyone.
We do. Lori, Calvin, we come to you right when some bouts of weather are coming through. Just right before, maybe 2 minutes ago, a complete whiteout. You would not have been able to see the Intracoastal here. And before I share with you what we've learned and saw, I just want to point out the streetlight, big metal streetlight that had come crashing down, and the wire attached to it that comes up along here. And that is significant because what I can tell you, new information that we've actually seen for ourselves, and actually good news, the first responders are now out. We have seen the first of those people we saw was Miami Beach's police chief riding shotgun around with another one of his colleagues, assessing what's going on. They stopped at a couple of businesses that were damaged. They actually reminded us that it is not yet safe to be out. They don't really like that. We are out and about. Want to assure everybody we are taking precautions to be very safe as possible, to bring you the conditions and what you need to know, and for people listening, updates on this neighborhood, which Miami Beach has sustained some pretty significant flooding damage, tree down damage, and the streets are a mess. A couple of other things to tell you. You know that the city was under curfew. Last night it began 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Well, tonight they're going to do the same thing. Another curfew beginning at 8 p.m. tonight, right through to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And the reason is because of the scenes you see like this. The worst of the winds may be ending. However, my thought process is there might be the trees that are not fallen over, poles that are not downed may have been weakened and could go over or break off or fly around in significantly lower winds. That is the thought process. And so even though the weather might be improving little by little as the night goes on, it's still dangerous weather, and the conditions that it created are still dangerous as well. And you see the flooding. You're looking at Collins Avenue down 41st Street. Beyond that is the beach. And this road is impassable because once you get to Collins Avenue right there, the water is so deep. So many neighborhoods we've been around, we have seen this kind of flooding, and we have seen streets that were once, just 2-3 days ago, beautiful tree-lined, shrub-lined streets are now like mangled jungles and big chunks of bark and tree and branch in the middle. So the curfew in place still, first responders out still. We have not seen anybody actually respond to a problem, My sense is that they are in an assessment mode, driving around. We've seen a few fire rescue personnel driving around with lights on. They are the only ones on the streets, besides one or two probably residents we've seen who might have stayed. The mayor's memo indicates that nobody will be allowed into Miami Beach until they assess the roads and the conditions are safe enough to do that. I'm not sure how they're keeping people away. I haven't seen any road blockages. I haven't seen anybody stop someone from coming on to Miami Beach who might have evacuated. So my sense is that's an urging, a suggestion, rather than a hard law, just based on my own observations. So to recap, conditions still very dangerous. Squalls keep coming through every once in a while, more rain, much flooding still in the neighborhoods, many roads impassable, and another curfew about to occur at 8 p.m. tonight to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that is, Lori Calvin, what I can tell you right now. We haven't seen any of the machinery and the recovery and rescue machinery that they have staged over at the Emergency Operations Center at Mount Sinai Medical Center. So I think first responders have decided that for them the conditions are such that they can come out and begin to see what they're up against.
And Glenna, and along Ocean Drive, I know in Fort Lauderdale there were some instances where some businesses got some damage from all of the wind. Is that the case along Ocean Drive, or you haven't had a chance to check it out yourself?
We actually did. We did drive Calvin around down Ocean Drive. It's a mess, and mostly a tree mess. Coconuts. The Victor Hotel, I noticed the V was missing. It's now the Ictor Hotel. And so damage like that, I did not see any structural damage. I didn't see any glass broken or buildings crumbled or any of that. Mainly just shrubbery, tree limbs. You know, as we look at one of the first responders I was talking about, Miami Beach Fire Rescue, does not appear that they're making a call. It appears that they are just taking stock. So along Ocean Drive, what we really did notice, because remember Ocean Drive is right along the beach, and the beach has a berm, and the berm, big sand berm running along the edge of the beach before you get out to the street, that's actually there for hurricane mitigation. Let's walk over to see, as we're watching Miami Beach Fire Rescue respond to a building for some reason. Let's see what we can ascertain here. Bear with us, everybody. I don't want to get in the way.
Have you been able to check with Mount Sinai, and how are things going there? Have people been trying to get in there even during the storm with emergencies?
Don't know the answer to that question, Lori. Because of HIPAA laws and privacy, hospitals, Mount Sinai Medical Center and others don't really talk about what patients do or don't do, and so I don't know that. I do know that the beach was so evacuated, not many people are around. We did see a couple, like this woman passing us right now, did try to go to the police station at the height of the storm. So it sounds like the police station is where some people were headed if they felt like they were in a place where they should not have been and were frightened of the weather. So we have a couple of fire rescue personnel who have gone into a building called Beach Plaza. Looks like they're going to a specific apartment. Looks like they have gone down the hallway. I don't see them anymore. So this does look, just from what we're seeing, it looks like this is a response to a specific call. Let me give Mario his hat back. This is the first that we've seen of an ambulance actually stopping to make a call. Lori, Calvin, we have seen a lot of rescue personnel go back and forth. While we're waiting to see if we can figure this out, take a look at the Intracoastal. The wind is picking up again. The Intracoastal had risen to such a place a few hours ago that in some parts, it runs along Collins Avenue. You see the wind pushing the water off the surface. It had risen to almost street level in some places, and as we look down Collins Avenue, big boulevard, a major boulevard, of course, There are parts of Collins Avenue to the north where you're looking that are underwater, that are impassable. And then at the very, let's see, about 10 blocks from here, huge trees have blocked the road, and we watched people sort of trying to get around it, driving the wrong way. I mean, you know, the conditions are such that it's almost like a lawlessness here. And I don't mean that in the pejorative. I mean that people are just trying to do what they need to do. And it's making it very dangerous. You can see there is a vehicle coming down this way on the right side of the road. But to drive anywhere really in this city, you cannot do it on the road you're supposed to do it. You will find yourself crossing roads, crossing medians. We've gotten more wind. You can see, you can hear it. It's been a very surreal time in this city. I'm going to tell you right now, there is nothing above us and a concrete wall next to us, so I feel like we're fairly safe as more weather comes through. Let's check on our firefighters.
And Glenna, while you're doing that, I think our Leanne Motorhome reported that Hotel Chelsea had an issue with one of its signs coming down. Were you able to see that?
Say that again. Which sign? Which
Hotel
building?
Hotel Chelsea, I believe, from earlier today.
There were a couple of signs. That might have been one of them. There were a number of signs that have come off of different buildings. I wasn't sure whether it was a hotel or not. Some of the, especially along Ocean Drive and where businesses and hotels and tourists, they have a lot of signage that are on old buildings. We've seen a couple of damage instances like that. It looks like the firefighters are with someone who is a manager of sorts with the building, who is showing them some sort of issue. So it doesn't look like anybody is hurt in there, just from what it looks like. They are checking out maybe a fire alarm, but it looks like there's nobody hurt, which is good news. It's coming up, Calvin, Lori, when we went all the way to the end of the beach and back. Really interesting, some of the streets in certain neighborhoods, part of the hardening against sea level rise, have been raised. Those streets are dry, and that may indicate that as we go forward-thinking cities who are susceptible to sea damage, raising those streets in this instance looks like it worked. Here's one of the going down the road there looks like a military vehicle. That's one of I'm not sure, frankly, who that is. But while we're looking at something that appears to be a military vehicle, I can remind you that there are military vehicles, at least one very large one, that is part of the contingent that they're using or will be using to take out and clear the roads. It was military surplus donated to the city. Let's see.
Glenna, it's just great to see first responders
Everything okay?
getting out there.
Yeah, nobody hurt, right?
No, it was just an alarm activation.
Okay, thanks. How are things looking around the city while I have you?
They're going to need a little bit of work, but we're responding right now on medical calls and stuck elevators.
Have there been a lot of medical calls?
Luckily, not so many because a lot of people have evacuated.
Yeah.
So the people that have stayed here were healthy and strong.
Yeah. So no dire life safety issues. People heeding the call.
Not really. No.
How many stuck elevators?
A few.
With people in them?
Well, after the power went out, that didn't happen as much.
He's got some great stories. We were talking before. Have him regale you. All right, so stuck elevators and a couple of medical calls from people who have stayed. This is an alarm issue here. So I think the good thing to take from this is, even though conditions are still so poor, they're okay enough for the professionals, for the first responders to begin to come out and meet the needs of anyone who has those kind of emergency needs. That, of course, was not the case yesterday. Anybody who was in real trouble during the height of the storm last night, overnight, was not going to get that response. So I'm going to consider this is the first sign that things are looking up. Lori, Calvin.
Okay, Glenna Milberg, live for us on Miami Beach. We're going to be checking back in with you in the next hour. Thanks a lot, Glenna.
And as you can see by Glenna's report, those 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are still going to continue for another hour or so. As we take you to Fort Myers now, you can see they are in the height of it. Much stronger winds than that. They're getting the truly hurricane force sustained winds right now as the eye of Irma is still passing over that area, just getting toward Fort Myers. It is already going through Marco Island and Naples, and now it is, as you see on the radar, heading right over Fort Myers.
And from Fort Myers, we take you now to Naples. You can see the picture on the left side of your screen here. The National Hurricane Center reporting that water levels are rising rapidly in Naples from Hurricane Irma's storm surge. A federal tide gauge in Naples, in fact, it has risen to 7 feet, according to the National Hurricane Center. Let me go back to it very quickly here. A federal tide gauge in Naples reported a 7-foot rise of water in just 90 minutes at a wind gust of 142 miles an hour, reported at the Naples Municipal Airport as the storm kept its top sustained wind speed of 110 miles an hour.
And speaking of airports, right here at North Perry Airport, we have our own Andrew Perez. He has found quite a bit of damage out there. Andrew, let's get to you. We can see you via Skype.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to start on this image because it's very impressive. This is a very large hangar here at North Perry Airport, and there's not one, not two, there are several planes that are inside, so it's unclear what the damage is to any of these aircrafts, but you can kind of see the wing over there. This is a pretty big door. I mean, the other one's completely on the ground. This one's hanging practically by a thread at this rate. The other thing is we've had a lot of metal like this one. All of a sudden we heard a loud noise. This is a pretty large piece of metal here. It came flying by just moments ago. But there's one more thing I want to show you. I know it's going to be a little bit difficult to see since we're on Skype because the wind gusts have been a little bit too dangerous to set up our live truck. But in the center of your screen, right out there, maybe you guys can make it out, there's a cluster of planes over there. Well, one of them is completely upside down right now. All the other ones are tied down. Some of them have sandbags up on the wings as well. That one there in the middle, if you can kind of make that out, is completely upside down. We've shot some video of the things going on here at North Perry Airport. We're going to work to send it back to the station, turn it right back around for you. But you can see the wind gusts continue here. A lot of these planes, they are tied down, they're secured. I will tell you this, because we stopped by North Perry Airport before Irma came, and there were a lot more planes. So clearly some of the pilots decided to move their planes before this storm moved in. Another thing we've seen out here, since we're talking about the wind, all these branches, they're coming from a large tree that's all the way down there. And what I thought was incredible, here, let me show you this one. Okay, you see how these things are snapping off? I mean, it's just a pointy, jagged edge there. And if you take a look at some of these other branches, you're also going to find that the bark is literally peeling right off some of these branches, which is just incredible. So here's what we're doing right now. We've been weather roving for you all day. We are here to show you what's going on so that you don't venture out, so that you don't have to feel the effects that we're feeling out here, and so we can let you know when it's safe for you to come out of your house, to be able to leave your shelter, your safe space. We're going to continue weather roving. We're actually heading up to West Broward, so if you want us to check out your neighborhood, you can head to our website.
Okay, all right, Andrew, thanks a lot. We want to report on something that's coming from the AP Wire here. Florida officials are now urging people to stay in their homes and shelters, even if it looks like Hurricane Irma has passed by. In Miami-Dade County in particular, Mike Hernandez said that he has seen reports of people leaving the county's hurricane shelters. He says it's too early for that, and he says just because it seems like the weather is clearing up, that it doesn't mean it's safe to get on the roadways. And Miami-Dade does have that curfew that's in effect, and much of it is without electricity with those down power lines and flooding, and some of the poor visibility moving around could be deadly for people.
We're going to see that problem because some people are saying the conditions in the shelters have gotten unruly or they lost power. So unfortunately, we're starting to see people get out on the streets too early. Betty and Max telling us these 70 to 80 mile per hour winds are still going to last until 8 o'clock in Miami-Dade County. In Broward, I know you're feeling them. I'm getting shots from friends in Plantation telling me they have a tree down in one way, a lake of a driveway in the other. They're not going anywhere tonight. And so those winds are going to stay going until 8 or 10 p.m. in Broward until midnight in Palm Beach County.
Yes, and just be mindful, just safety first for so many people. It's important that you not go into any of that standing water. And if you can, try to stay in a shelter, at least until tomorrow.
Definitely.
That curfew is in effect.
Let's get to downtown Miami right now. Our Will Manso has been in position on the 3rd floor of a condo there. Will, we see you now. Can you hear us? Will, we have you right now. If you can hear us, we see you now.
Lord Calvin, I don't know if you can hear me. I apologize. We're having some issues with my earpiece right now. If I am on right now, I just want to show you what's going on right here. City of Miami police car is just going by right now. And the reason I point that out is I heard you right now talking about people coming out on the streets. Well, in the last hour and a half, since the weather has gotten better here in downtown Miami and throughout South Florida, all I have seen is vehicles, police vehicles. Look, on the other side, coming this way, coming north on Biscayne Boulevard, I see another City of Miami police car. I've seen at least a half dozen ambulances. I hear an ambulance in the distance now, and I've probably seen, we saw a row of about 20 City of Miami police cars come through here about 45 minutes ago. So the point I'm making is, I think now is what's happening is, since the weather has improved a bit, all of these first responders, all of these City of Miami police officers, ambulances, things like that, are going out surveying the situation, and B, providing help where they can for down power lines, any issues that people may have. That's why it's really important for people to stay off the streets and let these first responders work. As we know, when the weather was bad, they weren't going out. There was just too much of a risk. But right now we're seeing in the last 20 minutes, at least, like I said, 30 police officers coming through, City of Miami police cars. I've heard ambulances in the distance. I've heard a lot more. So it's really important for people, as much as they want to go outside, and I understand why. Another thing is, too, while it's not the bad weather we have, obviously, I mean, look at this. In just the 30 seconds ago, I was talking to you, and it wasn't raining, it wasn't windy. All of a sudden, we're getting a lot of kind of squally weather, wind and rain. The roads are just not safe right now. As we give you a look down Biscayne Boulevard, you see that wind whipping in, that rain coming in. Here on Biscayne alone, this is nothing compared to some of the other flooding in South Florida, yet it's not safe to drive in. You've got these areas here, these lanes here on Biscayne Boulevard that are flooded. Here on Northeast 8th Street, we have flooding. That up the street over here, right here on Biscayne on the other side, that is a railroad crossing arm that fell. The gate actually fell. The arm that closes it's been sitting there for about 9 hours now. It's going to take time to clean up this mess. So as you see a car going right by and almost hitting it, kind of swerving out of the way, having to go around trees there and around pieces of trees and limbs and things like that, it's just not smart to come out, especially considering that in a little bit we'll lose daylight and it'll be dark, and you won't see that and be able to maneuver out of the way. If you can, listen to the local authorities. Stay indoors for now. I understand that people are getting frustrated, but while the weather has cleared, the roads certainly have not cleared, Lori and Calvin. I'll send it back to you again. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you right now, but that's the scene right now in downtown Miami.
All right, Will Manso for us in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot, and want to also share with you, too, in Monroe County, an airborne relief mission is bringing emergency supplies. This happened just about 20 minutes ago. They are bringing emergency supplies to the Florida Keys, where Hurricane Irma made landfall Sunday morning. Monroe County spokeswoman saying that help is coming in on a C-130 cargo plane and other air resources. They're calling this a humanitarian mission.
Good.
So that's good to hear. But it also gives you some indication of maybe just how bad it is. And, you know, we talk about those 42 bridges. Did one go out? Did two go out? Did none go out? We're hoping that it's the latter and not the former, you know?
And down that way in Florida City, Terrell Fournay is in position for us. He has found several power lines down and outages becoming a real issue. Terrell.
Well, here in Florida City, those strong wind gusts continue, and in the roadways, there is still a lot of debris. You can see some downed tree limbs, and in some cases, some downed trees as well. We took a drive just over there. Some traffic signs are down. They are snapped at the base, and this, though, is the most dangerous thing we've seen. It's even too close to get near, but there is a utility pole in the middle of the road with transformers and power lines still down. This is the entrance to a Burger King, obviously blocked by that very dangerous situation. And this pole that you see leaning to the side, it is snapped at the base and could still come down in these very dangerous winds. So that is why everyone really says that you should really stay inside of your home. It is too early because these winds are still ripping through the area to go out and survey your damage. You really don't want to do that until at least Monday when this storm initially passes. We've even taken a drive through this gas station on the other side over there, and the plastic that was protecting those gas pumps, most of them ripped off. But certainly a lot of trees, a lot of down power lines, a lot of hazards out in the road. This is the situation that we are seeing here in Florida City, where a lot of people still are without power. Back to you guys.
All right, Terrell, be safe out there. Thank you.
And our team coverage now heads to the Coconut Grove area.
Local 10's Janine Stanwood brings us the latest developments from Dinner Key Marina, which we understand was jam-packed with expensive boats and yachts docked there ahead of the storm. Let's see what the damage is.
What a mess here at Dinner Key Marina. The wind is still whipping. It is still just absolutely pouring. And look out here at the piers where people keep their boats. You can see the masts are just swaying in the wind. We actually just talked to a man who keeps his boat here. He says so far he wanted to come out. He knows the weather's crazy. He wanted to check on his boat. He said there's so much damage even still. He's taking pictures just to sort of get an assessment of what's going on. And look at this. This catamaran. It just looks like a mess. And he told me that he believes that this cat had actually been tied up to a post way over there, but it got loose, and that's where it is right now. The same goes for this blue sailboat that you can see right here. And this little alcove is just full of buoys and fenders and all sorts of debris that's washed up in the last few hours. Still kind of a tenuous situation here at Dinner Key Marina. A lot of folks, I think, in the next couple of days are going to be coming out here and assessing damage to see what happened to the boat. There's really only so much that you can do with lines and cleats, and if the pier breaks, your boat may come undone anyway. So we'll be assessing the situation here, but that's the story, at least for now. It's still very windy and rainy at Dinner Key Marina. I'll send it back to you.
Stanwood there in Dinner Key Marina. We're so sorry you couldn't hear her better, but you could see the damage. That matches what Mayor Tomas Regalado told us about. Tremendous boat damage in Dinner Key Marina.
Let's take you now to Fort Myers. This is where Irma has set its sights on. This is an area that, well, rather, this is Naples. That's getting hit pretty hard from the Category 2 storm as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Packing winds of 110 miles an hour. They're expecting storm surge there to reach as high as 15 feet, but no less than 10 feet, I believe. And as a result, a lot of people did evacuate. But the question is, was it too late?
And here's Fort Myers Beach. I mean, you can just see the camera shaking tremendously. Wow. The eye and the outer wall of the eye there, what's left of it, is just right over the Fort Myers area. So many people here have friends there. I know several people in our newsroom have worked in this market there in Fort Myers. They know that beautiful beach very, very well. And it is hard to see what is going to happen to them storm surge-wise as we get these reports. Look on the radar. Look at that red right over Fort Myers. And it's actually pretty inland right now, but it is swirling around, and it is just not going to be good news for that whole area and those bridges.
Yeah, and the National Hurricane Center reporting right now that a federal tide gauge in Naples reported a 7-foot rise of water in only 90 minutes. A wind gust of 142 miles an hour recorded at the Naples Municipal Airport as the storm kept its top sustained wind speed of 110 miles an hour. And Irma actually has picked up forward speed and is now moving inland at 14 miles an hour.
We also have some video of a transformer just blowing at some point. This was on A1A in Pompano Beach. As we bring it back to our neighborhood, look at that. We're seeing too many of these images. We've seen it happen in Coral Gables. We've seen it happen in the Fort Lauderdale area. This in Pompano Beach, the sound of that happening. Let's just listen. Oh. You could even hear it from all the way across the street.
When you hear that sound, well, you know what happened.
We may have the mayor. Is it Miami-Dade County? Is that what we're hearing?
Is the mayor? It Tomas Regalado? Do we have the mayor? Okay, well, right now we want to show you some more images coming into our newsroom here from the Rio Vista neighborhood in Fort Lauderdale. Which is right by the water along Cordova Road. And we talked with a gentleman earlier who brought these pictures to us, and right from his own backyard. He said he was bunkering in with his wife and 2 daughters. They were riding out the storm. The winds had really picked up. He couldn't really clock the speed of the winds, but he said they were definitely a tropical storm force winds, but you can see the flooding, which is normally a major issue in Fort Lauderdale.
And most of these pictures coming from Rio Vista, and just a fair amount of flooding there. And then look at this one boat. This was from the Fort Lauderdale Yacht Club, I believe, and this flipped boat, the water up over the docks that are supposed to protect those beautiful vessels.
And once again, we're trying to get a mayor on the phone here, and if you could tell me, Yvette, who do we have on the phone with us? Jim Moody, the mayor of Islamorada. Jim, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm having a difficult time hearing you. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very well, and just very quickly, just give us an update on what you know about how the Category 4 storm may have impacted Islamorada.
It's been pretty devastating. I mean, it's not as bad as it is down south in Marathon, but it's wide damage, a lot of tree damage, and the gas canopies, etc. But the storm surge appears to be much greater than we expected. All our resorts took a tremendous amount of water into them. I would estimate, based on when I see the weed line off the beach, we had to have an 8 to 10 foot push through there. And I know not the new thing, but 10 foot above. A total of 10 feet, probably 4 to 5 foot above the ground. So all the resorts, we were watching waves come in the resorts and stuff. We lost our brewery, we lost US 1 on Lower Cumbie. We lost northbound lane is washed away. Part of the southbound lane has been cleared and is now functional, so the teams are running south. Everybody's prepared. I mean, we just had, it's a hurricane. It's a Cat 4. There's been some glitches. We've lost generation at our EOC cell phone service at best. It's a lot of damage too. It's probably the second worst I've seen. Donna being really just a little bit worse, but it's pretty bad.
But Mayor, most importantly, you have not heard of any fatalities or serious injuries.
Not that I've heard of, but I because we have such spotty communication, very few people are able to communicate. I mean, I've yet to speak with my son even. I know he's okay because he did a little walkie-talkie thing, but I can't get through him. And but right now, as far as I know, other than an accident that occurred down south yesterday, but as far as storm deaths, nothing that I know of or injuries at this point.
Did you decide to stay and ride out the storm, or did you leave?
Yeah, I stayed. I stayed in my house. I have a concrete house. I grew up here. I'm pretty well prepared and versed in this stuff.
Any damage to your house at all, Mr. Mayor? Any damage to your home at all?
No, just all my trees and the boats are destroyed from the trees falling on and stuff, but nothing we can't replace.
What is this going to do to these resorts, you're saying? And people love to go down and rent the jet skis and stop for a drink. I mean, the tourist industry down there is just huge. From what you've seen so far, how long a recovery would you expect?
I'm going to expect 6 months solid for people just to get even halfway back to normal. But the good thing is, we're resilient, and we've done this before. We don't like it, but we're a pretty optimistic group down here, as are most Floridians are an optimistic group. So, if we just all work hard, stay together, work as a team, we're going to be fine.
Mayor Moody, it sounds like
it's going to impact some tourism for sure for a while.
6 months, and you may be halfway back to normal. That's tough for a lot of people to hear.
Maybe halfway back to normal.
Maybe halfway back to normal. Mayor Moody,
just in the tree canopy alone, I'm looking at trees that I know have been here that are older than I am, and they're gone now. So, yeah, it's going to be a shock to people who are used to seeing lush tropical settings in the Florida Keys and particularly Islamorada. So, but again, we're ready. We're prepared. We've got crews on the way for cleanup. There's a major water leak somewhere down south. We've heard that it's probably underneath a bridge or something. We had a big push of water down south. The good thing is we're all buddies in this thing, and we're all friends throughout the Keys, and we're staying in touch and working together to get this thing done. And the Monroe County Emergency Management Team is spot on so far.
Those bridges are so key. We know that the DOT needs to get down there and inspect them before people can really start moving. How do you keep people from traveling through Islamorada?
Well, there are some people riding around, and The DOT does have a plan. They'll be, as soon as these winds they're still blowing pretty good here. So as soon as they let down, they have a DOT team coming for the air. We'll do an aerial survey, and then we'll go from there. And of course, they'll do it by boat as well. But so far, the bridges here seem pretty good. But we'll find out.
Mayor Moody, I'm curious to find out if you have friends in Marathon just south of you. As you talked about, you said you didn't fare as badly as Marathon. It sounds like Marathon was hit pretty good. What have you heard about?
Well, I think Marathon was right in that absolute dead right quadrant of the eye wall. We were just on the outside of the eye wall. It snuck over here a little bit closer to us than we anticipated, but that's what hurricanes do, unfortunately. It gets back to the infamous cone, don't believe the line.
Yeah, what have you heard about Marathon, though, in terms of damage and destruction? What have you heard about damage and destruction in Marathon and further south of you?
I just spoke briefly with the city manager of Marathon, and he told me that their city marina has been destroyed. And as far as I know, there was an issue in the Key Largo emergency evacuation building where the partial part of the roof blew off, so the ELC had to evacuate the evacuation area. So that tells you that even looking through over, it was pretty blustery.
Well, Mayor Jim Moody, we know you have a lot of tree damage, a lot of resorts taking on water. We wish you well, and we hope you get to be with your son soon. And please get back to us when you see a little bit more of the damage around Isla Morada.
Absolutely. I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call tomorrow when things settle down a little bit.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Moody.
Well, last time we checked with Michael Seiden, he was going to hop into a car with a police officer.
Michael, what did you find out?
Lori, we've been riding around with the Florida City Police Department for about the last half hour assessing the damage. First and foremost, looks like this city made out pretty well. We've not seen any serious structural damage, just a lot of down power lines and branches, but I want to direct your attention to this. This is not a lake that you're looking at. This is Fazula Park on the southwest side of the city. Usually this is a track. People come out here, you get a run in, a walk in, completely underwater. And if Nick, we can show them over here, this is part of the parking lot. You can see that's also underwater. And then in the distance, that's not a water park for children. That's usually a playground. And you can see how slides are underwater. This park completely flooded. Again, taking another look out here, Fasulo Park. This is on the southwest side. You can see this running track has now turned into a lake. This is probably the most stunning image that we've seen. And again, we've spent the last half hour driving around the city. What we're seeing is a lot of people rode out this storm at home. They did not evacuate. But the good news is we have not seen any major structural damage to homes and buildings. Now, we do have some bad news to report. We did stop by a local business, a mom and pop grocery store, a pretty popular place here in Florida City. And there was a huge gaping hole in the back of the business. And what police tell us is a handful of looters, they busted a hole through there. They went in, they actually ripped the ATM off the wall. They made out with money and a bunch of items. They did end up arresting 3 or 4 people, but that's the main concern right now with police. They're checking on the well-being of their residents, but they also want to watch out for looters. Another key place they're going to keep an eye out on is that outlet mall. We all know that outlet mall right off US 1. They're going to be watching that area. There's a lot of name brand stores there. They want to make sure people aren't looting this. But again, another look out here. This is just pretty incredible to look at. This park has turned into a lake.
Okay, our Michael Seiden, that might be the most devastating view we've seen in Florida City, but as you said, for the most part, they have dodged a bullet in Florida City, some down power lines and some down trees. Michael, thanks a lot.
We do have our own Christian De La Rosa. He's been out in Sweetwater, an area we know is prone to flooding, but Christian, most importantly, we're hoping the water hasn't gotten into homes.
You know, Lori, it has not, thankfully, but if you're a homeowner in Sweetwater and you see this situation outside, I mean, I wouldn't be very happy, and I'd be pretty scared because as you can see, the water has come up pretty close to people's doorsteps. And this is Southwest 102nd Place. And virtually, we've been driving this neighborhood. Everywhere you go, there is water. Roads are flooded, but take a look at what the city did out here just about an hour ago. I hope you can hear me clearly because it is really windy. The winds have picked up just within the past, I'd say, 10 minutes. Anyway, the city installed this generator to a water pump. Not sure exactly how it works, but they felt the need to bring out this generator and connect it to a water pump because obviously power has been going in and out in the area. And they're hoping that this generator will help pump this water out a lot faster. Now, if you speak to neighbors in the area, they'll tell you it's been this flooded all afternoon and all evening. So they're not seeing quite a difference, but the hope is that with this generator, and since it stopped raining, if it remains clear like this, the hope is that this water will recede, will be pumped out and drained out, hopefully sooner than later. But again, just giving you another look, Lori, back to your concern, the water pretty close to people's entrances and doorsteps, but certainly not tall enough to ruin any vehicles. The deepest water I found was in the middle of the road over there, coming up just around my ankles. It is deeper over there. You know, the other concern, because obviously we had to drive about 2 blocks away, couldn't drive in here, so I had to make my way through the sidewalk. The concern is there's a lot of debris in this water. So it isn't dangerous to be outside, obviously, because it's so windy. There are branches constantly breaking. But walking in this water isn't very safe either. You have to be very careful. Of course, what we would recommend and officials would recommend is that you stay indoors. We have seen residents outside walking around. I can't zoom in because I'm talking to you through Skype. But all the way at the end of the road, there are people. On the other side, there are also people wanting to get a glimpse of what's going on since it's finally stopped raining. But again, the hope out here in Sweetwater is that this water in this neighborhood along Southwest 102nd Place will be pumped out sooner rather than later. Guys, back to you.
All right, let's hope none of that water's in the homes. We will keep checking on Sweetwater, a flooding-prone area in our community. Christian, thank you.
We're now coming up on the bottom of the hour. Let's check in now with our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis. Betty.
Hi, guys. Let's get you up to speed on what's happening with the weather and those winds, which, by the way, have been so strong throughout the day, has knocked out a lot of our reporting stations, apparently. We are, though, finding a wind from the south in Hialeah at 43 miles per hour. These are sustained winds, and that just dropped down to 35 miles per hour. So these sustained winds are coming a little bit lower in some places, but the gusts are still up there. A 56 mile per hour gust being reported right now in Hialeah as we still deal with some of the occasional rain bands associated with Irma. Not as strong or as intense as the earlier rain bands. Those intense ones have, for the most part, pushed offshore and are lifting up to the north as the core of Irma makes its way over Fort Myers and continues to head northbound. Last check, moving around 14 miles per hour. But we are still left with some residual leftover rain showers well east of that center of circulation, which is still back over on the other side of the peninsula near Fort Myers. But the occasional shower or blustery band of showers, we'll still deal with that from time to time. As we're noting that kind of activity pushing through now, we'll get some coming in around Fort Lauderdale, down toward the Hollywood area as well. So from time to time, the winds, they seem as though they're relaxing, and then they sort of pick up in intensity again. So I do want to reiterate the fact that we're not done with the wind energy associated with Irma. So just keep that in mind. I know you're anxious to get out and about, and now is simply not the time to do that, as you could occasionally, even now, have those winds gusting pretty strong. Although by 8 o'clock tonight, The plan is for Miami-Dade is to be getting on the tail end of the hurricane force wind gusts. Still, though, finding some gusty showers moving through, which could provide for some stronger tropical storm force wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour for the rest of tonight and into the overnight as well. The lower Keys looking a lot drier as we catch some rain bands offshore on that Atlantic side. But anything we have going over on the Gulf side, those will tend to perhaps sweep in and move across a few areas like Key Largo. But of course, nothing compared to what we had earlier today as that center of circulation approached the lower Keys and made that landfall at 9:10 this morning around Cudjoe Key, and then around that center, just band on top of band, stacked all the way up toward the upper Keys. So things are definitely thinning out for this area, and by tomorrow morning, we'll definitely be able to get out there and assess the damage that is done and help anyone who is in need. Will better be able to access those folk, especially those left in the lower Keys. So here's our weather plan for the rest of the evening. Miami-Dade, we expect the hurricane wind gusts to diminish around 8 o'clock tonight, so about 30 minutes from now. Those 70 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts, we should see that less and less. Broward between 8 and 10 tonight. That will start to drop off in your neighborhoods in Palm Beach County, diminishing around midnight. But keeping in mind, we still could have those tropical storm force wind gusts through the overnight. It'll be in the morning as we're just waking up, maybe having a breakfast around 7 a.m. Then we can go outside and figure out what in the world happened in our yard and what kind of cleanup we have to do around the neighborhood. Lori and Calvin?
Oh, yeah, that's not a one-person job. Thanks a lot. I'm going to put that on the honey-do list.
Oh, boy.
To pick up a few things. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, certainly Naples, Fort Myers are just getting it right now, but certainly in our area we are as well. We do have a chance to check in with a CNN crew that's right there in Naples. They were there when Hurricane Irma made landfall just a short time ago. They filed this report as all that heavy rain and winds were hitting hard.
A quick little step out here so you can get a sense of just how quickly the water is moving through here on the street. This is the most severe gust as it's pushing through. You can see the water. You can't even see 50 yards anymore to our right. The amount of water that's being pushed along the street and filling up here, and we're in we understand one of the higher areas here in downtown Naples. The water in other parts of the neighborhoods that we were able to survey this morning and throughout the day yesterday have to be an incredibly dangerous situation. The good news, as we've reported over the last day, is that many of the people here in Naples evacuated this area. We didn't see but a handful of people out and about throughout the day yesterday. So that is a good sign, because what is left behind, as you mentioned, it's just property. And the intensity of it and the flooding in this situation. Remember, this part of Naples is surrounded by water on all sides. So it's not just the Gulf waters that are going to be of concern. It's going to be the river to the side, to the east side of town here, as well as the canals and the homes through there. All of that water getting pushed up. This is just one little spot as you look down here on the street in downtown Naples, just how quickly the water can pool up in various areas. So you can imagine in some of the lower lying areas just how horrible the flooding situation is going to be. We continue to look here off to our east to make sure we're well protected here. Everything structurally, from what I can tell, seems to be holding on quite right, but I have never experienced the intensity of this kind of hurricane with the winds cutting down visibility the way it has, which obviously makes the situation even that much more disconcerting. But it is incredibly intense here as we approach and get closer to the eye of this storm, making and passing over Naples here. But it is quickly going to turn from a wind and structural story to this flooding story. Here comes another gust. I'm out. Whoa.
Wow, it's almost just like storm surge came up and came right at him.
Yeah, making an encore performance, Irma is down in Naples, or over in Naples, we should say.
Yeah, Ed Lavandera, and as we get any more reports from him, we will bring them to you. That really shows you the power of Mother Nature.
Let's check it out with our Clay Ferrero, who is in Westchester, and he's joining us now via Skype. And Clay, I hope your audio is better so we can hear your report.
Hey, Laura, I'm going to use my outside voice now. So what you're looking at right now are in Westchester, and we're just kind of paying the damage. You see right here in front of me, there's a palm tree overturned on the car right there. I'm going to walk around here and show you some of the damage in this neighborhood. It's a lot of tree damage.
Clay, we're so sorry. We're going to have to cut off your Skype signal. It's just a little too difficult to listen to there, but we can see some of the damage in Westchester on the left of your screen. We see trees down, certainly some street flooding, and that is what so many South Florida neighborhoods are dealing with.
Yeah, an overflow of the canals and creeks in those neighborhoods, and we do apologize for that. We'll try to reestablish with our Clay Ferreira in Westchester in just a moment. But we want to let you know about this, those boil water notices that have been issued for several places, including Hollywood and Pembroke Pines in Broward County.
We are talking Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, yes, Miramar, West Park, and also Dania Beach has been added to that list. And there were some other ones earlier. Let's just see here. Davie, we had said all of Davie, so unless that has changed, we don't think so. Davie, and then part of Hallandale, just so you can double check, parts of Hollywood and all of Monroe County. They wanted everyone to boil their water down there just as a precaution. So if you can hear us down there on Pirate Radio, please, in Monroe County, do boil your water.
Yeah, I think they've updated that list. So there were some other cities that were added. Miramar and Dania Beach were a part of that new list. We're also seeing some flooding as well across Miami-Dade County, overflowing canals and creeks that we just talked about, creating some dangerous conditions.
Andrew Perez joins us with a look at the conditions in northwest Miami-Dade.
Well, the one thing we've been dealing with so far across northwest Miami-Dade is flooding. You can see the street here really flooded out. This car is in the middle of the street. Nobody's around. It's unclear if it got stalled or if maybe even the wind might have pushed the car a little bit further out. Somebody out there trying to drive through. Not very smart right now, given the conditions. But I want to go ahead. I'm going to jump back in our live truck because it's getting pretty windy. But I want to show you. Give me 1 second. Go ahead. I want to show you. Well, we're going to go around the corner to Snake Creek Canal, because that canal is overflowing right now. It's practically reaching some of the apartment buildings out here. I'm going to go ahead and turn around the camera so you can start getting a look at what we see. This is northwest Miami-Dade. It's bordering Miami Gardens, around the area of North Miami Avenue and Ives Dairy Road. We have seen some whiteout conditions so far driving across northwest Miami-Dade. At some times it was so intense we literally had to pull over, take shelter, even though we're in a very large live truck, take shelter behind a building and just try to wait for the wind to pass. You can see right there a little bit more flooding. I know it's, let me lower the window here. There we go. So we're approaching right now Snake Creek Canal. Again, this is the area of North Miami Avenue and Ives Dairy Road. In northwest Miami-Dade, and I want you to take a look at this because we were very surprised when we saw this. You see out in the distance, right in the middle of your screen, you see something orange. Well, that's where this canal is supposed to end. The water is supposed to stop there. It's clearly rising. The water keeps collecting, getting closer and closer to some of these homes out here. This is not a very large canal normally, but it is right now. As we go a little bit further down, I want to show you one more thing. I mean, this practically looks like a lake out here. The other thing we're dealing with is downed power lines. You've got this giant street light that's just swinging around. And the other thing I want to mention is that it's kind of unfortunate. We have seen several cars out on the road so far. And there's no reason for you to be out on the road right now. We've had whiteout conditions on and off, wind gusts, very severe wind gusts. Everything is closed anyways. Most of the power is out. And 911 in several different cities, dispatchers are saying, you know what, we're not going to be able to get crews out to you because it's pretty dangerous right now. So they've been encouraging everybody to stay indoors. As you can see right here, this is another site we're seeing all over town. A lot of the roads are shut down because there's debris in the road or the trees have knocked over, and we're not out of the clear yet. Conditions are expected to get worse. So we're still dealing with down trees, down power lines. One more thing I want to mention, FPL releasing, you know what? They know that there are so many people across our area without power right now. They're encouraging you not to call FPL, to alert them about the power outages. They are aware. Crews are working around the clock as soon as it's safe for them to do so, as soon as they know that there's not going to be another line of storms that they run into or another band from Irma. They get their crews out. They've got their crews strategically placed all over South Florida. Again, law enforcement encouraging everybody to just buckle down, stay at home, and it's probably going to be like this until at least tomorrow morning, maybe tomorrow afternoon.
Andrew, thanks a lot for that, and they also want people to think safety first as well. Let's show you some of the power outages FPL is dealing with, the largest operation it is going to face in its history. But in Miami-Dade County alone, 888,530 customers for FPL in the dark tonight, and they say, FPL says it could be some time before they're able to restore your power.
Unfortunately, they say a considerable amount of time, right? That is not easy to hear in Palm Beach County. If we have those numbers as well, Broward, you see 709,000 customers, and in Palm Beach County, we have about 458,000 customers. So when you add all that up, it's well over 2 million customers without power tonight. And we'd already heard from Miami-Dade County that 3/4 of their customers were out. So those are very, very high numbers.
Yeah, we're talking 2 million people without power, and my, oh my, 3/4 of Miami-Dade County. Quite a few people. Let's go down to Florida City and Terrell Fournay. And Terrell had a chance to get out and about along with our Michael Seiden. He went around looking for people and for debris in the city there. But I guess for the most part, Terrell, you guys dodged a bullet, huh?
Yeah, we were able to get out and about outside of where we are right now. We were driving the streets, US 1s and some side streets as well. And the first thing that we noticed is the amount of street signs that are down. The power is, of course, out in this particular area because of those strong winds that continue to roll through the area, but it's more gusty at times, so it's not sustained. But if you take a look at those trees on the side, they are wind whipped, and I say that because they're only blowing in one way. So much wind has come from the opposite direction that it's literally just forced those palm trees to be standing in such a way. So you can definitely tell which way the wind is blowing. A lot of people here are still without power. We've seen a number of down power lines as well, some down transformers. So definitely a very dangerous situation. And in fact, I showed you guys just a little while ago, but there was even a utility pole that is standing, but it is leaning. Just another strong gust of wind in the wrong direction can certainly force that down, and some more power lines as well here in Florida City. Just a few minutes ago, a number of police cars have been racing down US 1. Miami-Dade police cars racing down US 1. We don't know what they were responding to at that point, so we are attempting to at least reach out to the police department to figure out exactly what they are responding to when it comes to that. We also heard about 5 minutes ago a fire truck, and someone came up to us and told us that there was a fire emergency just a few blocks away from here dealing with those down power lines. So we are still seeing the result of Hurricane Irma and the impact, even though the most serious part of that storm has passed. But take a look over here. I see those flashing yellow lights. Those are city vehicles. Obviously, we know that crews have been out here surveying the damage and, trying to get an assessment of what still needs to be cleaned up. They are still in the process of doing that, but it will be days before we expect power to at least be restored in this area and for everything to be cleaned up, because there is so much debris still in the road. We actually had to turn around quite a few times when we were driving around.
All right, Terrell, you're live in Florida City for us with some very ominous looking skies there post Irma. Thanks so much.
And let's go down to the mayor of Broward County, Barbara Sharif. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Barbara, you kept the curfew in effect like Miami-Dade County, or will people be able to go out as of tonight?
No, we're not encouraging that. Right now we still have winds that are going to continue into Monday morning. So we're asking people to abide by the curfew, which will be lifted probably at 10 a.m. on Monday. So we're right now in recovery mode. So we're trying to get the power outages assessed with FPL's assistance, and also to get the debris assessment and management teams out on the street.
And Mayor Sharif, the latest outages we have in Broward are 709,000. Is that more than you expected, less than you expected? How would you gauge it?
That was about right. Initially, when we went into this, they said half of Florida would lose power from this storm, and so we were expecting that.
Do you feel like the county was prepared for Hurricane Irma?
We were as prepared as we could be. We tried. I think the biggest hurdle that we had to jump was getting Floridians who've been here and been through near misses and close calls to take this seriously and to evacuate. And I think the hardest thing that we faced was getting people to the shelters, from the evacuation zone.
How did the shelters hold up? We heard some reports of maybe some power outages at one or two shelters in both counties. Did you have any major difficulties?
We had power outage in one shelter only, and the rest of them were operating on regular power or generators.
And generally smooth going? It must have been very, very difficult and hard living in those shelters, but did you have any major problems?
No, we didn't have major problems, aside from the fact that, like I said before, people were bringing like king-size blow-up mattresses and refrigerators and furniture, like chairs that were taking up more room. When we are in a shelter situation, the Red Cross calculates a certain amount of space per person, and it was just some people were taking up 2 and 3 spaces with the amount of stuff that they brought to the shelter. So that was probably our biggest, hurdle with shelter.
And Madam Mayor, you talked about tall hurdles. What do you think will be the tallest hurdle in terms of recovery for Broward County?
I think getting the power back up. I think that the debris being removed from the road, that's an easy thing. But when you're talking about restoring power to people and you don't really know why all of them are out or they're not all out for the same reason, that's going to be a difficult thing to accomplish.
And how is your family holding up? I'm sure with everything you've been going through, it's very difficult to keep up with your own family and extended family.
So we're in Miramar. We've experienced some of the worst of the rain and the winds. I live in South County in Country Club Ranches, and we have, from 2:30 yesterday, we were without power. So we're just making do, but everything is fine. I mean, we got the trees down, and there's some neighbors that have flooding, but other than that, I mean, we've been pretty lucky in this area.
And I guess, Madam Mayor, the $64,000 question is always, what would you do differently, knowing what you know now about Hurricane Irma?
I wouldn't do anything differently, but what I would do is ask people to do things differently, meaning that ask them to evacuate earlier. We were trying to provide a safe harbor and a safe shelter for those out there. We haven't had any reported deaths, but our goal was just to really make sure that we didn't have any deaths related to this storm. So hopefully that'll hold out, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Are your first responders already getting out there?
First responders won't go out with the winds above 45 miles per hour. So in certain areas, we've been gusting anywhere from 55, 80, 100 miles per hour winds. So I don't think first responders are out yet.
And Mayor Sharif, I know this is sort of not your area and more of a question for Scott Israel, your sheriff. But earlier today, we saw some looters in Fort Lauderdale going into some of the businesses. I don't know if you had a chance to see the video, but not once but twice they hit a Foot Locker and they hit another shoe store. What are your thoughts about that, knowing that you had a curfew in effect and yet some people were able to get out there and vandalize and go into some of these businesses and commit those crimes?
Well, that's a shame that people have taken advantage of this situation like this. But as far as looting, I haven't had a lot of reports of that. I heard that there was some of that in Fort Lauderdale. But yes, I think that probably would be a question that's better posed to the sheriff.
All right. Well, Mayor Sharif, you have been wonderful to keep everyone posted, and you've done a great job so far. And let's hope everyone's fingers are crossed. We don't have any fatalities, any serious injuries because of this storm. It's the post-storm that we have to be very careful of, as our Max Mayfield keeps telling us. So please do check in with us and keep us posted.
I will. Thank you so much.
Like the rest of South Florida, county leaders are breathing a big sigh of relief that Irma tilted more to the left, though our hearts and prayers are with the folks of Naples and Marco Island and Fort Myers, exactly, and Key West. But certainly had it have wobbled to the right a little bit more, we'd be having a very different conversation with her.
We certainly would, and thank goodness they're not dealing with a Harvey situation and what we saw in Harvey. But we are still assessing the damage, of course. We can't get ahead of ourselves, and there are these gusts out there. They are persistent, and just as Mayor Sharif mentioned, it is still out there, especially in Broward County.
And this is a look, I believe, is this Naples or Fort Myers here? Okay, this is a look at Fort Myers where Irma is on its way. And you can see on the bottom left of your screen that the big storm, now a Category 2, packing winds of 110 miles an hour, setting its sights on Fort Myers as the sun is beginning to set there. This is the place that's going to get a lot of storm surge, and we're hoping that it does not live up to its expectation, but we know how that feels after Irma made its way through South Florida.
Let's join Andrew Perez via Skype. He is in Plantation now. Andrew, you've covered a lot of ground. Fill us in, and remember, a lot of folks are listening by radio now, most of them. So we'll describe everything as well as we can.
Absolutely. Well, we're inside our live truck right now. We've been weather roving all day long. It brings us to a very dark Plantation. I can tell you that. Power outages all over. We just turned off of University and onto Peters Road. And I want to show you this. These are some of the emergency crews, and there's some big construction equipment that they are following with their flashing lights. You got to give it to the city of Plantation here. This is a giant piece of machinery. It's been going up and down. It's like a tractor trailer going up and down University, up and down Peters Road, escorted by police, escorted by the city of Plantation vehicles, already removing all of the trees, all of the debris that is blocking the roadway. And here we are. We're still not completely in the clear yet. We've seen so many police officers up and down the streets here, trying to see if without getting in front of them, of course. Yeah, because they keep stopping every so often. There's a tractor trailer up there up front. It stops, it picks up a giant tree off the middle of the road, moves it off to the side. They're not, removing these trees. They're not removing the debris and taking it elsewhere. All they're doing is clearing it to either the center or clearing it off to the side right now, escorted by construction crews right now as safety. Let me try to get out now because I see the construction crews, city vehicles are also getting out. I mean, they're really trying to clear up as quickly as possible. Now, one thing that I definitely want to make clear, because city officials have said this again and again, just because we're seeing all these officers on the road now, just because we're seeing them starting to remove debris from the road, remove the trees, that does not mean that citizens and residents should be driving right now, should be everything anyways. Nobody around here has power anyway, so this isn't just a license to go ahead and roam. We are still dealing with gusty winds. We are still dealing with rain. So right now, crews, though, it looks like they're trying to get a leg up. Obviously, they've got their safety precautions in place. This is a team of at least 4 guys out here that are going around, and they're just picking up these large trees that have fallen, that are blocking the roads. You can see that right there.
Andrew, are you on Broward Boulevard or where in Plantation?
Well, this is Peters Road right now. We turned off of University. So we went over 95, we got on University, and now they just turned on Peters Road a short time ago. So they are, what I've noticed also is that it appears that the officers in their police cruisers are fanned out, communicating with each other, going down every street, telling each other where there is debris, where there are trees on the road, and then directing some of the city crews to go ahead and clear some of those large chunks of debris. Again, big teams fanned out all over Plantation. I'm not going to lie, I'm very shocked to see that crews are already out trying to get a leg up on this, which means we're slowly but surely coming to an end. Obviously, cleanup is going to be something that we're going to have to deal with. But of course, tomorrow afternoon, we should start seeing things be a little bit more clear. Maybe people are able to leave their homes. Right now, crews, they just want to get a leg up on this.
Well, maybe it's a question you can ask them, but I think part of the goal is to try to get it done while the curfew is in effect and there's very little traffic on the road, because you're not experiencing much of that as you're driving around, correct?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I wanted to bring up that there is a curfew in effect and that people should not be on the roads, because unfortunately, we are still seeing a few cars on the road. And you got to understand, it's not just, that there's a curfew. It's not just safety because there are still these wind gusts. But by having people get out on the roads, it's going to prevent these guys from being able to do their jobs quickly and efficiently. You've got to understand they've got families that they want to get back home to. They've been hunkering down for quite some time in their own respective safe places as well. So you also want to keep the roads clear so that they can do their jobs and that they can get everything done quickly.
And Andrew, at this point, when you're driving around in the dark like this, I mean, the tree limbs, the debris in the road, they come upon you so fast you can hardly turn out of the way, I'm sure.
No, absolutely. And that's the thing, obviously here on Local 10, since we've been doing so much storm coverage, I not only have my photojournalist there, we have another crew that is following us for safety. There's safety in numbers here. We've scouted out several areas throughout this storm where we feel we can be safe. So we've been traveling around and here we find these crews that are going and picking up the trees. We had a huge issue with some of the trees and some of the debris driving around even in our own big groups because no matter how slowly you drive, when it's pitch black dark out, you come up on a giant branch that you think you might be able to go over, but you can't. You come up on a giant tree that's just fallen over. You got to make a U-turn, try to find another way around. It creates a huge headache.
Okay, our Andrew Perez, live for us in Plantation, where they are beginning the recovery process. Lots of limbs to pick up from those trees, from those palm fronds, all over the roadways. There's one example of what we're talking about. All the winds from Irma knocking those down. Andrew, thanks a lot.
Great to see them out there getting it done fast.
Yeah.
Maybe people can be outside again tomorrow and get on the street. Terrell Fournier is down in Florida City, and last we left you, Terrell, the skies just had the most ominous color to them.
Yes, it was very unusual to see that, but just like that, it is now dark. Take a look behind me, dark and windy. You can see that the darkness kind of fell actually a little sooner than expected because of the power outage in this community. No street lights on that is usually illuminating the major roads here around Florida City and the hotel where we are staying. So that's just another signal of the damage that Hurricane Irma has done to this community. But I also wanted to update you because literally just a few minutes ago we saw a convoy heading southbound on US 1 of emergency vehicles. And those vehicles appear to be primarily Florida Fish and Wildlife vehicles because there were boats that were even attached onto the back of about 6 or 7 of those vehicles, and there were more flashing lights following them. They were all headed southbound towards the Florida Keys at this point. It's unclear why they would be making that move at this hour. Obviously, probably, one could just presume that probably the idea is just a stage, so they will be in a better position to respond to some areas that need assistance with those vessels. But we've also seen a number of police officers making their way southbound on US 1 as well. And just to the other side, we see more flashing lights. We don't know really what the idea is for these police officers, or, we've seen them out and about doing patrols as well. We would have to talk to one of them to know exactly what they've been out and about doing to this extent. But this is the situation here in Florida City. You can tell by my hood here that it is still very windy, and these wind gusts are still coming in strong enough to at least shove you to the side. Maybe not so much to topple you over like we experienced earlier today, but just enough to kind of shove you to the side and remind you that the effects of Irma is still at least in the area.
Our Terrell Fournier in Florida City. Terrell, thanks a lot.
Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Betty Davis. Bring us an update now, Betty. Everyone's waiting for these winds to die down.
And it is the 8 o'clock hour. And if you'll remember, we told you that around 8 p.m., Miami-Dade should start to have the hurricane force winds easing, but we would still be dealing with blustery conditions. So I think our Terrell Fournier conveyed that really well. The winds are not as strong as they were, but they still are strong and will occasionally gust 40, 50 plus miles per hour, if not 60 over Miami-Dade. And that trend will start to play out in Broward over the next couple of hours. The winds start to relax a bit more, coming down more so to tropical storm force and then into Palm Beach County, but still conditions you don't want to be out in. We do have an 8 o'clock advisory in on Hurricane Irma. So as Calvin and Lori catch a breather, I will bring you up to speed on what's happening with the weather. We're looking at maximum sustained winds of 105 miles per hour as the center of Irma moves near Fort Myers. So as it is interacting with land, it is weakening, but still formidable. Winds of 105 miles per hour, gusts to 130, pressure at 942 millibars. It's moving north at 14 miles per hour, and that center of circulation 15 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida. You can see on the infrared satellite imagery how all of the clouds, this entire canopy of clouds, essentially covers the peninsula, all the Sunshine State covered with everything that is Irma. Such a large system, and the reach is far across our entire state, already all the way up toward Jacksonville, even though that center of circulation is churning near Fort Myers. Category 2 hurricane now. It will be a Category 1 or forecast to be such as it moves in around the Tampa Bay area early Monday, thereafter continuing its journey toward the north, sticking close to that west side of Florida, winding down to tropical storm status near that Georgia-Florida border, but crossing over into Georgia as a tropical storm, so well into other areas of the south. They're at least preparing for tropical storm conditions. Storm surge still is going to be a problem along that journey of Irma, those areas of onshore flow on the west side of the peninsula. That does include Tampa Bay. I think the storm surge forecast around that area 5 to 8 feet, so that will still be an issue. So there is more dirty work to be done with Hurricane Irma over the Sunshine State. Once it winds down from being a tropical storm over the deep south, what's left of it will continue to move up toward the north through the lower lakes, so there will be more rain to be had. Irma's remnants will bring rainfall well into the north. But for now, let's focus on the winds we're seeing across South Florida, Broward, Miami-Dade. What are we noticing here? Most of our reporting stations are apparently offline. The winds, the weather has been so strong today, we're not finding hardly anything reporting, but just based on our reporters being out there alone, we know that the winds are still blustery, and we're at least getting a wind report from Hialeah, which is showing a wind from the south gusting to 61 miles per hour. That's strong tropical storm force winds, while the sustained winds are right at tropical storm force, showing 39 miles per hour in Hialeah. This, of course, that wind energy, all associated with Irma as the center of circulation, as we said, lifts north, moving away from Fort Myers as we're pulling through the night. Still the occasional rain bands rotating in on our side. I think the best news at this point for us in terms of the severe threat, we're no longer under a tornado watch. The chances of getting those quick spin ups is lessening as that core of Irma continues to pull up toward the north, noting that the tornado watch is now extending more north of Fort Myers into Orlando and areas even north of there heading up toward Tampa and Jacksonville. So we're still dealing with what's left of Irma, although we will look forward to tomorrow morning when we can finally get outside and assess some of the damage that has been done, as that is the point when we're thinking the wind will finally drop below tropical storm force in enough places such that we can get out and truly assess the damage without putting ourselves in danger. We're looking at the Doppler radar now, and if you're listening to us on radio, the one thing that's different at this point in the night is we are not covered in rain. Earlier today, we were covered in rain everywhere. That's not the case anymore. The rain, it's more spotty in nature. We're just looking at some of those leftover showers, broken lighter rain bands that rotate through on occasion as Irma is lifting up to the north. So the rain is not incredibly heavy, but at times the winds will gust out even with these smaller, seemingly less intense rain bands. So we'll do a Doppler radar tour. Right now we're tracking some more showers that will be working in around Hollywood and around Aventura as well. Nice little line west of Broward, down west of Hollywood, extending down just east of Hialeah. These are the rains that will continue to move on into areas like Aventura, even downtown Miami. We'll get into some of this weather, and this band of showers extending down south toward Kendall and Homestead as well. These rotate through, and they do offer up that burst, that gust of wind that could reach tropical storm force in parts of Miami-Dade, and perhaps a little stronger than that, maybe 65, 70 miles per hour still in areas of Broward. It's going to be between 9 and 10 tonight when Broward finally starts to see the winds, I think, dropping below that hurricane force. So there's one leftover band. We can count them. Here's another. That's going to come through eventually. That one moves toward the turnpike, and then that'll be followed up by another. So that's going to continue really on the short term. But in terms of the intense bands like the one we're seeing offshore, we're going to be done with that. With Irma, as that type of weather will tend to stay away from us. So downtown Miami right now, a gusty shower moving through. Homestead looking at a gusty shower too. That will eventually push off toward the east, but could be followed up by a few more as the evening wears on. Here's the view around the Keys, by the way. We know that the Keys really bore the brunt of Irma with that landfall over the lower Keys around 9:10 this morning. Cudjoe Key, if you're just tuning in, just getting the battery-powered radio going, that official landfall happening this morning of Irma over the lower Keys. And that area, we're still waiting to hear and assess what has happened following that landfall of Hurricane Irma this morning. But what we can tell you is that the winds are relaxing and the weather will slowly be improving for that area. Again, here's another look at the timeline of how we expect the rest of tonight to play out. And I think we're already starting to see this holding true. Wind gusts of 70 to 90 miles per hour, hurricane force. That starting to diminish around 8 o'clock in Miami-Dade. It is 8:03, so I suspect if you have been outside, hopefully not, but if you've seen our reporters outside, you're now noticing the difference. Still gusty out, but they're able to stand, so the winds are not as strong. Broward, between 8 and 10 o'clock tonight, the winds, the hurricane force should start to diminish. We will still continue to see some of those stronger tropical storm force winds, though, embedded in some of those residual bands, still rotating in across the area tonight. And then Palm Beach County diminishing around midnight. That's when the hurricane force winds diminish. But I have to say it once again, we will still have those strong tropical storm force winds rotating in from time to time. So this is not the time to be stepping out by tomorrow morning. That's when all around South Florida we finally see the winds even dropping below tropical storm force, getting under 39 miles per hour. And it's a lot safer for us all to get out and assess the damage and see what's left. We're officially still under a flood watch through Monday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on that. I'll be letting you know when the flood watchers are lifted, when the hurricane warnings are lifted from the area, when we'll finally start to see some sense of normalcy in the weather pattern. We do know that our weather will be on the mend as we head toward tomorrow. In fact, I'm heading back into the weather office to start working on the 7-day forecast. Soon we will turn the page on Irma, but on the short term, not quite done with its wind energy, and it's not quite done with Florida as it continues, the core of it, to move just north of Naples, and it has more Florida territory in its sights as it works its way up the peninsula. No doubt a lot of you listening on the radio tonight, or if you have power, watching us on TV, you're lucky with that one, because there are a lot of people without power. We'll have everything you need to know about Irma. Even as it pulls away from our area and our winds relax, there will be our neighbors over central Florida and to the north still being impacted over the next couple of days. So we'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay. Betty, thanks a lot. Betty's too modest to take credit for, but she might have gotten, 3-4 hours sleep last night?
Maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it. Betty, we appreciate you so much. And we know our radio listeners do especially. Yeah. And we appreciate everybody. We just came out of a very busy newsroom. Yeah. I just Skyped my boys to say a little good night, and we'll just sleep here tonight. And
needless to say, they miss you right now.
Well, everybody misses their family, right? So many of the first responders, the news people, everyone. They're just trying to get through this, and it's something our kids are going to remember for a lifetime, right?
Yeah, everybody's going to remember Irma, no doubt about it. Let's check in now with Carlos Suarez, who is in Doral. Carlos, we understand you've been seeing a lot of flooding where you are?
Calvin and Lori, not much flooding at this development that we are at here in Doral. As you can probably hear, the story, at least at this in this part of Miami-Dade County, remains the strong winds that have come and gone over the last couple of hours, even though you take a quick look at the radar and you get a sense that the more severe stuff is obviously already passed. You don't have to walk too far outside of this development to get a sense of exactly what we're talking about when it comes to the winds out here. We're going to take a quick walk here. Again, I'm at a development just off of Northwest 74th Street. This is just east of the Turnpike, where, as you can see, much of the damage here are just downed palm fronds, as well as these rather large trees. This back part here that you're taking a look at, and I've got a flashlight with me because it is quite dark back here. You can see this tree that's been uprooted, basically torn right off of the ground out here. It's also got some minor flooding where this tree used to be at. You can see the foundation of it just wasn't strong enough to withstand some of these winds out here. This back part, as you can see here, just narrowly missed this one house that sits on the other side of this fence. Much of the damage, again, here at least, seems to be widespread at this development, and a lot of it is just contained to these rather large trees that have unfortunately just not been able to withstand the strong winds. I spent the night in this part of the town, and the winds were howling. I mean, most of the homes out here have their hurricane shutters up. A lot of them either boarded up or they evacuated. You're taking a look at the back part of this parking area, and as you can probably see now, the rain has moved back in. This is kind of the pool area. The pool is difficult to see on the back part of that, but it did not flood out. There's a lake just beyond this shed here that also you can see where the water itself came up, but it never reached the back part of this development. We're going to go ahead and take a quick walk on the other side of things here. By and large, it seems that power in Doral, it depends on where you live within the city limits, because we never lost power where we are staying, but we did have some other family members that live just to the south of this development, and they lost power. They also reported not widespread damage. What they seem to have experienced throughout the storm were the shingles off the roof of homes. They could hear that throughout the night. But where I stayed the night with folks, we didn't have a single problem. The power flickered on and off, but for the most part, the power never left. It went off maybe for a couple of minutes at one point, but it's really done a really good job. Just on the outside of this development are another series of high rises, as well as a shopping center. And out in the distance, you can see, obviously, the power is still on. This is another rather large tree that unfortunately could not withstand the strong winds, which, as you can see, are still howling at this hour. It's been quite windy the entire time. And every so often, you'll get that same break that everyone sees and experiences, and then you go outside and you take a quick look at things and you realize that you're kind of still dealing with the after what's left of this storm. This car here, a quick look inside, you can see there's some Gatorade and just some other supplies out here. The only real damage that we've seen outside of trees are some cars that actually had a tree fall on it. We're going to go ahead and head in that direction. It's really dark in this part, as the homes themselves have power, but by and large, the actual, the lighting that's on the street does not have any power. And so a lot of stuff out here is in the dark. This is another tree on one of the homes that fell out. You can see the root of it there. This is the exact same tree. It's almost like the same tree in every single house, just wasn't built, it didn't have a strong enough foundation to withstand any of these strong winds as we keep walking out here. We've seen a few folks walking around. They were taking a look at things, but there didn't seem to be a whole lot of damage. This is the one car that we did see. This is the root of this tree. You can see where it fell out, and then it fell atop this car. And so you can see where that took place. This car got the back part is smashed in. You can see there's glass everywhere. And not sure if anyone is home here because they've got the shutters up, and it doesn't seem like there is. At one point, there was one homeowner who came over to our house to let us know about a tree that was dangling pretty precariously. We're going to go ahead and walk in that direction so I can show you exactly what the Pinto family did in the middle of the storm out here. This is just some more of the greenery at this location. Again, we're at a development just east of the Turnpike and Northwest 74th Street. By and large, a lot of these homes, as you can see, they still have power right here. They're taking down their shutter. No one seems to be here. A lot of these homes, either folks left or they're just inside. They haven't come out. All right, so this is kind of where we stayed at. You can see there's the SUV there. There was another car parked on this side here. This tree was dangerously close, and it was leaning over at one point, and the fear was, of course, that it would fall right on the car that's there. And so the folks here came out and they tied that one tree to two other trees back here. You can see there's one here, and then there's you can see they tied this one tree to that second to the other tree on that end, and then they just stretched out the two cables out, and then that kept that tree from falling itself. And then we were able to, in the middle of things, move the car here. And then these are just some of the sandbags that were filled ahead of the storm. Not much flooding to report on this end, just a whole lot of winds. And as I join you back here, Calvin and Lori, that is kind of the situation that we find ourselves in on this part of Doral. Again, we're in a development just east of the Turnpike and Northwest 74th Street, where tonight a majority of it still has power. The shutters are still up. The damage is contained to the fact that there are just a lot of trees that unfortunately were not able to withstand these strong winds. And so, of course, once sunrise comes out tomorrow, then, of course, the cleanup effort begins. But that's kind of the situation from here. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Carlos Juarez for us in Doral. Carlos, thanks a lot for that.
And then we have powerful rain bands still bashing South Florida. That is true in Coral Gables, where our Janine Stanwood is hunkered down right now. And from this vantage point, let's try to check in with her. Actually, I'm so sorry. This is live pictures out of Naples right now. We started to say this is not Coral Gables. You are looking live in Naples, where it really, Irma came through a short time ago. They are still feeling the bands, but the center of it is just north of Fort Myers now, just about 15 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, with 105-mile-an-hour sustained winds. But Naples is where it went through first. And if you saw our report from Ed Lavandera, you saw a tremendous force.
Yeah, we can relate to what he was dealing with. I want to give you something from Monroe County. If you are an evacuee from there, this is coming from the Monroe County Sheriff, Rick Ramsey. He says all of Monroe County is under a curfew from dusk to dawn until further notice. Anyone out after the designated hours and times is subject to arrest. This curfew is necessary due to the unsafe conditions all across Monroe County and for the sake of security. Once again, dusk to dawn curfew for the Florida Keys. From the Monroe County Sheriff, Rick Ramsey.
And speaking of Naples, where we were just showing you live, we do want to take you back there for a report from a reporter just a short time ago about what they experienced as the heavy rain and winds hit the Naples area.
A quick little step out here so you can get a sense of just how quickly the water is moving through here on the street. This is the most severe gust as it's pushing through. You can see the water. You can't even see 50 yards anymore to our right. The amount of water that's being pushed along the street and filling up here, and we're in we understand one of the higher areas here in downtown Naples. The water in other parts of the neighborhoods that we were able to survey this morning and throughout the day yesterday have to be an incredibly dangerous situation. The good news, as we've reported over the last day, is that many of the people here in Naples evacuated this area. We didn't see but a handful of people out and about throughout the day yesterday. So that is a good sign, because what is left behind, as you mentioned, it's just property. And the intensity of it and the flooding in this situation Remember, this part of Naples is surrounded by water on all sides. So it's not just the Gulf waters that are going to be of concern. It's going to be the river to the side, to the east side of town here, as well as the canals and the homes through there. All of that water getting pushed up. This is just one little spot as you look down here on the street in downtown Naples, just how quickly the water can pool up in various areas. So you can imagine in some of the lower lying areas just how horrible the flooding situation is going to be. We continue to look here off to our east to make sure we're well protected here. Everything structurally, from what I can tell, seems to be holding on quite right, but I have never experienced the intensity of this kind of hurricane with the winds cutting down visibility the way it has, which obviously makes the situation even that much more disconcerting. But it is incredibly intense here as we approach and get closer to the eye of this storm, making and passing over Naples here. But it is quickly going to turn from a wind and structural story to this flooding story. Here comes another gust. I'm out. Whoa.
At Lavandera, getting pounded out there in Naples. That was just a short time ago. Now it's moved up to Fort Myers, the eye of it there, but he really took the brunt of it.
Yeah, we can certainly relate to that here. Many of our reporters experienced the same thing, especially our Ross Palumbo in Fort Lauderdale Beach, Laren Livingston, and the list goes on and on and on. Glenna Milberg in Miami Beach. So they're getting what we have been facing for the past 24 to 36 hours.
But that eye got a lot closer.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
mean,
true.
that eye came really close to Naples like that, as it is now in Fort Myers, just about 15 miles east of the Fort Myers area, as they are still dealing with the effects.
Well, let's check in now with our Janine Stanwood, who was in Coral Gables, where she was hunkered down there dealing with a lot of rain and some uprooted trees.
Cavalry, the wind direction has changed, and you can see that it is really gusting. In fact, right now you can hardly see a thing where we are in downtown Coral Gables, Miracle Mile, Aragon Avenue. I want to bring your attention over here to this business that had put up their metal shutters, and you can see that a couple of the panels just didn't take. And right now it looks like they've been breached. We actually saw them sort of shaking around in the wind. This is definitely a time that police and authorities don't want you to be out, because not only are the conditions bad, but the power is out. Take a look. The street signs, those street signals, those lights have been out for the last couple of hours, and we have seen a couple of cars, some of them driving quickly, and I don't know why, which is very, very dangerous. And in fact, this is Miracle Mile right here. This is sort of the heart of Coral Gables, and, well, you don't see it anymore, but there was an awning that was on one of these storefronts, and it just blew right off. It's somewhere barreling around Miracle Mile right now. But the rain and the wind right now is really causing some whiteout conditions here in Coral Gables. As you know, Coral Gables is still under a curfew, and thankfully, again, aside from those couple cars that we saw, we are really just not seeing a soul out here. For the last couple of hours, the power has been out, which is an issue, and I know it's probably an issue for you at home if you have any friends or family that live in the Coral Gables area and you haven't been able to get out and about and see them. From where we are in the downtown area, at least right now, we're not seeing any major damage, but what we are seeing is just a lot of debris kind of flying around, which is definitely a situation. In fact, over there on the pavement, that just looks like a little bit of debris, but it's actually very dangerous, because what it is, in fact, are probably, it looks to be roof tiles that are right now on the pavement, and that can be a dangerous thing if you're driving. If those can certainly crack your windshield. So that's the story from here in Coral Gables. Very windy, very rainy. It's gotten very dark just in the last couple of minutes. Definitely not a time to be out and about. I'll send it back to you.
Janine Stanwood in Coral Gables for us, where she was riding out the worst of Irma, and things are luckily quieting down there now.
Let's take a look at this. This is from Edgewater. This looks like a lot of wind and water rushing through this area. Not quite sure where this is, what neighborhood this is, what street this is, but they got a rush of water and some rain, one of those gusts coming on top of that. What looks like a roof. This home is losing its rooftop here.
Yeah, this is the Edgewater neighborhood. It looks like video taken from up above in an apartment. Just terrible video. We'll have to investigate this more and find out if indeed that is the roof of a structure that looks like it came right off.
Just peeled right off of that. Wow.
We also have some video from Plantation coming in. We're going to just keep rolling through these images you are sharing with us. Let's take that next.
Well, right now, this is one of the pieces of video that we saw earlier, Lori, this power line down in Plantation, and it appears to be causing a fire.
Mother Nature really just wreaking havoc here in South Florida. All the plantation, so much of it now is just in the dark, but it was good to see in a live report a short time ago with Andrew Perez that at least they are out there, the crews are out there chopping down the trees in the road and clearing the roads for you for tomorrow.
Let's check it out with our Michael Sidon in Florida City with much more on what he found when he went out with an officer, and it looks like you're still getting pelted with a lot of wind. Michael.
Yeah, Calvin, right now it feels like we are in a wind tunnel. Still getting a lot of wind, no rain here. And you can see right here, those palm trees still bending in the wind here. Now, this city is without power right now. The power knocked out to the entire city. In fact, the hotel we're staying in right now, we do not have power. It was knocked out earlier this morning. So now darkness has fallen on this city. Now, I just spent about an hour with the Florida City Police Department, and we're going to have some video, but I got to tell you, this city, for the most part, they're doing okay tonight. Especially you think about Andrew destroyed this city. What we saw toppled trees on a couple of homes. We saw a lot of down power lines. We saw debris in the road, but for the most part, we did not see any major structural damage to homes, which is great news. In fact, the most stunning image we saw was the city park on the southwest side literally had turned into a lake. But you think about all the damage photos that we've seen and the video coming out of all different parts of Florida. If that's the worst damage that this city received, then man, they've got to be breathing a sigh of relief tonight. But again, that rain is gone. We are still getting a lot of wind. We also saw at one point there was a dangerous situation when we were driving around with those officers. There was a gas station where a power line had caught on fire, so there were a number of officers who had blocked the roadway. They were trying to get the fire department out there. But what's interesting is that debris is making it difficult for first responders. At one point we saw a Miami-Dade fire rescue unit that was trying to respond to a call, but they were basically driving in circles. That's because debris had been blocking a number of the streets, so they were trying to respond to that call. One final thing, looting. That has been a major issue. That's what the police department tells us. We went to a neighborhood grocery store where we are told a group of men literally busted a hole through the back of the business. They went in, they stripped the ATM, they ran out with food. Police department tells us they do have a couple of those guys in custody, but right now there is that mandatory curfew. It went into effect at 8 o'clock tonight, and we've got the big outlet mall here. There's a lot of high-end designers who have outlets there, so police say they're going to be focusing a lot of their attention tonight because they've got that curfew in place, but they don't believe that that's going to stop looters, so they're going to be patrolling that area, just making sure no one's taking advantage. But here tonight, a lot of wind, but it appears the rain is gone. We're hoping that later tonight we're going to be able to bring you some more from our ride-along, really some stunning images that we captured. So, Calvin and Lori, we are hoping to have that for you in just a little bit.
And Michael, it is tremendous to see your picture. I mean, Betty had warned us that Miami-Dade County would still get some of these huge sustained winds until at least 8 p.m., and you're still getting it now near 8:30 at night.
I know, and it's just when you think that it's done, you say, wait a second, okay, it's done. Boom, you just get hit with those strong winds, and they still are. Nothing like we saw a couple hours ago when we were getting blown around, but still, I mean, take a look at this. You know, darkness has fallen on Florida City, and we are still getting those strong winds. And so I would say for people living here, if you don't have to go out tonight, do not go out tonight. I mean, there is a curfew in effect, so you shouldn't be on the road anyway, but it is definitely still dangerous to be driving around, especially when you talk about all the debris. But this wind is just incredible. It's been nonstop, and we're not getting any rain, but wind, lots of strong winds.
Okay, Michael Sidon in Florida City. Michael, we'll check in with our Betty Davis and Max Mayfield to find out how fast those winds are going there.
Speaking of Miami-Dade County, look at the outages now, up to 898,340, so nearing 900,000 outages. This is as of 7:30 p.m.
3/4 of the county without power in Miami-Dade, and in Broward County here, 709,360 people As of 7:30 tonight, just an hour ago, and Palm Beach outages not far behind, 543,450. And FPNL says it could be a considerable amount of time before the power is restored. It is undertaking the largest restoration project in its history. So that being said, nearly 2 million people, I believe, statewide are without power, and that's including, I believe, all of the customers of the power companies all across the state.
And with those numbers, we're heading up toward 2.2 million people. So bear with us, folks. Everyone is in the same boat tonight. A lot of power outages. We can check in with Derek Shore in North Miami Beach now. Derek, it looks pretty darn dark where you are. Are you finding pretty widespread power outages?
Widespread power outages, really. It's kind of eerie and a bit scary, in fact, because there's so much debris and so many obstacles on the roadway. It's kind of surprising and a little bit dangerous to see so many people taking to the roads. You can see here we're on US 1. That is a tree down in the lanes here on the right-hand side of the road. It's easy to get around. There's 2 free lanes, but certainly because there's no street lights and no lights in general on this block, at least, very dangerous, because if you're going too fast, you come right up to them, and then you have to slam on your brakes. A tree's one thing, you'll see it. The other thing you may not be able to see and even roll over would be down power lines. Those are incredibly hard to see. As you can see, we do have North Miami Beach Police. We're kind of going into the Aventura area. They are trying to assess their own damage, I think, here to the city and to the area. They're blocking off an area here that has kind of flooded out on the side there. And we enter this block, and this block has power. It would appear anyway. Yeah, the Bed Bath & Beyond does have power. So it really just depends on where you're at. But I got to tell you, most, if not all, of the traffic lights we've seen coming up from 95 through on Miami Gardens Drive and up here to US 1 have not had power. This is the first signal we've seen that is flashing yellow. That's the first signal we've seen with power. And it's a silly reminder, but it's worth mentioning. We're talking about an issue of a 4-way stop. If there is no power at that stoplight, treat it like a stop sign. Make sure the oncoming traffic sees you. So that's really what's going on as we kind of assess some of the damage up and down US 1. You can see another tree that's just simply been uprooted here. I'm going to stop. We're going to slow down just a little bit and show you. This is a tree that is laying in the roadway next to another tree laying in the roadway. And they're not necessarily super easy. Here's a third, all just down. That one's a really big one, and not very easy to see. You know, they're not lit up. So that's really the issue that we're seeing. We saw a lot of people leaving the shelter. We were just over at a shelter in Miami, people wanting to leave, people wanting to get back to normal. But it's very dangerous and still a lot of obstacles on the roadway just because of those incredible winds that we saw pushing debris everywhere. The good news is that I did see, at least I think it was an electric company, FPL truck moving its way out. So I'm not sure if they've started operations yet to restore power, but that's what I thought I saw. And if not, certainly FPL working as hard as they can to get deployed and start restoring some of the power that is out in so many areas throughout South Florida. We were in Sunny Isles Beach. It was the same story. But again, if you're going to decide to get out on the road, go slow, because you really run up here. We're running up to an intersection here, Ives Dairy, that has no power whatsoever. We made a stop and now we're making a right. But you're going to see obstacles only at the very last minute. So you want to keep those speeds very slow if you're going to brave it out there on the roads. Obviously, it's not recommended by county leaders, city leaders. They want you to stay hunkered for the night and start assessing the damage when you actually have the daylight, which is a lot less dangerous. You can see, say, roofing nails, boards, debris that you may not be able to see in the pitch black, considering there's no electricity in most of these areas.
And Derek, did you get some general idea as to why people were so willing to leave the shelters? Was it because of the bad conditions or not so comfortable conditions inside the shelters, or was it for a different reason, just anxious to get back to their homes?
all of it, everything you just said, Calvin. I mean, they were obviously uncomfortable. We were at a high school in Miami, and they were sleeping on the floor. There was a 70-year-old woman who was sleeping on the floor, and certainly they don't want to be there if they don't have to be. And they think at this point, now we're kind of entering a kind of flooded out road here. Not sure what road this is, but this is very flooded out. And this is a great example of why you should probably just hunker down where you're supposed to be, because we didn't even see this as we're coming into it. Luckily, we're in a very high SUV capable of doing this. But other people wanted to get out. They really want to see what happened to their homes. I mean, they're anxious. They're very, very anxious. We were in a flooded out trailer park over kind of on the Aventura North Miami Beach area. And there was a guy walking in waist-foot high water just to see if his house, his trailer had indeed been, spared or not. And most of those trailers had been. Luckily, they were all up pretty high. But there's really an anxiousness for everybody. They want to come and see what it is that may have sustained, if they've sustained any damage to their homes. That's understandable. But right now at 8:32 in the pitch black, it's probably not the best time to do it. It's the damage will be there tomorrow, and you'll be able to see it tomorrow, and with a lot better, a lot safer anyway.
But Derek, so many people can see a lot from your video, so it is best to stay inside and see what you can through our reporters' eyes. Are you on Ives Dairy now, heading toward Aventura Mall, toward Biscayne?
We're just headed back towards Biscayne. We're on my left is Aventura Mall. We're going to get back on Biscayne and probably hang a left on the Lehman Causeway there, and then make our way over to Sunny Isles Beach, which I know because I was there earlier has been heavily damaged all up and down A1A. Collins was pretty not structurally. I don't want to say that. That's not what I mean. What I mean is lots of trees down, tons of power lines down, a lot of signs that have gone flying, pieces of fencing that is down. So those are all things, and there's no power, at least in the section that I was in. So those are things that are going to stop you from getting to Sunny Isles Beach, at least. And those are probably good examples of what you'll see in other areas throughout South Florida. So that's kind of the reason you may not want to go. Now, we're going around, we're going almost, we're going much, much, much under the speed limit. It's 45 here. We have our brights on, as long as we're not blinding oncoming traffic. We have our brights on, and we are looking for any possible debris in the roadway as we slowly move through to kind of assess the damage for our viewers.
But there's a lot of power on in the Aventura area. That's good to see.
Yeah, right here as we come up to the causeway, the section really entering what I feel like, I don't know if it's the proper city limit, but entering what I consider Aventura, it does seem to be power in this area. So that's good news for some people. We're going to go over the causeway and see what the situation is over there. I know the winds and the rains were just very, very heavy over there, and they really did a number on power lines over there and transformers that we saw blow throughout the day.
And Derek,
now,
go ahead, Derek. But first, just to let you know that Miami-Dade Police just tweeting just moments ago that they are now responding to emergency calls and assessing road conditions out there. So you may see more of the police officers on the streets for that very reason, responding to emergency calls and also assessing the road conditions. Go ahead.
And that's really what we've seen, is we've seen them kind of go, they've been using their lights, their overhead light bars. They've been on just to let people know that they're there, especially considering the safety issues with having lights out and traffic signals out. And they've really just been assessing, and I'm not sure how they're going to, if they're logging them with their dispatch, where a tree's down, where a line's down, and so on, because there is just so many impediments as you're trying to get through anywhere in South Florida where Irma's. See, we have somebody going the wrong way. There's somebody going the wrong way. If you just saw that on the on the Lehman Causeway here. So that person, I'm not sure if they knew they were going the wrong way, but that's kind of what we're seeing because of issues getting around. They're kind of making their own rules. So you'll just want to be extra careful. But we are seeing officers out here assessing damage, probably making a note of it and wanting to relay that information to public works crews who will hopefully come in and chop a lot of these trees up, get them out of the roadway as soon as possible. Now that, the wind has died down, at least in this section.
Derek, it is great. If you or your photographer could just aim the camera down a little better, that actually is a better shot right there, because we can see more of the road and people can see the kind of conditions out there. They can see the level of power outages. And this is a great tour for folks, because we do want everyone to stay indoors. But through our crews like this, we can at least show you around the community what is going on, what level of outages there are. And hopefully we have your signal again, Derek. And this is a great tour. So are you still on the William Lehman Causeway?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what's happening here with being turn around and go home, and maybe that is why that car was going the wrong way on the causeway, because we were maybe because they were turned around. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know who this is. I'm not sure which police department, if it's Aventura or not. I can see if it's Sunny Isles, I think. We may be able to try to get through with our media passes here to kind of survey the damage, but I'm not sure. I should mention, you can see the lights. There's right over that police car that's lit up. There is a building that is completely black. There's just a little red dot. So you're looking at the cityscape, which obviously should be lit up completely as we normally see it for Sunny Isles Beach area. And there's no buildings to be seen. On the right, there is a building that seems to have power, at least in their hallways. And I see some apartments that do have power, but there is a building directly next to it, and you would never know it because it is completely dark. I'm going to get out and see if we can talk to this officer and just see what it is that is going on here.
It may just be a lot of debris in the streets, and Derek has been bringing us so much debris in Sunny Isles Beach. It's going to be interesting. Maybe it has just shut down the causeway.
Hi there. We're with Channel 10. We were just wondering if there was a way we could get through, or why you're live right now on TV. Why are you? Is it just not safe to pass? Is that why you guys are blocking it?
Deemed unsafe, sir.
The city's been deemed unsafe.
We're still in a state of emergency.
Okay.
Collins Avenue is impassable, down power lines, down trees. There's no power to the majority of the city. No street lights.
Okay, so you guys have shut this down. There's really no way in or out into the city right now. Is that what you're saying? Correct. Okay. All right. So you're okay with us turning around here and going back the other way?
Turn around, and then you'll take the Country Club Drive underneath the overpass here. Westbound lane to the William Causeway, take you back to Biscayne, or you can exit on Country Club Drive there and Aventura. So just back up a little bit, and then just turn.
Kind of go through here. Okay. Yeah, because we saw somebody going the absolute opposite way.
Sometimes they do that, but we can't leave the post to go out.
I gotcha. Okay. So they weren't supposed to do that. You weren't directing them to do that.
We're not telling them to drive the wrong way on.
Okay. All right, officers. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Be safe. So that's the situation. We are not able to get over to Sunny Isles Beach, it appears, because of what I mentioned earlier. I mean, the amount of damage across their main thoroughfare, which is A1A with Collins Avenue, was just really pretty extensive when it comes to infrastructure, not necessarily the buildings, but certainly other items. Kenny, you're going to want to. The officers instructed us to turn and come down this side street, get back, and go the other way on the causeway. So that's the situation over here. I see some buildings with lights on. Some of them have them on, and some do not. And we'll turn around and see what else we can find.
Okay, Derek, thanks a lot. And we do have a bit of an update from American Airlines. We know both airports in Fort Lauderdale and in Miami were shut down to flights, at least over the past couple of days here. And now American Airlines is reporting that operations have been canceled, as I just stated, through Sunday. But we plan to resume limited operations at MIA after 5 o'clock tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be September 11th. So 5 o'clock tomorrow at MIA, limited operations will resume for American Airlines. And as for Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, operations canceled through Monday, September 11th. So keep that in mind. If you have a flight for American Airlines, You will not be able to fly out if you're flying out of Fort Lauderdale. If you fly out of MIA, if your flight is after 5 o'clock, you should be able to fly out of MIA for American Airlines.
And we do have some restorations as of 8:30 tonight. We were told that in Dade they've actually restored 60,000 customers for FP&L, and in Broward about 31,000. So it's amazing they're able to get that done already. We'll keep you posted on outages as more than 2 million people are without power across South Florida, including Palm Beach County.
2 million statewide, so that's a really big number. Let's go now to our Janine Stanwood, who is in Coral Gables, with a lot more on what she's facing out there. Last time we saw you, a lot of rain and wind for you. Not so much now.
A lot of rain, a lot of wind. I think that's might be why we're fogged up a little bit. But you can see right here, we're on Ponce de Leon Boulevard, just south of downtown. And we're encountering a lot of this. Trees like this one, just huge, beautiful old trees that have come up from their roots. And you can see this tree has landed just square on this house. A little bit earlier in the day, we did see some people out here. It's not clear if maybe they were the owners of this house, but you can see right now everything is dark. And it does look like people are heeding those warnings and they are not out and about. In fact, we actually saw a Miami-Dade police officer just a few minutes ago. He stopped by, he put his lights on us to make sure that we were okay, because he wanted to remind us and anybody else who's out here that there is a curfew in place for people all over Miami-Dade County. But here in Coral Gables, we're seeing a lot of this, a lot of these trees that are uprooted, some that are snapped. It looks like the street down here, well, I know it's pretty dark, but the street down here actually is passable, but we're seeing other streets that are not. Lots of trees down. And because the power is out, unfortunately, it's a very dangerous situation for people to ride around. Traffic signals are out. We're starting to see some cars, but this is really why officials don't want people to be out, because it is just pitch black. In fact, the only reason why you're able to see this tree is because we have our light on it. Otherwise, it is just so dark out here. And so if you're curious about your house, if you're wondering how it is, if maybe you sheltered somewhere else and you want to come out and take a look at it, really, I think authorities really want you to wait until it gets light outside. Do it tomorrow. There's still gusts of wind. There's still dangers out here, including trees that are down. You may not be able to see them if you're riding around, and that's really what we're encountering here in Coral Gables. Same issue really in the Grove, too. We were there as well.
Janine, we do know, we're just learning that Broward County EOC is going to have a press conference first thing in the morning at 9 a.m. So we'll finally learn about the damage, and you are in Miami-Dade County, so hopefully there will be an update as well from them first thing in the morning. Everything is going to depend on daylight when everyone can really see what they're dealing with.
Yeah, they have that curfew that may end tomorrow. Barbara Sharif told us about that. Let's check it out with our Will Manso in downtown Miami with a lot more on what he's facing out there. Will, has the wind died down at all?
Trying to reach that one too.
Will, can you hear us? You've got Lori and Calvin here. Can you hear us in downtown Miami?
Doesn't look like he's plugged in. Okay, so let's, can we go to our Betty Davis? She's in our studio now.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Let's talk about the weather conditions unfolding outside right now. We'll try to connect with our Will Manso a little later. Hurricane Irma, 15 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida. The center of circulation is interacting with land, so we'll be interested to see later tonight by that 11 p.m. advisory what that means for the strength of it. Meantime, we know there is still power with Irma as our winds, even out our own back doors, continue to gust. Gusting to 61 miles per hour in Hialeah. We now have a south wind there, getting into that south wind as that center of circulation pulls farther away from us, lifting up toward the north. Now, the one thing you're noting, these gauges for Pompano Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Kendall, down toward Homestead, showing nothing. It appears they've been knocked offline, so they haven't reported. I would assume the winds have just been so strong. It has done a number on a lot of things out there today. Let's put it that way. Hialeah showing a sustained wind at tropical storm force, 39 miles per hour. We are still dealing with Irma and some of its rain bands, although the stronger bands are offshore. or lifting to the north around that center and north of the center. By the way, there's a tornado watch from Tampa to Jacksonville, Orlando included in that. We are no longer in that tornado watch. The threat for tornadoes has waned across our area, but what we are still looking at are the occasional showers that are coming by in association with Irma, sweeping in from the west and sort of lifting up from the south up toward the north. And within these, the wind still can gust out at times. More and more, it seems we're starting to weaken the winds, or diminish the winds, I should say, in that they're coming below hurricane force around Miami-Dade. So everything's sort of going according to plan. But they still can put out a good little push, so just keep that in mind. And that's the case, too, with these showers. We're now tracking moving toward Coral Springs, down toward Weston, so be prepared for more gusts of winds, even translating over toward Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood over the next hour. I think it'll be around 9-10 o'clock tonight when we can truly say that we're getting out of that hurricane force wind zone into areas of Broward, while Miami-Dade first makes the transition down to more tropical storm wind status and gets away from the hurricane force wind status. So a few more of these bands of showers that appear weaker in the radar returns. Earlier today, for my radio listeners, we were covered in a lot of deep yellows and reds, and those were showing us that we were dealing with stronger bands that contain storms that could rotate. The Doppler radar does not look like that. It doesn't look like that at this point tonight. These are more scattered bands of showers, if you will. But still, as I said, within some of these, though they don't look that menacing on the Doppler radar, they can pack a punch. So if you're listening right now in the Homestead area, you'll have a few more of these showers to sweep by as well. Florida City, Country Walk, Kendall, all those areas. A few more of these gusty showers will move through for the rest of tonight into very early tomorrow morning, and then it'll be later tomorrow morning, say around 7-8 o'clock, when everybody will find the winds dropping below tropical storm force, that key number being 39 miles per hour. A few of these showers also still rotating in and around the Keys, where the winds have come down substantially following that landfall earlier today right around Cudjoe Key. So right now we're looking at weather conditions that are improved around Key West, heading up towards Saddle Bunch Keys, although we still don't have a full picture of the damage that has been done following that landfall this morning around 9:10 a.m. at Cudjoe Key. So that's the scene on the Doppler radar. Miami-Dade, those winds starting to diminish right now, dropping to tropical storm force. Broward, the areas that are still experiencing those hurricane force gusts, 70, 80 plus miles per hour. By the 10 o'clock hour, we'll expect to see that waning. And then Palm Beach, it'll be around midnight. But everybody's still in line to continue to see the tropical storm force winds, even beyond, say, 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight through the overnight. And then by tomorrow morning, that's when it will be a lot safer to step outside, as we'll expect to see the winds relaxing a bit more as we're working through the day on Monday, and Irma gets farther away from us, and by that time we'll be watching to see what it's doing to Tampa. We know storm surge is going to be a huge issue there. It continues its journey northbound, eventually going up into places like Georgia as a tropical storm. So the Irma saga will continue, but hopefully we'll be writing the final letters in our chapter at some point tomorrow. That is our plan for now. Lori and Calvin?
Hopefully it'll be a footnote for many of us.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Betty.
And we have a chance to join Will Manso now. Let's see if he can hear us in downtown Miami. Great to see you, Will. The winds look like they've finally died down a bit.
They have. The winds have died down. Everything's much different now than it was just a few hours ago. Certainly the last 24 hours has been a strange 24 hours. All the wind, all the rain, all the things and the damage that we saw here in downtown Miami. I want to step out and show you what's going on now. It's very quiet for the most part. We see some cars come through, even though there's supposed to be the curfew. People shouldn't be coming through. But the one thing we also saw, and I talked about it earlier about an hour ago, is the amount of police activity we're seeing, the amount of police cars. You know, City of Miami Police Headquarters is not too far from here, where we are near the American Airlines Arena. And we have seen dozens and dozens of City of Miami police cars come through here with their lights on. We've also seen them stop a couple of times when they see people on the street, and they get over and they get on the loudspeaker and they tell people to please get back to your cars and move the few people. So they're really trying to get everything clear and make sure the roads are clear and safe for all the first responders to get out and get to work and start the cleanup effort. I also want to show you something, David, if we can swing around that way. Over here, of course, we can see the Venetian and the causeways here that lead over to Miami Beach. We have seen, same story, dozens and dozens of lights going on with police vehicles going down the causeway, and you see one at a distance here. I know we've had reporters in Miami Beach reporting on what's going on there, but we've seen them just a steady stream throughout the last hour. So what we're seeing here is a lot of the flooding here locally in this particular area near the arena has really gone down. It's much, much better. The winds have gone down. There's still debris and things on the street, though, so it's certainly not safe to drive through. But the activity we're seeing, Lori and Calvin, is from police and first responders now that everything is kind of cleared up weather-wise, a little bit safer for them to get out there and check around. They're doing that right now tonight. They've been very, very busy over the last couple of hours.
And Will, at this point, when were you able to check with the Miami Heat about the AAA and that damage to the roof?
Yeah, we were, and Lori, we'll show you again. We had it in our coverage throughout the day. It's tough to see here, but if you see at the distance, here's the American Airlines Arena on the right. To the left, that is the Heat's practice facility, which is connected. It is part of the American Airlines Arena. You see that darkness on the top? That's actually like a layer that's on top of the roof. They call it the exterior membrane that peeled off because of all the high winds that were pounding on that roof and on that building because of Irma throughout the day. So that actually came off, but the Heat have told us, confirmed to us, and said, look, while that did come off, at no point was the actual structure, the roof itself, in danger from every damage. They don't believe they have any damage. This layer is just sort of a protective coating layer that goes on there, but it doesn't affect as far the roof itself. They say that the arena itself did not suffer any structural damage. So that's good news, because when we saw that earlier, it looked kind of scary. You saw that kind of flapping. It looked like a tarp of some sort, but it ended up being just a protective layer that goes on top of the roof. The Heat say there is no damage to the American Airlines Arena.
All right. Will Manso for us in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot for that.
We do have some updates real fast from being shared with us with the Broward EOC. Crews are beginning to clear debris off of the runways there at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. They're trying to get planes repositioned for tomorrow, but no passenger or arrivals or departures, only planes and pilots tomorrow. FLL is closed tomorrow. The plan is to partially open back up and get running on Tuesday.
And also about the shelters, too. There's been a lot of talk about that. 4 shelters that fall under the boil water notice, including a special needs shelter. Portable water has been brought in for those shelters. Watkins Elementary is still without power tonight, so that has to be very uncomfortable for so many. And also about Broward County Transit as well. Buses are set to transfer people out from shelters back home starting tomorrow afternoon. That's after the curfew comes to an end.
And BSO is going to head out to the port at Port Everglades to assess the damage. They are hoping to be able to bring in a few cruise ships on Wednesday. So if this was right during your cruise time, hopefully contact your cruise line and maybe you'll be able to get out by Wednesday.
And let's stay in Broward County now. Let's go to our Ross Palumbo live now in Fort Lauderdale along Las Olas Boulevard. You've spent a lot of time there, and it sounds like you're still getting some wind. Are you still seeing the flooding on the streets in downtown Fort Lauderdale?
Laurie and Calvin, I hope you can hear and see me now. We're back where we first came live to you from on Southeast 1st Avenue. And let me turn this around so you can see what the flooding is looking like at this point. Remember when I came to you live earlier in the day how deep this water was? Now, the water has gone down significantly. This whole area, you'll remember, was deeply flooded. We still have the uprooted trees, of course. This is the area right next to Stranahan Park across from the Broward County Library, but the rain has stopped, at least temporarily. The winds have died down dramatically. As you can see, and of course this homeless encampment that we were showing you earlier is still here, but as you can tell, it's calmed down dramatically here in Fort Lauderdale. I was at the beach that we came live to you from at the height of Irma, at least the height that we've seen so far, and the rain has subsided greatly there as well, and the flooding has gone down dramatically. In fact, A1A at Las Olas
looks more like a beach now than a river. It's mostly sand on the roadways and very little water. And we even ran into a business owner that was checking out one of the businesses there, and he said that he received relatively no damage. So good news to report to you from Fort Lauderdale, at least relatively. We saw these trees pulled out of the ground here, and some flooding, but as you can tell, a lot less dramatic than when we first came to you several hours ago at around 3 o'clock.
And Ross, have you had a chance to go back down to Fort Lauderdale Beach at all to see how things are down there in terms of those businesses that you saw? Were they still suffering from some damage?
Yeah, I was just down there at the beach, and we did tour one of the businesses. We're going to bring the video to you as soon as we can establish a signal. We've had endless technical problems, as you can imagine, in this weather. And that business owner saying that they received relatively no damage. In fact, as soon as I get that video back to you, you're going to see that the only thing that really happened to several of those restaurants was that the floor got just a little wet. And when I say a little, I mean like
Ross, could you adjust? The audio is so bad right now. Can you adjust to the wind a little bit? Because we'd like to be able to stay with you.
A little bit better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm cupping my hands over it right now. We did talk to a business owner. We're trying to get that video back to you as soon as we can establish a live signal here. And the water damage, amazingly, Lori, is minimal. It looks like someone just mopped the floor. That's how light it is. It's pretty incredible. So we're going to bring that video back to you as soon as we get a signal established. And I have to tell you, A1A at Las Olas really looks more like a beach. It's all sand there in the roadways, and the water has dried up even more than here where I'm standing. It's pretty amazing. I don't know if this is the end of the rain for us or just a temporary lull, but the rain has stopped. It's actually very pleasant out here. The wind is minor, and the temperature, not so bad. It's so amazing, Lori and Calvin, after the whiteout conditions that you saw me coming to you live from around 3 o'clock to this. What a dramatic change.
Well, that is great news. Great to hear, Ross Palumbo. And it should just be more wind tonight, but no more rain, according to Betty. So let's hope for that.
Let's take you now to downtown Miami, and we showed you pictures of this earlier today from our Madeline Wright. She was down there right on the street. And the mayor told us earlier, too, that there was about 2 to 3 feet of water. And as you can see, this is daylight video. We have no idea at this hour if the water has receded from here, but this picture is being taken from at least the 31st floor of a building. And the water in Brickell, always an issue, but the storm surge today particularly bad after the winds of Irma and the waters of Irma caused the water to rise there in downtown Miami, causing it to push back up on the streets of Brickell Avenue.
And this is Brickell Key right here. You might recognize that statue if you walk by it a lot. This is right in front of the Tequesta buildings. Just some incredible surge. They're coming up over the walkway there, but as long as it doesn't reach into the buildings, that's all that matters. That walkway is built for this. This is Tequesta 2, right in front of Tequesta 2 there on Brickell Key. You can see the walkway that everyone enjoys is getting pretty flooded, but everyone's apartments and condos there should be just fine.
And let's show you now some whipping winds from the storm that caused some real good damage here. This is in the Ives Estates. A set of trees were uprooted here. In fact, the entire patch of grass was also torn up. Luckily, it did not fall on top of anyone's car or home.
We also have some damage down in Key Largo, if that is where we are. Yes, this was some of the first driving images we got, some of the very first images out of the Keys. But remember, this is Key Largo, the upper Keys. So we saw a lot of trees down, some roads blocked a little bit. There is only the one road, US 1. We saw maybe half of it blocked by these trees. But they were getting through. Traffic did get through, and certainly we are still waiting to get our very first images out of Key West.
And funnel clouds are always so interesting in dramatic television, and we saw one here in Freeport, Bahamas. This, we don't know, caused any damage or any injuries or deaths as a result of seeing this. However, this is what happened in Freeport, Bahamas, one of those tornadoes that comes from the dirty side of a storm, and for the most part, the Bahamas escaped and dodged a bullet. Irma did not do a lot of damage, but it did do some damage in the Bahamas along the chains of islands.
Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, is right here. Betty, Ross Palumbo was just telling us in Fort Lauderdale, he's just getting the winds and it's actually fairly pleasant right now. But do you expect more winds to come through?
There could be more gusts for him on the way, but we're slowly getting to that point in the night where we do anticipate those really strong hurricane force winds. That to sort of leave the equation, but tropical storm force wind gusts still will be possible. I do want to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Irma. That center of circulation now 35 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida. Maximum sustained winds of 105 miles per hour, gusts of 130, pressure 942 millibars. It is moving north at 14 miles per hour. And that center of circulation just east-northeast of Fort Myers, but it's still far-reaching. All those clouds just filling up the sky over the Florida peninsula. Right now, we've been focusing on the winds right here at home, and I do want to let you know that we don't have a lot of wind data to show you because as the bands came through today, they gusted, and we saw a lot of our reporting stations are knocked offline. But what we can see currently in Hialeah is a wind gust of 58 miles per hour, while the sustained winds have been right around 40 miles per hour for that area. The forecast track for Hurricane Irma, Category 2 now, forecast to move into Tampa Bay very early tomorrow as a Category 1 hurricane. A tornado threat it does carry. Also a storm surge hazard as well. I think some 5 to 8 feet of storm surge still forecast in and around the Tampa Bay area, just to name one point along its way. Anyway, as we're heading through the early part of the week, it continues its journey through North Florida and right around that Florida-Georgia border. Still forecast to be a tropical storm. So the interaction with land causes it to weaken, but it's going to take a while before it to purely spin down to mere remnants. So it comes into Georgia, at least the forecast shows, as a tropical storm Monday afternoon, and then thereafter it continues to move on over toward the Tennessee Valley and then take that curve into portions of the Ohio Valley heading into Thursday, and at that point it will be mere remnants. But on the short term, still having some impacts here. If you've noticed those winds gusting out there at times in your neighborhoods, as I said, in parts of Broward and in parts of Miami-Dade, they're more like tropical storm force wind speeds sustained at this point, gusting higher than 40 though, and gusting higher than 40 still in parts of Broward. There's that center of circulation, obviously overland and east-northeast of Fort Myers. So we'll see what the implications are for that. But what we know what it means for us now is that we still are in line to have more of those rain bands rotating through, although the stronger bands continue to be offshore. Here's one very close to Bimini. It looks as though this one may be poised to touch Bimini. So with that, some gusty winds coming into view there. And then, of course, the bands that are managing to make it into some of our neighborhoods. And here's one right around Coral Springs, extending down toward Weston, down toward the Turnpike and into Miami-Dade County. As those move through, they will tend to produce some gusty winds as well. So though they don't look severe or incredibly intense on the Doppler radar, there is still that potential for these winds to gust out at times. And that's going to be the case for the rest of tonight. Probably not hurricane force, but more tropical storm force. So winds anywhere from, we'll say about 40 to maybe 60 miles per hour. That could still happen tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, we've been saying this because of a lot of you out there listening, you're without power, you're wanting to know when will the winds absolutely relax. So once we get through tomorrow morning, by that time, most of us should find our winds coming down, dropping below 30 miles per hour. And that should make for better conditions for you to get out on the roads and maybe clean up that mango tree that Irma brought down in your backyard. So maybe I'm sharing a personal story here, but Irma has done a few things out there to make a mess in our neighborhoods and then some. And we have to wait until the weather gets back to a point where it's safe for everyone to be outside getting things done. Plus, it's nighttime already. You wouldn't want to be out there in these conditions. The power's out and it's dark in so many areas of South Florida. So that's the situation with the weather right now. I'll have more updates as the night wears on as we continue to track still a few residual rain bands sliding across in association with Irma. But for our viewers listening, I do want to let you know once again, the Doppler radar looks a lot different tonight than it did earlier today. We're not covered in heavy rain everywhere. It's a lot of breaks between these bands, but the winds still are gusting out there. Lori and Calvin.
Okay, Betty, thanks a lot.
You've been great to keep us posted and try to guide people through what has been just a stormy night and day.
Yeah.
They promised a long duration. We maybe shortened it a little bit, but it was awfully long.
Yeah, mango trees, avocado trees she talked about. Irma made a mess of a lot of people's backyards and caused a lot of trouble in South Florida. And so we're so happy that the storm, for the most part, is out of here. But as Betty just talked about, it is early tomorrow morning when the winds will die down below 30 miles an hour, and we hope we can get back to life as normal.
We know so many of you are without power tonight listening to us on our radio partners. We are so sorry. It's going to be pretty warm. Life without air conditioning in South Florida is not fun and without your creature comforts. But we are here to be a friendly voice throughout the night. And we do have Christian De La Rosa in Sweetwater, I believe.
Yeah, he's going to update us on the flooding, and it looks like it's a lot of it behind you.
Calvin, virtually everywhere you look, the roads are underwater. We're right along 102nd Avenue. The good news, though, we told you earlier how the city came out here and installed generators and pumps in these neighborhoods to pump out this water, and I can tell you that it is receding. But on top of all of these roads still being underwater, you have a lot of them that are blocked by large trees that have come down, trees like that one. Of course, this one is in our front yard. But the real issue is all of these trees that have come down and are blocking the roads. Look at that one on the other side right there. So the folks that are living here are basically trapped. I can also tell you that most of the homes in this area, we're in eastern Sweetwater, are without power. And we've been talking to the Jimenez family over here over the past hour. How you all doing? Enjoying that we're as well as can be. You're enjoying the fact that it stopped raining.
Oh, thank God,
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes,
this
sir.
area is prone to flooding. But walk me through how it was for your family as you saw Irma move through and see the water come up.
Well, hopefully, thank God, that we were expecting, major hurricane, but we just got category number 1, thank God. And I was expecting something worse, water, up to the knee, and everything worse. I mean, a lot of trees down, power. I was expecting the worst. Thank God, nothing happened. We're all safe. Materials, damage, minimum.
You lost your mailbox over here.
Mailbox,
but that's something you can go and buy next
that's
week.
something, I could get it in Home Depot. That's no.
So a big sigh of relief for you and your family.
Big one. I'm here with my neighbor. Yeah, nothing happened.
So it seems like everyone was expecting, so much worse, but it's still going to be a big mess to clean up.
Yeah, it definitely will be a big mess tomorrow, especially everything's, taking stuff out of the house to where it went back to, just picking up the front yard, everything. It's going to be a lot of hard work.
How was it for you and your family? There were some points there, even though a lot of people were expecting something much worse. There were some scary moments for some people. How was it for you and your family?
I woke up in the morning and we have the hurricane windows, so I went to go look outside and I noticed that the floor was wet. There was water coming in through like the bottom of the wall, and we spent quite a while there trying to get it to stop. But it was very, astonishing. Because even though it wasn't as strong as we thought it was going to be, it's a very powerful storm and it's very big. And we're still feeling, the winds from it.
It's still very, very windy. Thank you so much for sharing. Problem. I appreciate it. So, again, so many roads still underwater. The water is receding. But again, the big issue out here, all of these trees that are down and are blocking roads, God willing, no one is in a situation where they need to call 911. But if that was the case, you can imagine, oh, there goes my hat. You can imagine that it would be very difficult for emergency vehicles to get through this neighborhood. I can also tell you that there is a curfew right now in effect in Sweetwater to just help emergency crews make their way and also help the city come in, install those pumps, make sure, oh, thank you so much. It's completely drenched, but I appreciate it. Anyway, the good news out here, the water is receding. It's still going to be a major headache tomorrow. All of these roads underwater, all of these trees, there's a big mess to clean up out here. Back to you.
Oh, yes, you can say that for most of South Florida. And Kristen De La Rosa, thank you so much from Sweetwater.
Let's move to Miami Beach now. Our Glenna Milberg is right there with some new information tonight and just the latest update at this point. Glenna, are you still feeling some of those strong winds?
We are. As a matter of fact, just in the last couple of minutes, the winds picked up again, which makes me a bit nervous because we're standing very close to some trees like this one. This is This is a road, a major roadway we're standing on. I might tell you first is that this is a huge, busy boulevard, Alton Road, and this is a tree, one of countless that is now lying across it. I want to be really careful here because we do have cars coming through and maneuvering, maybe one or two every couple of hours, but still. Take a look at this. This is a residential neighborhood. Look at now what it looks like, just an utter mess. Not a lot of structural damage. In fact, have not seen any homes that have been damaged. We've seen cars with trees on top of them, but most of the damage is going to be the tree canopy and the power lines that it takes down with them. If you come over here, I want to show you something. We've talked a little bit about this. I want to talk about it again. This particular tree is the same kind of tree lining this particular road. This is it's a mahogany tree. That's a mahogany nut. You will find all of these up the road. They have been carved out for power lines by FP&L, so the tree canopy has been so V'd. You see this all over South Florida, and what it does is it makes the trees a lot weaker. So I think as you go around South Florida and take a look at all the tree damage in some of the residential neighborhoods, that's going to be a contributing reason, no doubt. So it has been a very difficult day for so many people here, but the night brings a whole set of new challenges because there is virtually no power. A lot of people evacuated, most people evacuated, but I want to give you a sense of what a thriving, well-lighted, busy, crowded neighborhood now looks like. So we'll walk around the car here so that the car headlights are not involved, the taillights are not involved. You'll see a little bit, the red blinking is what the taillights show, but it's just such a different place, an eerie, surreal, kind of dark and spooky and quiet place. And this same atmosphere is replayed throughout neighborhoods in Miami Beach, throughout neighborhoods in South Florida. And so, for that reason, and many others, the first responders, the police departments have been saying, please, I'm sorry, someone's talking to me? Okay. As I was saying, for that reason, police departments and first responders are asking everyone to stay inside. Please don't come out. Please don't risk your life and limb by getting in a car and driving on a very dark road where you come upon this all of a sudden, or worse, a fallen power line that you cannot see. Or even worse than that, perhaps, a tree that has been so weakened by Hurricane Irma's winds and is still standing, a branch or a tree comes down on you. That's the fear. So we met the police chief today, riding around. Miami Beach police officers and first responders have been riding around and doing some assessments, making some calls. There have been a couple of medical calls. If you were with us early, you heard a couple of elevators stuck. Hopefully no one will be stuck in the elevator. But this is the kind of thing that they are just now beginning to assess and get out. They, up until today, have not done any rescues, have not answered any calls because of the serious situation that all of these winds have brought. It feels like we are out of the worst of it. It feels like The bands that are coming through are a little less rainy, a little less strength to the wind. Yet there is a curfew here tonight in Miami Beach until from 8 o'clock. It started until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone is asked, if you're still here and not still evacuated, to be off the roads. And nighttime and the blackness and the difficulties that brings is just beginning for a lot of people. Lori Calvin?
Glenna Milberg live on Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
Well, we understand now there are no passenger flights. This is coming from the airport director here. There are no passenger flights scheduled at MIA tomorrow. Some airlines will fly personnel and crew members to MIA tomorrow in preparation for flights to resume, but only after a damage assessment tomorrow. We will determine if a passenger flights can resume flights on Tuesday. This is coming from Greg Chen, the communications director at Miami-Dade Aviation Department. So once again, no commercial flights out of there tomorrow, only airlines flying in their crew members, their pilots, to make sure that they can actually begin flying on Tuesday.
There were so many flight cancellations.
Yeah,
we know the airlines,
12,000.
Yeah, they'll get up and going as fast as they possibly can, but nothing, it appears, is opening or moving tomorrow.
Let's check it out with our Todd Tongan, who is live now in Brickell with the very latest on what's happening there. We know earlier you were watching out for flying debris.
Yeah, it was a real problem here. The winds have now died down, so we haven't seen any debris falling down on Brickell Avenue. But earlier you saw it was raining down impact glass and aluminum from a construction site. Also, there was heavy flooding on Brickell Avenue. There still is some water. You can see glaring off of the street lights down there. That's towards Coral Way and Brickell Avenue. There is still some water there, but it is a lot of it has receded. At one point, it was up to my knees near Coral Way, but it has started to recede. Also, a big tree right here. This one is literally blocking the entire Southeast 10th Street, Fittipaldi Way. You can't even get by. And as you can see, because of the weather has gotten better, people are they're getting out. Whether we tell them to stay inside or not, they are very much getting a little cabin fever and want to get out and about. Now, let me show you what came down and hit our news unit earlier when the winds were whipping and the Panorama Tower, which is under construction, the debris was falling off of that tower. This is what fell. It hit our minivan. I can't even pick it up because it's impact glass surrounded by aluminum framing. This is either like a balcony railing, but at closer look, I think it's actually a sliding glass door with that blue plastic sheeting that the construction companies use to keep the glass from getting marred or scratched. And you can see from the markings, it looks like it came from the 41st floor. That's the tower we're talking about. Residents say since 8 a.m. this morning, the debris began raining down. Sheetrock, plywood, and these doors and windows that were literally not blown in, but blown out because not all of them are in place. And so obviously the wind got inside of that tower and blew the windows out. You can see quite a bit more activity now. Hey, that's a block, fellas. You're not going to be able to get through there. Folks are coming out. They're walking their dogs. Some people are getting in their cars and actually exploring the downtown area. Not a good idea, obviously, because there is a lot of debris. He can't even get through because of that tree that's in place. We talked to the guys next door at the plaza about this debris. They said it started about 8 in the morning and lots of debris came down. They said at one point they saw a guy get out of his truck right in front of the Panorama Tower and a big piece of plywood fell down and landed right next to him. I said, well, was he shocked? And he said, yeah, he was shocked. I said, did he get back in his truck? He said, he hopped back in real fast. And so thankfully, nothing more is raining down from the Panorama Tower. They obviously are going to have to get up there tomorrow morning and secure whatever construction materials are still possibly dangling or are in a precarious nature. But for now, I think that folks on Brickell Avenue are relatively safe, even though they really shouldn't be out. A lot of people are getting a little cabin fever and wanting to get some fresh air.
And Todd, on Miami Beach, we saw how some emergency crews had already taken to the streets. Have you seen much more of that in Brickell?
You know, we've seen emergency crews, Calvin, throughout the afternoon and evening, but really they're not stopping. It's more of a patrol that I've seen. They have their lights on very often, and they're cruising up and down the streets. I think for the most part, unless they have a call to run on, they are simply letting the public know that they are here if you need their help. But unless it's something of a real emergency nature, they're not here to stop and socialize. They're obviously on the job and looking for anybody that needs their help.
Todd, a lot of folks there may have an insurance claim after some of that flying debris, and your video will help. Can you walk us through the video one more time? We do have it queued up.
Here's what happened. The first time we didn't get it on video, we were actually inside the car when it hit our car and bounced off. But then we knew that debris was falling. We were actually on the air not once but twice when debris began falling, and I think our cameraman caught a large piece of glass that fell from that very, very large tower. I'm going to walk us over to the, as the video plays, I'm going to walk over so you can see what exactly fell. But it came flying off of the panorama tower. You could see it because it's wrapped in that blue plastic, that keeps the construction glass from getting scratched or marred while they're installing it. And it came flying down. I mean, it was way up there, and you could hear it. We were on the air, and you could hear it crack. And it literally hit this railing that's right here. That is actually, that's the Plaza building. That's their railing. And you can see it's another one of those, appears to be a sliding glass door made of aluminum and impact glass. That glass obviously breaking and shattering after it fell. But it was really scary. And the folks that were underneath the portico here at the Plaza came out, and they heard it too. And we interviewed them, and they said, listen, they've been sitting watching this stuff falling all morning long. They weren't about to get out in it.
Yeah, I think they said until like 8 o'clock they had been hearing that. All right, Todd Tonga, live for us in Brickell. Todd, thanks a lot.
Andrew Perez has been able to drive us around via Skype, and some of these driving shots are just the best because we can finally get a view of the cleanup as well as some of the damage out there and what has power and what doesn't. Andrew, what can you show us?
Now, across almost every large city in Broward County is power or lack thereof. Well, right now we showed you some pictures from Sunrise. We showed you pictures from Plantation. Now we've entered Davie. We're on University and right near 595. And you can see, I mean, it's so strange. Here we are on a Sunday night. Not many people out on the road. There shouldn't be any out on the road, by the way. That's a big no-no, according to first responders, according to law enforcement. But it's pitch black dark. But you can see we're passing an intersection here, the 2300 block of University, and it's off. You know, the cars have to stop. There's trees on the road, but there are crews out and about already trying to remove some of the debris off the road, trying to remove some of the trees. In our last shot in Plantation, we showed you some of the city vehicles going around with big machinery, moving these trees out of the way. They're not taking them anywhere. They're not, taking them over to a dump site. All they're doing is taking these large trees that are maybe blocking some of the roads, blocking some of the neighborhood entrances, blocking the university, for instance, a very big thoroughfare, and just moving it off to the side, moving it off to the middle so that eventually when people are allowed to start coming out, start driving around, which is likely to be tomorrow evening, they'll be able to get around. It's a way to get a leg up on the whole process. The reason why there's a curfew in place, for several reasons here. Number one, it's safety. We're still dealing with some severe weather, and it comes in these spouts. That's what people don't understand. It goes from 0 to 100 sometimes. We've been experiencing that over the last 48 hours, and that is still ongoing. Number two, you got to understand, first responders now, this is the first time a lot of them have been able to get out from their safe places and start surveying some of the damage, start moving crews around, start getting things back and working for when people do leave their homes, again, likely tomorrow. And then, number three, there's also the criminal element. I mean, we've been showing you here on Local 10 News, we had an issue with looters in Fort Lauderdale. We had video of these looters going into businesses and taking advantage of this torment of what people are going to, which I'm sorry is just pathetic, number one. And number two, obviously illegal. So police are enacting that curfew in almost every major city, actually, down here in South Florida, saying, you know what? It's better off that you still stay in your homes. Where are you going to go anyways? Half of the streets are blocked. Half of the streets are shut down. Some of the streets police are blocking off themselves. There's no power. There are no gas stations are open. Restaurants aren't open. So where are you really going to go? You're better off just kind of hunkering down, stay put, and kind of make the best of a bad situation, if you will. We've had a very long day. We've been really covering Broward County. Me and my crew, we've been clustered up in groups to help keep each other safe. The day started out in Hollywood where we saw some major whiteout conditions. I mean, you couldn't see at some points a couple of feet in front of you. I know we stopped at a building in Hollywood just to kind of get some video, to kind of regroup, recharge our batteries. And out of nowhere, we were all of a sudden in a tornado warning area. The wind picked up, the trees were whipping around, debris was flying all over the place. And it got to a point that personally, I felt like I needed to get into a safe place. I went to a bathroom that was close to the front door in the inner part of that building, kind of wait there for a few minutes because all the windows in that building, it was right off Washington Street in Hollywood, right near the Hollywood Police Department. All the windows were shaking, the doors were shaking, and I just felt, okay, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I've never really seen these windows and doors shaking so violently. I couldn't see outside. I couldn't see the park that was directly in front of us with all of these trees because there was just so much wind and rain. So after things calmed down, we were finally able to regroup. We moved. We went to West Park, where we saw in a mobile home area. I mean, we've been showing that video throughout the day here on Local 10 News and describing it to our viewers listening on the radio or maybe listening online as well. It was torn open. The roof was just torn off completely, some of these mobile homes. And I'm looking at that and I'm filming it. And all I'm thinking is, geez, I really hope that these people were not home. I hope they evacuated in time. For days, we had been warning people, stick to the, if you are told to evacuate, go ahead and evacuate. Mobile homes, that was one thing that county and city leaders were saying folks needed to evacuate. So tomorrow, especially once there's daylight on our side and we can go around, that's when we're really going to start seeing some of the damage. You can kind of make out some police lights there. That's what we're seeing really all over the place. We've seen officers with their high beams going around, going into different shopping centers, shopping plazas, even going through some of the floodwaters just to check out the conditions, to see if people were out, to enforce that curfew, by the way. That's what they're really trying to do here. And they're going to be doing that well into the morning because they want to make sure that everybody stays safe.
All right, Andrew, and we also have that boil water order that remains in effect in Davie as well, one of several cities still part of that boil water order, asking people to make sure that if they attempt to use their water tonight, make sure you boil it first before using it. Our Andrew Perez on the scene for us in Davie. Andrew, let us know where you wind up next.
We also want to bring you a live look now at Raymond James Stadium. We understand that's where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play. You may have been there before. It is right across the street from our ABC affiliate there in Tampa, and it is just getting pelted. We are trying, it just brings us a live picture of the kind of conditions that are going on in the Tampa area right now as Irma makes its way north up the southwest coast. And we have not gotten any reports of damage, Calvin, but just the conditions alone shows you what they're dealing with.
Well, just so ironic, too, because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Miami Dolphins were supposed to play their opening game together on September 10th, today, and the game was rescheduled for their bye week, so they will not have any time off, and we'll talk more with Will Manso about that, but just so ironic that Tampa would be getting pelted by this, but once again, we'll continue to watch these pictures. That's an iconic site in that city.
And we are getting in some rain video right now, live picture from Bimini Sands Resort in the Bahamas. They are still getting the bands of this in the Bahamas here. Bimini is very close to South Florida, and as these final bands make their way up toward Palm Beach County, they are still getting it at this late hour, 9:30 tonight.
Well, you see her every weekend on Local 10 on the Morning News, and she tells you about properties around South Florida.
Liz Caldwell gives us a look at her neighborhood tonight. She's able to bring us some images of Rio Vista in Fort Lauderdale.
I'm standing here looking out at the edge of the Tarpon River that feeds into the new river. As you can see, high tide is approaching. The water has reached the docks, the seawalls. Across the ways, there's trees over there that have already come down. This boat may not be here for much longer, sitting low in the water. As I'm coming around the bend, you can see ahead, there's some more trees down. Across the way is Ponce de Leon, one of the prettiest streets in Fort Lauderdale. The winds are definitely picking up. The grass here that I'm standing on is pretty drenched. The tree in front of me has been there forever. We shall wait and see if it survives. The owners of that tree have been trying to save it.
Wow. It's just some of the damage in the Rio Vista area. Liz Caldwell joins us every weekend morning, and it's got to be hard for her, after selling real estate all these years, to see some of the damage, but it could have been so much worse. Nothing terrible there to see in Rio Vista. Yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds sweeping through Fort Lauderdale, causing a lot of damage. And speaking of a lot of damage, let's take one more look now at the damage that Irma caused in Key Largo. Bill Weir takes us on a tour down there as he was driving through. These were some of the first images out of that area.
We drove down actually to check out the Snake Creek Bridge. We'd heard from one local. Why don't we go down here and see what's going on? We'd heard from one local that the bridge had gone out. It's the one drawbridge in this chain of islands. And if those rumors were true, it would have been devastating for the people of the Keys, because they would have cut them off from the mainland and made life so much harder. So this is the Atlantic side here. That is unpassable. I don't think we can get down there. But it looks like there's a boat or an awning that's blown up onto the road. So bear with me. I'm going to turn us around and get back out on US 1. But so we went down to check out that bridge, and around mile marker 88 or so, 87. And the good news is it's passable. We drove over it, and that's a huge sigh of relief. Now we have to conserve gasoline. Unfortunately, this is our power source that we're driving right now, and we only have so much gas to keep us powered up and keep us on the air tonight and tomorrow. Hopefully we're going to get refueled, so we can't go all the way down to the 7 Mile Bridge, which would be the next one that people are worried about, and down in the lower Keys. But if the Snake Creek is good, that bodes well for folks, and I haven't heard any reports lately that it's been taken out. But now, so we're driving the wrong way. I don't recommend this if you ever come vacationing in the Keys. We're driving the wrong way on US 1. We're headed back north here because there's a big debris field I wanted to show you. The one interesting thing we've been seeing is, and now, of course, this is a good time to remind people that this is the worst time to come out and check your property and poke around, and you know, I'm here so you don't have to be, because we've driven over a few live power lines. There's still enough of a stiff wind now and then. I could pick up a sign or a palm frond and turn it into a projectile. This is well, I tell you, hurricanes and tornadoes really hate trailer parks. This is the Driftwood Trailer Park on the Atlantic side. And you can see just a little sample of the damage.
All right, and that was Bill Weir from CNN, as he said he went to Key Largo, so we didn't have to go, not necessarily us, but those who love to go there and probably wanted to stay. So many people did evacuate, tens of thousands of people did evacuate, and they're being asked not to go back. And we heard from the county manager from Monroe County tonight, and he said, look, you know, we've been hit pretty hard, but it's nothing that we can't rebuild.
And he said he knows the feeling. When he had his first place in Isla Morada after storms, he always wanted to rush back and check, but he's so hoping that people will not rush back to the Keys until he can assess the damage. He himself has not been down at Key West yet. Neither did Bill Weir make his way down there, as far as we know. So we are still waiting for our very first images from Key West. But the good news is no talk, no reports of any fatalities or serious injuries.
That's the best news of all. As the governor loved to say, we can rebuild your home, but we cannot rebuild your life.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine if everyone is unscathed in Key West, life-wise and health-wise, then we will have really done well.
That's a great outcome.
Carlos Suarez is in Doral surveying some of the issues there late tonight. Let's get to him.
Calvin and Lori, not much flooding at this development that we are at here in Doral. As you can probably hear, the story, at least in this part of Miami-Dade County, remains the strong winds that have come and gone over the last couple of hours, even though you take a quick look at the radar and you get a sense that the more severe stuff is obviously already passed. You don't have to walk too far outside of this development to get a sense of exactly what we're talking about when it comes to the winds out here. We're going to take a quick walk here. Again, I'm at a development just off of Northwest 74th Street. This is just east of the Turnpike, where, as you can see, much of the damage here are just downed palm fronds, as well as these rather large trees. This back part here that you're taking a look at, and I've got a flashlight with me because it is quite dark back here. You can see this tree that's been uprooted, basically torn right off of the ground out here. It's also got some minor flooding where this tree used to be at. You can see the foundation of it just wasn't strong enough to withstand some of these winds out here. This back part, as you can see here, just narrowly missed this one house that sits on the other side of this fence. Much of the damage, again, here at least, seems to be widespread at this development, and a lot of it is just contained to these rather large trees that have unfortunately just not been able to withstand the strong winds. I spent the night in this part of the town, and the winds were howling. I mean, most of the homes out here have their hurricane shutters up. A lot of them either boarded up or they evacuated. Calvin and Lori, that is kind of the situation that we find ourselves in on this part of Doral. Again, we're in a development just east of the Turnpike and Northwest 74th Street, where tonight a majority of it still has power. The shutters are still up. The damage is contained to the fact that there's just a lot of trees that unfortunately were not able to withstand these strong winds. And so, of course, once sunrise comes out tomorrow, then, of course, the cleanup effort begins. But that's kind of the situation from here. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Carlos, thanks a lot. And we know that Irma has made its way up north, and as a result, places like Fort Myers and Marco Island, Sanibel Island, Pine Island, and also Naples getting hit pretty hard, even as we speak.
Naples, the storm surge is just still mounting right now. Ed Lavandera suffered through some of the worst of it. This was just a couple of hours ago.
A quick little step out here so you can get a sense of just how quickly the water is moving through here on the street. This is the most severe gust as it's pushing through. You can see the water. You can't even see 50 yards anymore to our right. The amount of water that's being pushed along the street and filling up here, and we're in we understand one of the higher areas here in downtown Naples. The water in other parts of the neighborhoods that we were able to survey this morning and throughout the day yesterday have to be an incredibly dangerous situation. The good news, as we've reported over the last day, is that many of the people here in Naples evacuated this area. We didn't see but a handful of people out and about throughout the day yesterday. So that is a good sign, because what is left behind, as you mentioned, it's just property. And the intensity of it and the flooding in this situation. Remember, this part of Naples is surrounded by water on all sides. So it's not just the Gulf waters that are going to be of concern. It's going to be the river to the side, to the east side of town here, as well as the canals and the homes through there. All of that water getting pushed up. This is just one little spot as you look down here on the street in downtown Naples, just how quickly the water can pool up in various areas. So you can imagine in some of the lower lying areas, just how horrible the flooding situation is going to be. We continue to look here off to our east to make sure we're well protected here. Everything structurally, from what I can tell, seems to be holding on quite right, but I have never experienced the intensity of this kind of hurricane with the winds cutting down visibility the way it has, which obviously makes the situation even that much more disconcerting. But it is incredibly intense here as we approach and get closer to the eye of this storm, making and passing over Naples here. But it is quickly going to turn from a wind and structural story to this flooding story. Here comes another gust. I'm out. Whoa.
Whoa is right. Ed has covered a lot of storms for CNN and a lot of hurricanes, and that right there clearly was something that he said he had never done before, and I think a lot of us feel that way. Irma was unprecedented in so many ways. We looked at the storm and thought, well, you know, we kind of dodged a bullet, but really when you think about it, so many people did not, especially when you're in the dark tonight.
Exactly. A lot of power outages. We're going to be feeling this for quite a while. And we're just seeing from one of our former producers on Facebook that Irma has arrived in Orlando. So many people from here had gone up to Orlando hoping they could get ahead of this storm, but no one knew it would just go right up the southwest coast like that and end up affecting Orlando as well.
And also what it shows you is that even though it's on the southwest side of the peninsula, how large the storm is to go all the way through central Florida and even on the other side of the southeastern peninsula.
I say no one knew. Betty and Max knew all the time, right? And really, it's been a very consistent forecast that it would go right up the coast of Florida. We've always said it would go right up the whole peninsula, but so many people took a chance. They just thought maybe, oh, it'll never get as far as Orlando. But as you see on this map, it's Orlando and that area that is dealing with it right now.
And we also talked about how it was the size. Irma was, in fact, the size of Florida. And if you go back to the other map one more time, that shows you the entire storm covers the entire state of Florida. Wow.
Irma is very large, large and in charge, as Betty once called her. We have our Andrew Perez driving around, and he's able to join us via Skype. And this is really some of the best video we can bring you because, Andrew, it helps people understand where the outages are and what the conditions are like outside so they can stay inside.
Yeah, well, now our weather roving has led us to Pembroke Pines. A little bit of good news, a little bit of bad news. The good news is we've seen that some of Pembroke Pines does have power. Right now, we're right across the street from Perry Airport. You can see crews. I know it's getting a little bit blurry there from all the lights. But you can see crews have been driving by, checking the area. We've seen at least half of Pembroke Pines with power, some of the apartment buildings and whatnot. But I want you to take a look. We pulled over at an area right across from North Perry Airport that does not have power. Let me try to fix this screen for you guys. There we go. And I just want to show you this. I mean, this kind of gives you an idea of what the winds were doing with all the foliage. All the cars, a lot of people, we've seen a lot of people doing this. They parked their cars as the storm was approaching right in front of their windows in their homes, even if they had shutters, just to kind of protect their homes and whatnot. And you can see how the wind has just kind of slapped all the foliage on their cars. Flashlight's out. But right here off of Pembroke Road, you can see some of the trees are down. Crews are, it's not like Plantation where we've seen crews kind of going around, picking up those trees, putting them to the side. You haven't seen very many crews in terms of cleanup working so far in Pembroke Pines or in Davie. We have seen police officers. We have seen paramedics responding to calls, police officers responding to calls. But for the most part, people are still in their homes. They're kind of just waiting and watching because, again, where are you going to go at this time? I mean, there's not much going on. The power's out. The gas stations are closed. The restaurants are closed. It's Sunday night. Most likely, you don't have to go to work tomorrow. So you're better off just kind of sitting tight inside. The other thing is, I was telling you, I know you're not going to be able to see it. Hopefully at 11, we're going to have that video for you here on Local 10 News. But right across the street from where we are at North Perry Airport, the airport had some damage too. One of the hangars there was blown wide open. I mean, these giant metal doors. One of them completely thrown in an area that was storing a bunch of planes. The other one is pretty much hanging by a thread at this rate. Then there was an actual small plane that's completely flipped over right now at the airport. So that's something crews are going to have to clean up, assess. I think overall, we've been showing you some of the damage so far. Again, keep in mind, it's dark. It's hard to get around. A lot of the roads are blocked off. We've been showing you as much damage as we can tonight. Weather roving, showing you the lasting weather effects right now. But I think all things considered, we did dodge a bullet here. This really could have been so much worse. Yes, we have a lot of destruction. Yes, we've got a lot of cleanup to do. We've got a lot of water damage to deal with in so many communities, not only in Broward, but we've been showing you throughout the day in Miami-Dade County as well. But for the most part, we saw what happened in Texas. We're seeing what's happening now in Tampa, in Central Florida. And I think a lot of us are realizing, you know what? We're praying and hoping for the best for our friends to the north, but we really did come out lucky here.
In so many ways, and as you've made your way from Davie to Pembroke Pines, are you finding that more people are hitting the streets? I know you talked about it earlier, that this is not a time to get out, even though, some people are thinking that, hey, look, I want to try to assess and see what kind of damage happened to my house. But did you find a lot more cars on the road besides the emergency personnel?
I think we've found more in Pembroke Pines than in, say, Plantation or Davie. And I think it's because parts of Pembroke Pines still do have power. So some people are going back to check on their homes, check on their property. Some people, we've met one person who was staying with family and friends kind of right out the storm. And she's like, all right, I've had enough. I'm ready to go back home. But that's what we've been telling you. Officials are warning you, you know what? Don't do that. It's not worth it. It's already so late. There's no power. A lot of the trees are down as well. And you got to keep in mind, I mean, think about it. I'm going to put this down so you can't really see. This is what you're driving on. I'm walking right now. Imagine you're in a car, you're driving, and all of a sudden your lights hit something. You know, here's a car, but your lights hit a tree or something. It's going to be very difficult for you to turn around that. You might hit it. You could get in an accident. It could be a while before crews can actually get to you. So those are all things that you need to keep in mind. That's why crews are saying, you know what, it's better off that you stay indoors. Plus, we have this curfew. And police also would rather be focusing on emergency 911 calls that they would need to respond to, or also making sure that they protect the public from anybody who might be trying to take advantage of this situation like we saw with looters in Fort Lauderdale. They want to make sure, you know what, we'd rather have nobody on the streets right now. And if we do, we stop, we see what's going on. It gives us a better handle to make sure nobody's trying to steal anything, trying to burglarize a business that may have been boarded up. Police are saying, you know what, help them out. Help them help you by just staying indoors and staying put until tomorrow.
Andrew, can you give us a sense from all you're driving around now, where are you seeing the most power outages?
Well, so far, the furthest north we went was Sunrise, and I would say Plantation, Sunrise area. If we're talking about driving all the way up University through Broward, I would say Plantation and Sunrise, I mean, it was pretty much pitch black dark all the way around. There are some neighborhoods that not only can you not get into those neighborhoods because trees are blocking them, but then on top of that, it's just pitch black dark. So we've been going around trying to talk to people maybe who are, experiencing the aftermath of this storm, maybe hanging out with family and friends in the dark, or kind of opening up the garage and walking around the neighborhood. But we're not even seeing any of that because it's so dark. And we have seen that people, especially up there, are heeding the warnings and are staying indoors and staying put.
And Andrew, as we have a little light on your shot anyway there in Pembroke Pines, take a moment and tell us, you've grown up around here. You have so many family and friends. What are you hearing from them?
Well, they all rode out the storm together. And let me tell you, I have a very large family. Your typical big, loud Cuban family. They're probably laughing if they're watching or listening right now. They did lose power for a bit. They had, I think, 4 or 5 dogs in a house. They had about 15 people in a house, including the beloved grumpy old grandpa as well. But they are thankful that it wasn't worse. You know, they did open the door later on today to kind of look at the damage, and they said the forest, because they've just got so many trees down. They did have a tree fall down on a car. But as far as storms go, they said what I was kind of reiterating earlier, that, they feel like they dodged a bullet with this one as well.
Thank goodness they're all okay. That is great to hear. Andrew, we know they're watching you and hoping you stay safe.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have
Trust me, they've been texting me nonstop throughout the storm, so they got me covered.
And Andrew, I'm curious now, you were able to go to North Miami Beach High School earlier today, weren't you, for one of the shelters, I believe. And if that is the case, what were you hearing about people? Were they anxious to try to leave the shelter as well, even several hours ago?
Well, this was late last night that we were in North Miami Beach. We were in North Miami Beach, and then we went down to downtown Miami as well. People were kind of getting frustrated already. I mean, by the time we met them, they were all eating. They were waiting in line. Then we went to a church in North Miami, and there were people in there that were riding out this storm and kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. We know North Miami is experiencing some major flooding tonight. They were experiencing major flooding early on in this storm as it is. And we saw these people, they were riding out the storm in a church. They were eating together. They were praying together. That's how they were kind of passing the time. But you can understand that everybody would like to get home. It's just not safe. And that's why we are still on air, because even though it does feel in terms of weather that things have kind of calmed down, we still get a gust of wind every now and then. But for the most part, it's not these whiteout conditions that we've been showing you, that we've been experiencing throughout the day. It's not these super heavy tree toppling winds that we've been experiencing throughout the day. But there are still weather conditions that we're dealing with out here. There's still the aftermath that we're dealing with out here as well.
Okay, Andrew in Pembroke Pines for us. Andrew, thanks a lot for that, and nice work out there. He's been covering a lot of ground from Davie to Pembroke Pines to
Plantation, Sunrise, North Miami Beach, North Perry Airport. He's been all over the place.
Yeah, and he said many of the blackouts have taken place in the Plantation area in Pembroke Pines. So be careful out there. He says sometimes when you pull right up to some debris, you don't even know what you're pulling up to. So if you're planning on driving tonight, not a good idea.
Terrell Fournay is in Florida City. Last we checked, they were still getting some pretty strong winds down there. Terrell, how's it been in the last 20 to 30 minutes?
Well, it's been extremely dry, bone dry, and it's the biggest break that we have had when it comes to rain in quite a little while. But as far as those wind gusts, we're still getting those wind gusts, and we're still getting an assessment of the damage around the Florida City area and the Homestead area as well. But just where we have been, the trees have been battered, and we've been seeing a lot of these palm fronds around as well. So this is pretty much indicative of the entire area, and I'm sure across South Florida as well. A lot of cleaning up to do. And if you take a look behind me, even though you probably can't see, it is eerily dark outside as well. That is because this area is still without power. The power went out last night, so about 24 hours or so this area has been dealing with a power outage, as I'm sure many people who may be listening on the radio at home are dealing with that as well. You're having to use those flashlights, or perhaps the flashlight on your cell phone to get around your home. You know what it is like. It is an inconvenience, especially when you're dealing with your family and you have kids and things of that nature. But it is something that so many of us across South Florida are dealing with, and we really don't know when the power will be restored. I do know that we've seen city workers going up and down US 1 here in the Florida City area, giving this city an assessment, and also our neighboring city, the city of Homestead. They have also been assessing some of the damage in that community as well. We know that looting has been somewhat of a problem. We've heard of reports at a nearby store where some people tried to take advantage and steal from a supermarket. And also, there was a market, a flea market in this area, where we are told that there was a car that was driven through the door. Nothing taken there, but police were able to make some arrests. But they are keeping an eye on that flea market, that outlet that is here in the Florida City area as well. So we we are still getting these reports of people trying to take advantage of this situation. Obviously, that is why a curfew is in effect in this community for many other reasons, because it's still not safe for you to go out and about and, surveying your property or be out on the road, because there are a lot of dangers on the road as well. And when it's this dark outside, you never know what you may be walking over or driving over. So still stay inside until tomorrow morning.
And Terrell, as it relates to when daylight hits, will you have a chance to go to the Keys and assess the damage there? We are seeing some of the pictures out of Key Largo, but we're looking for some people to go farther west to see how badly Irma left a number on the Keys.
Yes, at last check, Monroe County was completely shut off. They were not allowing people to go south of the Dade County line. That was the assessment from Monroe County emergency managers. But as far as tomorrow morning, some Local 10 news crews are making some plans to venture further south, because under the daylight, that may be a more appropriate time when those emergency managers may allow us to venture more into a safe area of the Keys, especially some of the hard-hit areas of the Keys. We know that they were wind-whipped as well. They endured a lot of flooding. So we're very interested in telling their stories as well and seeing that damage for ourselves. So we do have plans for several Local 10 news crews first thing in the morning to roll down into the Keys. We could not stay there during the storm, though, because it was just too risky. We had plans initially, but when that forecast cone put the Keys under Irma's eye, it was just too much of a risk. So for safety reasons, that is when we evacuated ourselves from the Florida Keys.
Safety first. Our Terrell Frenet in Florida City. Thanks a lot, Terrell.
Let's get to our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis. She is here with us right now. Betty, we're going to be able to check in with a reporter in Naples in just about 2 minutes or so, maybe about 3 minutes. So please catch us up to date.
Okay, let's get you the very latest on Hurricane Irma. That center of circulation, 35 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida. Maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour, gusts to 130, pressure 942 millibars. It is moving north at 14 miles per hour. As far as the wind gusts locally, the one gauge we're still able to show is Hialeah, a south wind gusting to 58 miles per hour. But if you've even attempted to go outside, you know those breezes are really strong and will, for the most part, be that way for the rest of tonight. Night has fallen. It's dark out there. The power is out in so many locations. So just stick inside, keep the radios tuned, and we'll let you know the play-by-play. You don't have to go out there tomorrow. Just wait for the sun to come up tomorrow and the winds to die down. So Irma, a Category 2 hurricane now. Early in the morning as a Cat 1, it makes that move toward Tampa. That's going to produce rainfall for them. Storm surge 2, the areas of onshore flow, that's going to continue to be a huge issue. Then Monday afternoon, we watch this storm as it's weakening, but crossing that Florida border into Georgia, forecast to be a tropical storm. So tropical weather, tropical troubles on the way into Georgia, Alabama, and then eventually it winds down, remnants churning up into Tennessee, and then them being steered toward the Ohio Valley as remnants, and some tropical moisture will be squeezed out there. Here's another look at some winds across Broward and Miami-Dade. I've been mentioning all night long that a lot of our reporting stations, once some of those stronger bands move through, it seemed to have knocked out the power or knocked out the ability of these anemometers to continue to track and show us what the wind speeds are. But one still hanging on out there, Hialeah. Hialeah, how's it going out there tonight? You're having a sustained wind from the south around 39 miles per hour, and that is tropical storm force. Here's what Hurricane Irma looks like, the satellite and radar composite together, clouds just filling up the sky, and even some of the rains, those bands, already starting to sneak into parts of Georgia. So the reach of this system is really huge. It's lifting up toward the north, so you would expect that more areas to the north would start to feel some of Irma's bands. Now, as for that center of circulation, we talked about it being east-northeast of Fort Myers. By the way, there is a tornado threat from Tampa into Jacksonville. So just like we had today, as some of those bands came through, some of those stronger storms, the shear in that low levels, that opportunity or that chance for some rotation within some of those storms within the bands. That's what they're contending with tonight. So no doubt they have their NOAA weather radios good to go. I know a lot of you here are without power. Also into central Florida, power is starting to go as Irma lifts up to the north. So it's having a big impact all across the state. Now this is the radar imagery of Irma, and clearly you can still see that center of circulation right there. Note that counterclockwise circulation. You see that just east-northeast of Fort Myers. If you're listening on the radio, you don't see it, but I can tell you what it looks like. It's a counterclockwise circulation, and around it you can still see these bands of rainfall showing up, and even clearly seeing a portion of that eye wall just pounding areas inland over Florida. Lori and Calvin?
All right, Betty, thanks so much for getting us up to date.
And we are now wanting to take you to the southwest side of the peninsula now, where Irma is really having an effect. We want to go to Natasha Chen, who is live now from Tampa with a look at Irma's effects on the Tampa Bay area.
We're seeing the rain and winds pick up. Within the last few hours, we've seen the sheets of rain swirling downriver here, and we can still see that in the reflection of the downtown Tampa lights that are still on. But 3 million more customers throughout the state of Florida are now in the dark.
All day, the storm has been pounding parts of Florida.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And well, we're about to get punched in the face.
Already, we're seeing damage from possible tornadoes spawned by the hurricane. One is believed to have touched down in Fort Lauderdale, scattering debris, ripping down power lines, and snapping and splitting trees. The storm surge pushed into downtown Miami, flooding the streets. The hurricane-force winds snapped a construction crane. People holed up nearby could hear that over the sound of the wind.
Heard a loud crack, and then like a boom that kind of followed that, and so I assumed that something large fell, and I looked out the window and looked up, and I saw the just some remnants of the crane falling down to the building.
The winds knocked out power to more than 750,000 homes and businesses in the Miami-Dade area. As the storm moves up the west coast of Florida, people prepare for the storm in Tampa, which has not seen a direct hit from a major hurricane since 1921.
We have, for 90 years, avoided this day, but I think our day has come.
The current concern, the biggest concern, is still the storm surge. We have watched the water recede on the Hillsborough River all day, which only means that that storm surge will come back with a vengeance in just a few hours, and we will monitor all of those conditions. Here in Tampa, Natasha Chen, back to you.
And we sure do wish the best for the Tampa area as Irma, the center of circulation, continues to lift up toward the north. Right now, some of those stronger winds still within that eye wall appear to be lifting up toward the town of Wauchula and over towards Sebring. This is inland parts of Florida, more east of Sarasota, but even in places like Sarasota, certainly some of those stronger winds and some of these bands are hitting those areas too. So as I've been saying, the reach of Irma, it is far and beyond. And even down here in South Florida, we're still getting some bands. They're not heavy bands, the most intense bands, but the occasional swift showers that rotate through some of your communities. And I think that'll be the case for the rest of tonight. You can definitely see, if you had the power and could see our Doppler radar, you could see a strong band of rainfall off over the western Atlantic, stretching down toward the Bimini area. This is going to continue to push east and lift up to the north. So that's not going to be backtracking in our direction. But what is moving in our direction, some more rain bands off to the west. These are rotating in. They don't necessarily pack a lot of rainfall, but they are packing a punch with those winds. I did have the opportunity to step outside our studio just to get a feel for what it is like. And these are conditions you do not need to be out in, as the winds are still sustained, in some cases at tropical storm force, and they're gusting 50, 60 plus miles per hour. And that still could be the case within some of these bands of rainfall, even though they don't look that intense on the Doppler radar. You would not want to be caught up in this if you're on the road. There is debris out there, and getting out in these conditions could be quite treacherous for you. So if you're watching tonight, maybe checking in on the radio from Southwest Ranches or Davie, or maybe Cooper City is where you are, we say good evening to you, and there is a little more shower activity that's going to head your way. You too, Miramar, and with this, there could be a gust of wind. Weston, it's moving through your area right now, and there may be a little wind energy, an extra punch with that. That's going to continue to move toward the east and lift up toward the north. So from time to time, as I'm saying, we'll tend to have these bands. Here's another area down near Hialeah. Here too, we'll tend to get a little bit of this rain action moving through with a gust of wind. Miccosukee, another area that has been involved in this band. As it's moving eastbound, eventually, if you're listening tonight from Hialeah or Westchester or even from Kendall, things have died down rain-wise now, but I'm taking note of this band, and it could actually swing a little closer to you over the next hour or so. Outside of that, the winds will continue to blow, and they will continue to whip as we move through the rest of the evening. Let's check in on the lower Keys and see how the weather is faring there. In fact, all of the Keys, no widespread rain to report. But here, too, we still are finding the occasional bands of showers that come through, and they could be a little on the blustery side. But, of course, the worst of the weather is beyond the lower Keys as we track that core of Irma moving east-northeast of Fort Myers tonight. So that's the scene. We are beyond the 8 p.m. hour. Hurricane force wind gusts, those should be out of the equation, but we still are looking at those strong tropical storm force gusts in parts of Miami-Dade and Broward. And, of course, Palm Beach County, it's going to be more like midnight when we finally transition from getting those hurricane wind gusts 70 to 80-plus miles per hour. Bottom line, the winds are still very strong out there tonight. It's going to be that way for the rest of tonight. It'll be toward tomorrow morning when we'll finally see winds dropping below 39 miles per hour. So if you're still feeling anxious, it's late, you've been locked inside all night, you're thinking maybe I can just get out and kind of drive around and see what's going on out there. It is not a good idea. If there's a curfew in your area, stick to that. Tomorrow will be here before you know it. The sun comes out, at least a little bit of sun. We still could have a few more showers rotating through, some clouds hanging tough too. But remember, Irma's a big system, won't be quite out of our state. But the conditions as far as the winds will eventually diminish more so as we move through tomorrow morning. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, Betty, thanks a lot. We have two issues coming out of Fort Lauderdale now, one of which is on the AP wire, and I do want to update you on this one. The first one is the AP wire is reporting that a third construction crane reportedly comes falling down in the city of Fort Lauderdale thanks to Irma's winds. This one in Fort Lauderdale, no injuries reported from that. So that is good. A third construction crane reportedly falling to Irma's winds. This one happening in Fort Lauderdale.
And we do have video out of St. Martin of more U.S. citizens being evacuated from the Dutch island territory of St. Martin. Look at this video. Military aircraft have already relocated at least 1,200 U.S. citizens, we're told. Imagine the feeling of being loaded onto one of these cargo planes. Operations were paused on Saturday as storms continued to threaten the Caribbean. But Hurricane Irma, when it was a Category 5, left damaging impacts on St. Martin. And that is according to all the updates we've been getting out of the region. Several deaths have been reported. And U.S. citizens who have not yet been evacuated are urged to stay sheltered in place.
You know, I've been on one of those planes, remember back in 2010 for the earthquake in Haiti. And being on one of those C-130 planes, as you can see there, not a lot of room to do a whole lot. And there is no comfort in that. So especially knowing that, well, you had to evacuate for the reasons of Hurricane Irma. Let's take you back now at what it was like when Irma's bands hit Coral Gables earlier today.
That's where our Janine Stanwood was hunkered down with our chief photographer.
Calvin, the wind direction has changed, and you can see that it is really gusting. In fact, right now you can hardly see a thing where we are in downtown Coral Gables, Miracle Mile, Aragon Avenue. I want to bring your attention over here to this business that had put up their metal shutters, and you can see that a couple of the panels just didn't take. And right now it looks like they've been breached. We actually saw them sort of shaking around in the wind. This is definitely a time that police and authorities don't want you to be out, because not only are the conditions bad, but the power is out. Take a look. The street signs, the street signals, those lights have been out for the last couple of hours, and we have seen a couple of cars, some of them driving quickly, and I don't know why, which is very, very dangerous. And in fact, this is Miracle Mile right here. This is sort of the heart of Coral Gables, and well, you don't see it anymore, but there was an awning that was on one of these storefronts, and it just blew right off. It's somewhere barreling around Miracle Mile right now. But the rain and the wind right now is really causing some whiteout conditions here in Coral Gables. As you know, Coral Gables is still under a curfew, and thankfully, again, aside from those couple cars that we saw, we are really just not seeing a soul out here. For the last couple of hours, the power has been out, which is an issue, and I know it's probably an issue for you at home if you have any friends or family that live in the Coral Gables area and you haven't been able to get out and about and see them. From where we are in the downtown area, at least right now, we're not seeing any major damage, but what we are seeing is just a lot of debris kind of flying around, which is definitely a situation. In fact, over there on the pavement, that just looks like a little bit of debris, but it's actually very dangerous because what it is, in fact, are probably, it looks to be roof tiles that are right now on the pavement, and that can be a dangerous thing if you're driving. If those can certainly crack your windshield. So that's the story from here in Coral Gables. Very windy, very rainy. It's gotten very dark just in the last couple of minutes. Definitely not a time to be out and about. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Janine, thanks a lot. And we do want to point out that was earlier today, and that was taped. It's a very different scene right now in Coral Gables. Still probably desolate because of that curfew, but, not quite that windy and rainy.
Luckily, and no structural damage that she could find, just a few trees down, thank goodness. Terrell Fournier is in Florida City, surveying some of the damage down there as much as he can before daylight. Terrell, what are you hearing?
Well, actually, we got a chance a little while ago, a couple of hours ago, when it was a little more light outside to survey some of the damage and some of the things that we saw. Some downed power lines, some downed transformers, like a lot of utility poles that were snapped at the base, and literally they had fallen down and those wires were blocking the road. We also saw a number of street signs that were plucked from the base and tossed to the side as if it were nothing. We also saw a lot of the traffic signals. They were out as well. But take a look behind me right now, because you can see just how dark it is. Usually when it was light, when we did have light, we could show you, just how blowing the trees were, but they're just shadows right now. The power is completely out in this area, but after getting a drive around, we certainly can see why, that there is no power in the area. It will be quite some time before power is restored to this area, because all of the transformers and the power lines, it seems to be pretty widespread here in the Florida City area. But as far as structural damage, we didn't appear to see very much in terms of that. However, some of the buildings that are around here, the shingles on top of the roofs, they were peeled away. We saw some awning damage. Some businesses had their signs damaged, but for all in all, the integrity of those buildings were pretty much still in shape. We have seen a lot of police lights. You probably could tell every so often we see the lights of the city of Homestead Police Department, even Miami-Dade Police Department. They've been down here just kind of driving by. We do know that they are doing door-to-door checks at these businesses to sort of thwart the actions of some potential looters or people who are trying to take advantage of this situation. Earlier today, we also saw the Florida Fish and Wildlife. It appeared to be some sort of a convoy heading southbound on US 1 into the Florida Keys. About half a dozen of those vehicles had actual boats tied to them, so it's pretty safe to say that they were staging that equipment heading down south. So at daybreak tomorrow, they are going to assist in those recovery efforts for the hardest hit areas of the Keys. Monroe County officials, they don't want anyone who perhaps was evacuated from the Keys to start returning down there. They say the entire county is closed, so they want people to hold off from that. But the first responders, they have to be the first ones down there to obviously provide that assistance. And they also have to, something we don't think about, check the integrity of all of the bridges. About 42 bridges make up the entire Florida Keys. So each of those bridges, because of how intense the storm was, each of those bridges have to be checked by the Florida Department of Transportation to make sure that they are safe. They may look fine, but they may not be fine structurally. So all of that work has to be done before people can return to the Keys.
And Terrell, we also know in Monroe County there's a dusk to dawn curfew that was put on by the sheriff down there, Sheriff Ramsey. So we thank you for sharing that with us, Terrell. Thank you so much from Florida City.
And Derek Shore has been driving around, giving us a good sense of what's going on out there and the power outages. Derek, you say you're in Miami now. Tell us where.
Well, yeah, we were actually right by North Bay Village, and we were on 79th Street. You can see a couple of the cops. These are the eastbound lanes, I believe. I didn't remember my compass correctly, and this is
Derek, we can't hear you very well. Is there anything you could do to help the sound? You say you're on 79th Street Causeway there in North Bay Village.
Let me see if I can. Is that any better?
That sounds much better.
Right now I am on 79th Street, and I am on the causeway right now, right by North Bay Village. And this is really the scene that it looks like. I have my photographer helping me with the light. All of this, I think this is all just seaweed and sea junk that has come up onto the road from the ocean right next to us, from the bay. And then take a look at this. This is just sitting in the middle of the road. This appears to be some sort of docking structure. I'm not sure where it was and why it's here, but certainly this is a huge piece of debris that we found on mainland, and that should be likely in the water. Take a look at it. The coconut sitting right there, and all of this other sea junk, sea debris, and seaweed. I'm going to turn around this way, and I don't know if you can see, but the water is definitely still coming up onto the road. The white caps are coming up, and the winds are incredible. I'm going to turn back the other way, see if you can hear me any better. But that is what it looks like right off the roadway. And that's what we've been seeing. I can mention what we're going to do right now is we're going to hop back in the car, and we are going to try to get over the causeway past North Bay Village, what we've been trying to do most of the night, to try to survey some of the damage over on the beach, on the northern side of the barrier island. So that's what we're going to try to do, and you'll see us start driving in a moment. When I get in the car, it should sound better. If I can get the door open. Whoa. Okay. And what I was going to mention is that the police are out in full force. They are not kidding around when it comes to this curfew. We went over the causeway that would take us to Bal Harbor, and they were the Bay Village police. They wanted us to Bay Harbor, I should say, police. They wanted to show ID that we lived there. Obviously, we didn't. And so we were turned around. Well, not obviously. We could live there, but we don't. And so they turned us around. So a number of officers are out on the roadway. I saw officers inspecting shopping that there were no looters. They are parked strategically along the roadways. And all right, especially Derek, because there are so many dangers out here on the roadway.
Derek, we're going to check in with our Betty Davis here in just a moment. But thank you so much reporting from North Bay Village, and quite a bit of trees and pond fronds right there on the roadway. One more reason not to be out on the roads, especially when you really can't see out there.
And Betty, give us a sense for that area, if you could. I mean, or where you're seeing some of the remaining winds. You talked about a certain band that was still moving through.
Right. And at this point, Lori, to be quite frank with you, it's very difficult to show you any actual data because a lot of those wind gauges just aren't working. The winds have just been so strong today. They've been blown offline. But I think you can tell by the live shots, by the sounds we're hearing out there, and even by some of the images he's showing of that the rough surf, how the bay is just so agitated. The winds are still very strong out there. So even as that core of Irma is lifting away, the winds are still whipping, and everything is going according to plan, because if you have been watching our coverage since yesterday, the one thing we stressed was that this event was going to be of long duration, and that is indeed the case. So even at the 10 o'clock hour, 10 p.m. hour, going up upon the 11 p.m. hour, the winds are still blowing pretty hard. Even if they are not at hurricane force, tropical storm force winds still are possible out there tonight. So the one gauge I can show you has been Hialeah. I'm assuming this is correct. A south wind gusting to 58 miles per hour. That's strong enough as far as tropical storm force winds go, and sustained winds have been right around 40 miles per hour. As far as Hurricane Irma, we know that that core is now 50 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida, so it's inland, interacting with land, and as it does so, it continues to weaken. That's the forecast plan. Moves up toward the north or a little north-northwest, moving into early tomorrow as a Category 1. It moves over Tampa, or the Tampa Bay area, I should say, near there. And then it makes its journey into North Florida, over that North Georgia or the South Georgia Florida border around Monday afternoon as a tropical storm. And then it continues on, finally weakening into remnants, moving off into the Tennessee Valley and parts of the Ohio Valley. So there is still a journey ahead for Irma, and there is still more blustery wind energy to be had outside our doors. So here's the sustained wind right now in Hialeah, still showing a south wind at 39 miles per hour. Obviously, we're starting to get on the bottom side of the system, so to speak, while other areas up to the north are now covered in the rain bands. So the scene we're now seeing from Tampa to Jacksonville, complete coverage in the rainfall, Irma's rain bands, just one on top of another on top of another. This is what the Doppler radar looked like earlier today over South Florida. We had those rain bands just covering up every inch, every square mile of South Florida, our viewing area from Broward over toward Collier, mainland Monroe, Miami-Dade, and then, of course, the Keys is where the landfall occurred. So now what we're seeing on the satellite and radar imagery is one very long, impressive band. This band extends from the Florida Straits. It's offshore, over and around, just clipping Bimini, and then back over and around, funneling back into the flow around Irma. That band extending all the way over north even of Tampa. So still very impressive, just the shape, the scope, and size of this hurricane. I'll zoom in now and show you where the center of circulation is. It is definitely over land. You can see that on the Doppler radar. If any of you out there are familiar with some of the landscape up to the north, some of the towns and cities east of Sarasota, like Arcadia and Sebring. It's between these two areas where we now find right around Arcadia and Placid Lakes, that center of circulation, and can still see a part of that eye wall in which, no doubt, some very strong winds are contained. So those are the areas being hit now with that center of circulation. That's going to continue to lift up, it seems, toward areas like Highland Park. The weather right now is just downright awful around Tampa and the Tampa Bay. They're too dealing with a very heavy rainfall and the strong winds too. So surely the weather going downhill as we continue to track Irma. All right, let's take a closer look at what's happening in our viewing area from Broward down toward Miami-Dade. The rain bands are not as intense, but there are still a few there. They are rolling in or sort of rotating in, caught in that flow around Irma. Right now we are tracking some rains, not necessarily the heaviest we've ever seen, but I think within this band we're probably experiencing some gusts right around, say, the Miramar area and Pembroke Pines. That's going to sweep on in your direction. Yes, Hialeah, some more of these quick little rains could move in your direction as well. They're sort of lifting up toward the south with that gradual push toward the east. So this is the kind of weather we're caught up in. It's not rain, rain, rain all the time, not that type of situation. And quite frankly, I think the wind is more of an issue for us than the rainfall at this point. And those winds are still going to be there. We cannot reiterate that enough. That's why you're being asked to stay off the roads, as the winds can still gust 50, 60 miles per hour. Even tonight, and that's not exactly a cakewalk to be out in that. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, we agree. Betty, thanks a lot. We want to take you now to the city of Miramar. These are a couple of pictures that were sent in from our viewers. This is in the Riviera Isle subdivision in West Miramar, and you can see here this tree was just split in half in someone's yard, and by the way, that tree is covering someone's yard. Let's show you another one here. There is another tree that was blocking the roadway there. This one falling the opposite direction, though. This one's falling on someone's home, but not quite sure how much damage, what kind of damage was done to the person's home. But I can tell you, this has been a rough day for so many. A lot of people can relate to those downed trees.
And then we have some video out of Plantation here. Some friends sent me. I mean, they said pretty much they're blocked by these trees down on one side in Jacaranda Country Club area. And then they've got the lake overflowing the road on the other. They feel a little trapped tonight. So not a fun feeling when you look both ways out of your home and you're not moving.
Well, it's going to be a busy day tomorrow for a cleanup for a lot of tree removal companies out there. Here's a live picture of rain from Bimini Sands here, and this is a resort area in the Bahamas. This resort getting a lot of rain from the outer bands of Hurricane Irma, now a Category 2 storm, but still causing some problems as far out as the Bahamas and as far west as places like Sanibel Island, as well as Marco Island, Naples, and Fort Myers.
We have Christian De La Rosa live in Sweetwater, an area prone to flooding, and it is no different tonight. But Christian, are most residents feeling it could have been worse?
That's how pretty much everybody feels. I just got off the phone with county officials who have been surveying the damage just like we have all day, and they tell us that they were expecting water up to people's waist, but that's not obviously what happened. The water is receding quickly, but virtually still every single road in this neighborhood, every single street that intersects with Flagler looks like this. It is still underwater. The water isn't very high, but this is still a lot of water over roads. Now we're going to try to zoom in all the way in down this road to show you if you can see that green looking box. That is a generator that county officials brought in to this neighborhood to connect to a water pump. This is a special water pump that's been installed in this area because it's so prone to flooding. And it is thanks to that generator that this water quickly. If this wasn't here, I can tell you when we first arrived, the water was about right here, close to my knees. So this is one big issue that still has to be cleaned up. Another is this one. You see all these branches? Yeah, that's one thing. That's what we're seeing across the entire region. But over here, this is a pretty big tree. Every other street that we've seen today in this neighborhood along Southwest 102nd has large trees that are down and are either blocking parts of the road or blocking in and county officials about this, and they say that at this point they are grateful that there isn't a lot of structural damage to a lot of homes, but this is going to take quite a while to clean up. They still don't have a plan as to where they are going to start. Tomorrow they will survey the damage again and figure out which areas need help the most. So it's a big question for a lot of neighbors out here when big trees like this one will be chopped up and when roads like this will be cleared. Back to you.
Christian, we can see how high the water is, but for our viewer, for the people listening by the radio, which is most of our listeners right now, how high is the water?
Right. Okay, so the water isn't very high. So when we first showed up here, it was probably up to my knees. And now we're going to see how deep we can walk into this. I would tell you that it's ankle high. But the issue isn't how high the water is. It's how many roads are still underwater. Okay, this is Southwest 102nd Street. We're near Flagler. And if you're familiar with Sweetwater, this area, again, virtually every single road that we've seen has been underwater. The water hasn't made it into any homes, and that's good news, but it is an issue getting around. I mean, no one should be around at this time of the night because there is a curfew in Sweetwater, okay? And part of the reason is not just people's safety, but also during the overnight hours as those county trucks start driving around and surveying the damage, they need to be able to move around, so they don't want people outside.
No doubt.
But
Christian
the water
De La
isn't
Rosa,
very high.
thank you. Christian, thanks so much. That gives our listeners a good idea of the level of problem there in Sweetwater, but thank goodness it is not worse. Thank you, Christian.
Well, they are still assessing the level of damage in Fort Lauderdale, and even the mayor is telling us tonight and making it a very special point that people should really stay off the roads because a lot of emergency personnel are now on the streets of the city of Fort Lauderdale trying to assess the damage. And we know that heavy rains caused a lot of flooding in parts of A1A in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, and the mayor telling us even that he had to help rescue a man out of a car that was stuck in all the sand that's come up there on A1A. Ross Palumbo is right out there as well. And Ross, how is the situation tonight?
Okay, we're actually not standing on the beach. We are on A1A, and this is where we came to you live during the height of the rain and the winds. You can see this entire section here at Las Olas and A1A is covered in sand, and one of the worst problems is right back over here. This is the storm drain down here, and the big problem, of course, is that it's pretty clogged up. That was causing water to pool in this area and causing a lot of flooding. But at this point, it looks like most of the water is gone. The rain is all but stopped, and all that is left behind, I would say about 3 or 4 inches of sand. Of course, as soon as I say that, the rain starts up again. There is still some puddling and pooling going on right back here and up and down A1A. This is what it looks like. Mostly sand, puddles of water for extended periods, down palm fronds, tree branches, you name it. It appears at this point that the worst has passed, but we really can't be sure. The rain is starting to come down again. These businesses here all still have the storm shutters out. The only damage that we've actually seen on the exterior is right here at this yogurt shop, this awning torn down during the height of the storm yesterday. This man you see in the distance here is one of the workers for the owner that owns 3 or 4 of these restaurants. He's checking everything out, and so far he says he hasn't found any significant damage. But what a difference we're seeing out here. Just a few hours ago, it was pretty much a whiteout. So much sand and rain in the air you could barely see me through the lens. Now the rain has calmed down dramatically, almost stopped, and all that remains really is the majority of this being sand. Of course, we'll stay out here and bring you the very latest. For now, the latest on the Fort Lauderdale beach. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Incredible amount of sand. That is hard to imagine. We've seen it happen before, but that's really the worst.
And the feeling when daylight shows up in several hours here, folks are going to have their work cut out for them. And Lori, before we go to the next story here, there's been another report of, once again, that crane that we talked about that snapped in two, in fact, in Fort Lauderdale. Turns out no one was at the building at the time. This is at 2200 North Ocean in Fort Lauderdale. Again, this happened during the storm. No injuries reported.
And this is video we showed you earlier today. You saw it happening live here on Local 10 News. These looters in Fort Lauderdale at Sunrise Boulevard and Powerline Road breaking the glass at this Simon's Footwear and just running out with as many boxes of shoes and expensive sneakers as they could. It was a horrible sight to see, people taking advantage of this bad weather and the fact that police could not be out.
And not just that store, it was a Foot Locker as well, and also a pawn shop that we saw along Powerline and Sunrise Boulevard. But Fort Lauderdale police have told us they are investigating that situation, and not only have they investigated, they've made arrests in every single case.
Yeah, really great to see. And meantime, we take you down to Key Largo. A popular Key Largo restaurant and bar did end up with a lot of damage. In fact, one part of Snappers, you may know that place, it was washed away by storm surge. And
reporter Bill Weir has more.
I'm about to show you something that has shaken me unlike anything I've seen in 25 years of reporting and 8 other hurricanes. Thursday night, I stood right here and interviewed the owner of a bar called Snappers and a bunch of very festive Key West residents who were debating whether to evacuate or stay. Peter was at that time determined to stay, hole up inside his bar. He changed his mind, and good thing he did, because it's completely gone. Look at this. Gone. The entire bar. Right here. Where I sat and had shrimp tacos with my crew after the live shot and hung out with these amazingly warm, gracious people. It's gone. It's been shoved up by the storm surge into the side of the fence of the neighboring businesses here. This was the bar. You can see they tried to board up with plywood, but the storm, the winds blew through it, and then inside the restaurant shoved everything up against the western wall of this place, and your heart just breaks. Peter, the owner of this place, I just left him a voicemail. One of his employees told me he had AAA insurance. I hope that's the case, because this is a total write-off. You can see these were all slips for jet skis that have been shoved up, that have been blown into the restaurant. This was a hugely popular place on the Atlantic side of Key Largo, an institution for many years. Peter's from the Netherlands. He bought it a couple of years ago, expanded it. But if this is a sample of what we're going to find down in Key West, paradise, the southern paradise of the United States as we know it, has fundamentally changed.
Yeah, fundamentally changed, but maybe the structure of it, but not the attitude and spirit. We heard earlier today, they are ready to rebuild and start the recovery process.
And they will. They will, no doubt. That was Bill Weir from CNN, and he was one of the few crews who headed down in there, and he's bringing us some of the very first images out of Key West.
Yeah, so brave to do that. And something we don't, we haven't seen this before today. We know a lot of places took a hit from the winds of Hurricane Irma, and so did the Marlins Park. This is a place where we know our man Giancarlo Stanton loves to hit those home runs, but this is far from a home run. This is more like a foul ball here, as the rooftop suffered some severe damage. That's a multi-billion-dollar, well, I should say a billion-dollar stadium that was built several years back, hosted the All-Star game this year.
Sure.
And but now look at it.
Starting tomorrow, though, we are hoping to have our chopper survey most of South Florida. This will certainly be an area we will take a close look at, because the Marlins are right now on the road. This hopefully will not interfere with their schedule.
Yeah.
And it would be a nice diversion for everybody to be able to hit Marlins Park again very soon. We saw part of the roof, kind of a big tarp there at the AAA as well.
Oh, that's right, yeah, the practice facility.
Ripped off, but that will not have as much of an impact. So we will get the latest from the Marlins as soon as possible.
And we know the owner of the Panthers flew his team out. Stephen Ross for the Miami Dolphins flew his team out to
all
LA.
The family, all the staff, and all the players. I mean, amazing that they had that luxury, and thank goodness.
Oh, absolutely. Well, our coverage now goes to Sweetwater, where residents will be waking up to, well, a major mess.
Local 10's Christian De La Rosa spoke with some neighbors who described the frantic moment that Irma came swooping in.
Virtually everywhere you look, the roads are underwater. We're right along 102nd Avenue. The good news, though, we told you earlier how the city came out here and installed generators and pumps in these neighborhoods to pump out this water, and I can tell you that it is receding. But on top of all of these roads still being underwater, you have a lot of them that are blocked by large trees that have come down, trees like that one. Of course, this one is in our front yard. But the real issue is all of these trees that have come down and are blocking the roads. Look at that one on the other side right there. So the folks that are living here are basically trapped. I can also tell you that most of the homes in this area, we're in eastern Sweetwater, are without power. And we've been talking to the Jimenez family over here over the past hour. How you all doing? Enjoying that we're as well as can be. You're enjoying the fact that it stopped raining.
Oh, thank God.
Mr. Jimenez,
yes,
this
sir.
area is prone to flooding. But walk me through how it was for your family as you saw Irma move through and see the water come up.
Well, hopefully, thank God, that we were expecting, major hurricane, but we just got category number 1, thank God. And I was expecting something worse, water, up to the knee, and everything worse. I mean, a lot of trees down, power. I was expecting the worst. Thank God, nothing happened. We're all safe. materials, damage, minimum.
You lost your mailbox over here.
Mailbox.
But that's something you can go and buy next
that's
week.
something, I could get it in Home Depot. That's no.
So a big sigh of relief for you and your family.
Big one. I'm here with my neighbor. Yeah, nothing happened.
So it seems like everyone was expecting, so much worse, but it's still going to be a big mess to clean up.
Yeah, it definitely will be a big mess tomorrow, especially everything's, taking stuff out of the house to where it went back to, just picking up the front yard, everything. It's going to be a lot of hard work.
How was it for you and your family? There were some points there. Even though a lot of people were expecting something much worse, there were some scary moments for some people. How was it for you and your family?
I woke up in the morning and we have the hurricane windows, so I went to go look outside and I noticed that the floor was wet. There was water coming in through like the bottom of the wall, and we spent quite a while there trying to get it to stop. But it was very, astonishing. Because even though it wasn't as strong as we thought it was going to be, it's a very powerful storm and it's very big. And we're still feeling, the winds from it.
It's still very, very windy. Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it. So, again, so many roads still underwater. The water is receding. But again, the big issue out here, all of these trees that are down and are blocking roads, God willing, no one is in a situation where they need to call 911. But if that was the case, you can imagine, there goes my hat. You can imagine that it would be very difficult for emergency vehicles to get through this neighborhood. I can also tell you that there is a curfew right now in effect in Sweetwater to just help emergency crews make their way and also help the city come in, install those pumps, make sure, thank you so much. It's completely drenched, but I appreciate it. Anyway, the good news out here, the water is receding. It's still going to be a major headache tomorrow. All of these roads underwater, all of these trees, there's a big mess to clean up out here. Back to you.
All right, Christian, thanks a lot.
And here are some live pictures from Fort Myers right now. We want to bring you as many live pictures around the state as we can. Fort Myers saw the wrath of Irma just a couple of hours ago, and now it has moved beyond. It has moved north, but the damage on that beautiful beach is still to be seen.
And some people are even on social media reporting that the storm has taken a licking to Orlando. So some of those people who left South Florida looking to go north into the central part of the state, well, they're now seeing the outer bands, or at least the wrath and the fury of Irma.
Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, is right here to track it for you. And Betty, where exactly is Irma right in the Orlando area now?
Pretty close to it. And looking at that live view of Fort Myers, it looks like they still have some power, right? Are those lights we see?
That's true.
Yeah, they're not in the dark. So the core of Irma is turning east-northeast of Fort Myers at this point. It's about 50 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers. Let's talk about what's happening right here at home first. A south wind in Hialeah at 58 miles per hour. Don't have a lot of wind information to share with you. I'll be interested to see the update from the National Hurricane Center in terms of where Irma will be heading next, as it does appear to be a little more inland, I think, than maybe we anticipated, but we'll be delving into that at the top of the hour. At any rate, the forecast path will eventually take it up toward Georgia as a tropical storm, and more rain and wind in its movements. Back here at home, winds sustained around 40, gusting a lot higher than that. So if you were thinking about heading outside, not a good idea to do that, as those wind gusts are pretty substantial. Here's another look at Hurricane Irma on the infrared and satellite imagery. I'll try to zoom right in on that center of circulation, and you can see where Sarasota is, where Tampa is. There's Highland Park, and this is actually pretty close to the Orlando area in general, and it looks like the town of Wauchula is getting hit really hard right now with that northern eye wall of Irma. So these areas are just getting battered out there tonight. I'm sure it'll be quite interesting to see the kinds of wind reports that come out of here. Mind you, a tornado watch is in effect from Tampa extending northward. Our weather tonight will start to turn a little better, although we are still going to have some very gusty winds. We'll talk more about that coming up at the top of the hour, as well as the 11 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Irma and the plans for this system next. Lori and Calvin?
Okay, Betty, we look forward to your advisory and to your forecast as well. Thanks a lot.
And we know most of you are listening tonight instead of watching. So many people without power tonight.
Yeah.
Probably about more than 2.1 million people across South Florida, including Palm Beach County, without power tonight.
And the question for FPNL is, how are they going to possibly restore power to so many people and in a very timely manner? And now you're looking at live pictures of Hurricane Irma. You can see how the outer bands of Irma have really done a number on the Tampa area. And I think Lori, the issue for this area, for so many folks, is they live in those low-lying areas in Tampa. And the question is, will they be able to fare the, and get through the storm surge that's expected to reach as high as 15 feet?
And they can deal with this, a hanging traffic light, and that's this kind of scene we saw in downtown Miami and even in Coral Gables. But dealing with that storm surge is very, very different. So let's hope Tampa can ride this out. They are really getting the worst of it right now, and we all know what that's like. It makes for a very terrifying day. Luckily, hopefully we're not going to see the kind of tornadic activity there because there's so much more inland. But we had 7 different tornado warnings pop up today at different times across both Miami-Dade and Broward counties. And when your cell phone starts blaring, and Betty and Max run on the air, it is very stressful to think that a tornado could be approaching your community any minute.
Yeah, let's bring you back to our area now. Our Derek Shore has been traveling down I-95, and he's here to show you another reason why you should not be out on the roads tonight. Derek.
To Fort Lauderdale, we're kind of driving through the Hollywood area. We are just passing Sterling Road, and there have been street lights in some areas, and most of I-95 right now does not have any street lights. The good news is that the street is pretty much clear, except for one spot we did see further back, maybe around Hallandale Beach Boulevard. There is a tree that has fallen and is blocking the further right lane, so that will be an issue. But the major debris that we've seen all over the roadways and other places, we're not really seeing that on I-95, but we are seeing street lights out. You can see the warning sign here that says Broward County curfew until Monday, 10 a.m. So that sign is working, but none of the street lights are. And we are headed to Fort Lauderdale because, as you guys mentioned before, we are hearing about a crane collapse that happened there at a construction site. We're going to check that out. But we saw a lot of damage, when I say a lot of damage, I mean a lot of debris in the roadways, trees down, lines down, and the police, they're really everywhere, all in Broward and in Miami-Dade County. They are stopping drivers. They want to know where they're going. They want to know why they're out, and they want to know just in the direction that they're going, because in one case we tried to turn right. A cop stopped us on purpose because there was a tree down further down the road. They've kind of gotten out, and they've been able to look around and see what has been a huge impediment for drivers, and they're trying to kind of steer them around to get people home who are on the roadways. Of course, the recommendation at this point, if you don't have to be, if you're not working, to stay off the roads, at least until first light tomorrow, because you'll be able to see those obstacles much easier. Now, right now, we're passing the 595 interchange towards Fort Lauderdale International Airport. I'm not sure if there are lights on over there. Kind of an eerie look there. We can see there are some lights up at the buildings. All of the lights on the runway are off. So you can understand why they're not, beyond the weather, why they're not going to be having any flights coming in or out of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International. So that's really the case right now. Roads are clear on I-95. Roads are not clear. They are not clear anywhere on the surface streets, and that's really the issue. 95, not the issue. plenty of debris, trees, down power lines, and other random items that have been washed up or been thrown from buildings onto the roadway, and a lot of them are not passable. They just are impassable, and there is no point. We came over back over the causeway from North Bay Village, and there were, I would count, what, Kenny, about 6 or 7 abandoned cars. And our assumption is that that road earlier during the height of the storm, we have lights on here, our assumption during the height of the storm that the road got washed out and people tried to enter the flooded road. They couldn't. And now there are literally cars sitting in the middle of the roadway. There was a black car that we barely saw before we came up to it. No lights on, nothing, just stalled out, stopped there, no owner. And that's likely because those people, they got flooded out and they decided to abandon their cars and try to seek shelter, which, of course, driving that first place during that storm wasn't a good idea, but at least getting to shelter is. But now those cars, beyond all the other obstacles you're going to face, some of them are just sitting in the middle of the road. So just certainly another good idea if you're going to be out driving to go well under the speed limit. Keep your brights on if there's no oncoming traffic so you can see well ahead of you. And the best advice, obviously, is to stay off the roads until daybreak at least. Send it back to you.
Now, well, Derek, we are getting a lot of requests from our friends about the power outages all across South Florida. We know so many in Miami-Dade, and there are more than 500,000, I believe, in Broward County as well. Are you seeing any FPNL crews at all? I know you're on the highway now, but when you were back in the neighborhoods, were you able to see some FPNL crews already at work?
We just passed the Broward Boulevard exit here in Fort Lauderdale, just to give you an idea of where we're at, and there doesn't appear to be any power here. I saw one FPNL, what I thought was an FPNL truck with its lights on, headed down the street in the opposite direction. I'm not sure if they've deployed yet. I have not seen them. It may be a situation where they're waiting until first light tomorrow morning in order to be extra cautious because of just how dangerous it is to be out even on the roads. Some of the areas in which the lines were down, the roads are still flooded. The water has not receded. But to answer your question, frankly, I've only seen one truck. And of course, we know they're out there and they've been staging across our viewing area. I'm just not sure when it is that they're going to get to work or feel that it's safe to get to work.
Derek, luckily we can give you one quick update for everyone. Our producer is just telling us that he was out of power in Pembroke Pines, but the power is starting to come back in that area, as well as Cooper City. So apparently FPNL is out there in parts of western Broward County right now already at work, which is tremendous news.
No, it is tremendous news. And I was just speaking to another producer who lives in Hollywood. She has no, she has a small child. She just got back to her apartment in Hollywood. She has no power. The building has cut off her water. And the elevator, she lives on the 8th floor, the elevator is off. So people are really, we're all very lucky that this storm did not hit us harder, of course, and become catastrophic. But certainly the power being out is a huge ordeal. I have a brother who is a quadriplegic who uses a respirator in order to breathe. And those people are normally prioritized on a list. They normally register, at least they do where he for people who need life-saving items like that. So it's a huge, it's not to be underestimated, the need for power in order to keep your lives going. So of course, FPNL knows that, and they are working as quickly, I'm sure, as possible to try to get these lights back on for everybody. They can charge their phones, they can get back up to date, and they don't have to listen to us on the radio. Not that we don't love the radio.
Well, a lot of people, some of us have a face for radio only, but Derek, thanks.
Well, you've got a voice for radio.
Derek, thank you. And I think for a lot of people, they've been inconvenienced by not having any source of power in their home, but we certainly don't want to give people the wrong impression by saying FPNL may have turned the switch back on in their home and they go racing back home thinking that it's okay to go home. The curfews remain in effect, I think in large part because emergency personnel, essential emergency personnel, needs to get out there and not only get out there, but to remove the debris from homes, but to make sure that your home is secure and safe.
No doubt. But it is wonderful to hear that a few people are getting some power back already. That is progress. Terrell Fournay is down in Florida City, where he's been positioned for days now to ride this out. And Terrell, you have been able to get out to assess some of the area.
Yes, we have been able to on a couple of occasions earlier today when it was still light to drive around. But the biggest thing that we are seeing, a lot of down trees, a lot of down palm fronds, and a lot of down utility poles, power lines, and transformers as well. So that is why city leaders and county leaders, they don't want people venturing out, because as you can see tonight, it is still dark, the power is still out, so you don't know what exactly you will be driving over or even walking over. If you're venturing right outside of your home, you may not notice that there is an imminent danger in front of you. Still something that is very dangerous. But take a look down here. I mean, this is really going to be the story on a lot of lawns. It's going to be the down palm fronds and the excess debris that is just about on every block across South Florida because of those high winds. The last time we spoke, Calvin and Lori, it was about 40 minutes or so ago, and I told you we were still getting, on occasion, some of those strong gusts of wind. But I can tell you that since then, not a single strong gust of wind. It's still very breezy out here, but as far as the types of wind that really, pushes you, we're not really seeing that. At least it's true here on the southern tip of Miami-Dade County. Also, no rain. My rain jacket is pretty much completely dry at this point, so we have not had any rainfall, not a single drop within the past hour and a half or 2 hours or so. So quite a change from what we were seeing earlier today and even last night when Irma first started to roll through this area. We have seen some police cars driving southbound, driving northbound on US 1. Obviously, those officers are keeping an eye on the businesses that are still boarded up and closed up because of this storm. They have been getting reports of some looters taking advantage of this situation, so they've been dealing with that as well. We're told a couple of people have already been arrested. But here in Florida City, not widespread when it comes to damage. The biggest thing here, just those shingles that were ripped off by the wind and some awning damages, and of course, again, all those down lines and trees. We've been checking in with Homestead as well, and they have been experiencing a little bit of flooding, but again, nothing widespread. But we have heard from the city of Homestead, their city offices will be closed at least through Tuesday, so another 2 days before they get a chance to assess and decide whether it's safe for them to reopen fully, possibly on Wednesday.
Terrell Fournay, live in Florida City. You and the whole group there have done an amazing job. We'll check back in with you on our special newscast at 11. Thanks so much.
Irma still packing strong winds and doing a number on Tampa. You can see here that wind coming sideways. We know a thing or two about that. And also this street light dangling right. It wasn't like that before Irma arrived. Tampa really getting hit hard by the outer bands of Irma right now. A Category 2 storm, packing winds of 130 miles an hour. You can see it over Tampa, moving inland to going near Orlando. But the forecast track has it hitting Tampa and possibly having a storm surge as high as 15 feet. There's been major evacuations in Tampa, also in Fort Myers, Marco Island, Naples, those areas hit hard by Irma. We'll find out on daylight how badly things were.
Our Cheyenne Malone is just reporting to us that she's been in touch with Greg Meyer out at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. There is water on the north runway on the west side of the airport, so opening Tuesday does not look good right now. The runway is flooded. They are not sure how deep it is, but using the runway is definitely questionable, so we will keep checking in. But no doubt, they are just hoping to get open by Tuesday. But at this point, schools across Miami-Dade and Broward County, as you come back to us, they are closed on Monday, at least through Monday and Tuesday now. And really, they are not giving us an exact date. And now we know that the airports most likely, they are going to try their best to be open on Tuesday, but nothing guaranteed.
And we're going to stay with this picture here in Tampa, where you can see the rain is really coming down there in this area of our great state. And This storm has really done a number on all of us here, and now it is moving north. And the folks in Tampa are going to come home to their homes being, in some cases, flooded. Some may not have homes, but they believe, forecasters believe that the storm surge in Tampa will be as high as 15 feet. We'll have a lot more coming up on Tampa tomorrow morning.
And a very narrow peninsula along Cuba's northern coast, it took a serious hit from Hurricane Irma.
And our Hansavella reports now from Varadero.
Cuba relies heavily on tourism, which is why Irma will have long-term effects on that industry and the island as a whole. We're in Varadero, which was supposed to be a shelter for many of the tourists fleeing from the Keys on the eastern side of the island, except Varadero itself became a place of damage. Hotel signs, missing letters, lots of trees ripped from the ground. World famous Varadero was spared from the worst of the storm, but still got a beating. These British tourists were evacuated Thursday from Cayo Guillermo, one of the barrier islands that received the brunt of Irma's winds. But they couldn't escape the massive storm.
Terrifying. Really, really scary.
They recall quite the night as Irma battered Varadero and left behind this mess.
We went into the bathroom because we just thought the windows were going to go in.
In the end, they were okay, but you can see the hotel was left scarred.
All I'm happy is that we're still alive and we're healthy and safe.
Varadero, one of Cuba's top tourist destinations, became the main shelter for thousands of tourists who had to leave the barrier islands farther east.
Un total que supera la cifra de 3,000 turistas.
At least 3,000 tourists from the eastern barrier islands were evacuated and brought here. At this point, most of these folks are still not sure when they're going to be able to go back home. Also, they're not certain if they'll be able to get refund for this whole experience. Reporting from Varadero, I'm Hansavella, Local 10 News.
Hatzel, thanks a lot.
Right now on Local 10 News at 11, tracking Irma. The worst will soon be behind us. I'm Lori Jennings.
Hey, good evening. I'm Calvin Hughes, but it's been a long and really terrifying day for all of South Florida.
We had several tornado warnings, again, in both Miami-Dade and Broward counties today.
And we're getting our first look at what conditions were like for people in the Keys who rode out the storm as it made landfall early this morning.
Irma was a Category 5 hurricane when it hit the Keys, leaving so much damage and debris behind. We're getting our first looks now at what's standing and what is not.
And one man was even caught by our camera, simply blown away right off his feet. Take a look there as he tried to weather Irma's fury.
Cranes collapsed during the thick of Irma's powerful whipping winds. The booms of those cranes just dangled dangerously in downtown Miami.
And the financial district got flooded too as well. Brickell streets turned into rivers, reaching our reporters' knees.
And through it all, our reporters felt Irma's fury to ensure that you knew what was happening and what it was like to weather this monster hurricane.
And now nearly a dozen people caught on camera looting stores that were damaged during Irma are now in police custody. Local 10 News cameras caught the moment live. People breaking into stores in Fort Lauderdale. And Irma continues to barrel up the Sunshine State and is now a Category 2 storm.
But it's still not over for us because more than 2 million customers are without power tonight. We know we're coming to many of you by radio, and it is still not safe to be outside.
And for those without power and listening to us via radio, we and our reporters will be as descriptive as possible so you can get a feeling of what it's like and what it's like to be outside all across South Florida.
Let's begin with your Weather Authority team, who just got the latest advisory on Irma. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is here, and your chief certified meteorologist Betty Davis starts us off. Betty.
Good evening, everyone. Here are the stats on Irma. It is positioned 50 miles southeast of Tampa, Florida now, the center of circulation. Maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour, gusts to 120. Pressure at 952 millibars. It's moving north at 14 miles per hour. So it has been interacting with land, that causing it to weaken, but still it remains a formidable weather system. This is what it looks like on the satellite and radar imagery. Obviously, lots of rain bands and rain in general associated with Irma. A lot of it now concentrated over the central and northern part of the state, while South Florida, the rain that was covering us earlier, that's not how things are in our area now. It's sort of straggler bands on that bottom side of Irma that we'll deal with from time to time, and they're nothing like what our friends and family are seeing in Central and North Florida tonight. But let's talk about where the center of this storm is as we're zooming in. So we see Orlando on the weather map and I-4, south of I-4. If you're familiar with Highland Park, that is where we're finding what looks like that northern eye wall, what's left of it, of Irma, and it looks as though it's going to move into that area. So there is likely some very strong winds associated with that. It's going to continue to lift in. It has lifted out of the town of Wauchula. So we continue to track what's left of Irma, and now it looks as though the worst of the weather will tend to be around places like Highland Park on over toward Orlando, where they are indeed dealing with some of those rain bands, and those rain bands extending back around, rotating back around into the Tampa area too. So Central Florida is getting dealt quite a blow tonight from Hurricane Irma, while South Florida, things are trending a lot better for us. As you're looking at, we're showing some video, by the way, from Marco Island, where we did have a landfall of Irma earlier this afternoon, and some of the conditions there. Just imagine the palm trees swaying and the rain being driven by the wind. Those are the images out of Marco Island. In the meantime, here's the Doppler radar we're now showing around Broward and into Miami-Dade. Just some leftover bands of rainfall. And the deal with this rainfall and the bands that are moving through, they don't look that impressive on the Doppler radar. No intense reds or yellows. But some of these showers and these bands could pack some tropical storm force winds. So that said, we should let you know tonight that we are transitioning now to a tropical storm warning, and hopefully early tomorrow we'll find that tropical storm warning being lifted. But for the rest of tonight, we could still have some tropical storm force winds out there. And with that, let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield.
Okay, thanks, Betty. We've been focusing on Irma for a long time now, and for our friends in the Bahamas, we want to take a look out to the east. Hurricane Jose is centered about 250 miles northeast of the Turks and Caicos Islands. It's a Category 3 hurricane right now. It's going to turn up more towards the north tomorrow and weaken down to Category 2. But then it's going to get blocked, and all the models are actually in good agreement that it's going to make a loop and come back towards the Bahamas here as a Category 1 hurricane. But 5 days, still be about 300 miles east of there, and most likely the long-range models take it up to the north after that. So let's not worry about that one now. Calvin, Lori.
All right, Max, thanks so much. And Irma's first U.S. landfall was early this morning in Cudjoe Key. All of the keys, though, getting battered by what was a Category 4 system at the time. And
it is currently not possible to get to the lower keys, but we are getting our first look at the damage near Isla Mirada. Local 10's Terrell Fournet following that part of our coverage tonight live from Florida City. Terrell.
Yeah, the Florida Keys was dealt a devastating blow because it took that direct hit from Irma just this morning. Not only did the Keys have to deal with heavy amounts of wind, but also a record amount of storm surge. This road behind me, US 1, is the darkened road tonight that leads into the Florida Keys. But as you mentioned, that is shut off because Monroe County officials say that the area, the Florida Keys, well, they're not letting anyone inside until it's safe.
The good news is we just drove over the Snake Creek drawbridge. It is functional.
On the ground in Isla Mirada, the Upper Keys hit hard by Irma's wrath. Many streets look more like a war zone. CNN's Bill Weir gives us a tour.
We are sort of near Isla Mirada, near mile marker 88. We're seeing people coming out, checking the damage, scavenging for, I guess, their own belongings or seeing what they can find. This is the time when first responders and authorities say don't go out in the storm, as tempting as it is, because there's power lines down. The wind gusts are still, 30, 40 miles an hour.
Also tonight, we are talking with the Monroe County Administrator, whose job it is to lead the recovery.
Well, we practice this. Living in South Florida and being as vulnerable to hurricanes as we are, it's no secret to anybody that lives here. And it's our jobs as first responders and government employees to be prepared for this.
Downed trees and power lines are a consistent problem throughout the Keys, as well as severe flooding.
This is the Atlantic side of the US 1 highway that we're looking at. Look at that, mobile home parks. Hurricanes and tornadoes really hate mobile home parks. And so much of this loose stuff we've seen. There's a refrigerator and an armchair. It looks like a lot of this is not wind blown, but rather storm surge. We had seen reports that the waves were lapping up onto US 1 and that the northbound lanes were not passable. We've seen plenty of rescue crews out. We've seen fire trucks from Isla Mirada and ambulances. Now that the heaviest winds have passed, everybody is eager to assess the damage. Everyone was pleading with the residents of the Keys to get out of here, but with the full knowledge that retreat is just not in the vocabulary of the Conch Republic. We're at marker 88 right now. We haven't ventured into the oceanside communities quite yet. I'm sure that's where the most devastation is. I mean, if this is the kind of debris wash that we're seeing up here on US 1, I'm sure the closer you get to that coastline through there, it's pretty bad. We're seeing homes intact, but it's just like the old story of the big bad wolf. Those who lived in houses made of sticks are not as lucky as those who live in houses made of stone. But it looks like, thank goodness, that Route 1 is intact. And that's huge. And it wasn't a guarantee. You know, before they built this highway, they built the Overseas Railroad back in the early 30s, and it was taken out by the Great Labor Day hurricane in 1935. I mean, it just destroyed it to the point where they never ran it again. The worst of the storm is definitely over in the Keys. The folks up north in Naples, Tampa Bay have to worry a bit more. They're worrying the way we were earlier. But now the cleanup down here begins. Look at this guy. I mean, this is forward thinking. Thank you, sir. You're already cleaning up. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't know if that's just a private citizen or if he's an employee of one of the townships around here. We're now on Plantation Key. But we've seen that a couple times where people taking the initiative to clear the road. I mean, look at these trees have been stripped of their branches. And there's a lot of those houses on stilts. That one looked like it survived okay. This is the, I don't know if we can get it down here. Yeah, we're kind of at a dead end. Let me see if I can get around this guy. Mailbox down. These are, yeah, so you can peek through there. It looks like this is the Atlantic side. And these are relatively intact. But I tell you, if I was a resident of this, I would breathe a sigh of relief because there's a lot of tree damage. You got plenty of firewood, not that you need it down here in the tropics, but it could be so much worse.
The fear now, Keys residents will start to return before it's safe to do so. Everyone being ordered to stay away until things return to a level of normalcy.
Because we need to make sure that DOT inspects all 42 bridges and that gives us the clearance that they're okay. Hopefully that will be quick. If there's no damage, they can tell us that in the next day or two. So please, I understand the frustration of folks wanting to come down and inspect their homes and check on their loved ones, but just give us a little time.
Just a little more time. Some very compelling video there. But again, US 1 south of Dade County into Monroe County shut off tonight to those residents who were evacuated under that mandatory evacuation order. We are also hearing from the mayor of Isla Mirada tonight, telling us that he expects the recovery in that part of the Keys to take up to 6 months. And what we have yet to see firsthand, the damage south of Isla Mirada and Key West, we certainly hope to bring you those images in the coming days. But as far as the weather here, it has calmed down significantly. I mean, we have had no rain for the past couple of hours, and those strong wind gusts that we have been seeing the entire time that we've been here, those have subsided as well. It's still breezy outside, but just not strong enough to damage property. But that isn't to say that it's safe to go outside, because a lot of dangers still remain outside of those businesses, outside of those homes, those down power lines and those down tree limbs. A lot of dangers still exist.
Terrell, with that in mind, will first responders be able to get down to the hardest hit areas of the Keys all the way down by tomorrow?
Yeah, since we have been standing here, the idea is for those first responders to be the first to at least get into the Keys. And all day today, we've seen, and there are some more boats. You may have seen some lights, but there's some more boats. It looks like the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission going down with more boats and more watercraft, just personal watercraft, to try and get to those areas that perhaps are just so flooded out. But we've seen those convoys. They seem to be very consistent, sometimes 6 vehicles at a time, sometimes 10 vehicles at a time. We've seen them. We've seen the Florida Highway Patrol as well. But the idea, obviously, is to go down there, stage the equipment, so when the sun comes up tomorrow, they'll be in a better position to help the people in need. But we are really waiting to see those images south of Isla Mirada and Key West to see just how much damage the people down there sustain. All of us are. Terrell Forney, live for us in Florida City. Terrell, thanks a lot. Our team coverage now takes us a bit further north to Brickell. Our Todd Tongan was in harm's way with falling debris today.
And Todd, the streets there were also completely flooded when you got there.
Yeah, they faced multiple threats here on Brickell Avenue in downtown Miami. They had the heavy winds that dropped big trees, as you can see from this one behind me. And then there was the flooding. Flooding at some point up to my knee on Brickell Avenue, right near Coral Way. And then, after all of that had come to a close, they even had more dangerous things happening here. Just when we thought the worst of the wind was winding down on Brickell Avenue, my photographer Bob Palumbo and I got a big surprise. Oh! Large pieces of debris began raining down. Oh, did you hear that? A 6-foot piece of aluminum and impact glass balcony fell onto our car from the Panorama Tower. Based on markings on the framework, the large piece of twisted metal and glass came from the 41st floor. We were actually about to get out of our car to do a live shot for a Tampa station when we saw 3 people walking along Brickell Avenue here, and suddenly they were hit by something on the head, and this is what it is. That's a piece of sheetrock. It came off the Panorama building, hit them on the head. They ran back into their building, and that's when we decided we weren't getting out of the car, and we got hit by that big piece of railing right on the hood of our minivan. Residents in nearby buildings say construction debris began falling from the skyscraper since 8 a.m. this morning.
They're just flying off the building.
What?
The balcony doors, the windows, I don't know what they are.
The glass panels.
That's it right there, man.
That hit our car.
It looks like a balcony door.
And we weren't the only ones with a dangerous near miss.
Big piece of plywood that fell right next to a guy who had just gone out of his truck. Yeah.
I'm sure it shocked him. Did he get back in his truck?
Yeah. He did. Yeah, he jumped right back in it.
It's easy to see why those windows, doors, and balconies under construction were blown out. The howling winds were so strong, this man could barely cross the street. Right now we're on Northeast 14th Street, just off of Biscayne Boulevard, and you can see they're still getting hit really hard with these heavy winds, so strong that, look at this parking garage, the facade, the siding on the garage is literally being peeled off by these heavy winds. Wow, it is really blowing, and it's blowing hard. And after closer inspection, it is a balcony sliding glass door. It's extremely heavy. It's got that impact glass. The glass did hold together. As you can see, that's the film that's between the two panes of glass that makes it that hurricane-proof glass. And what we think it happened was basically this building was still under construction. And so the envelope, or in other words, not all of the openings were enclosed. That wind got inside the building and actually blew the windows and the doors out, and as you can see, it was a long way to fall. Thankfully, no one was injured.
Thank goodness you're okay. Todd Tongan, thanks so much. Let's continue our team coverage with our Glenna Milberg live in Miami Beach with what the conditions are like there. Glenna.
Getting better, Lori, but this is a closed city tonight. This city is off limits for any car coming in until Tuesday afternoon. I'll show you why when we turn off our light. No electricity, very dark here. Imagine if you hit the lights, Mario. If you're driving in Miami Beach, this is what it looks like. All of a sudden, you may come up on something like this, blocking the roadway, big trees, power lines down. Power lines connected here to a power pole that is dangerously leaning. A lot of flooding, very dangerous. And tonight we can show you at least one family who had the Hurricane Irma rain come right through their ceiling. What happened? Show us.
I'll show you. Come on in. Mi casa es su casa. As you can see, it flooded all the way to the front door.
What time did this happen?
3 o'clock.
AM or PM?
PM.
Today?
Yeah, you should have seen it.
So that was really...
I did exactly what you all told us not to do. I went out in the middle of the hurricane.
You did.
Because this is it. And it has a hole, I guess, from the weight of the water, because leaves went into the drain over there.
What did that sound like?
Oh, crash. Like, it was so frightening. And then I went, oh no, I think that's the roof. So I looked outside, there was a bunch of branches down on top of it, and I ran downstairs, and I got to the front door, and water was gushing, like, unstoppable from here all the way to the front door.
And it was raining, it was windy.
It was pouring.
The height of the storm?
It was 100 miles an hour, and every time my trees are on top, so I would have to duck down. You know, there's a parapet, so I would duck under the parapet. The squall would go by. I would get the trees and the stuff off. I look, there's a hole, and then I come down to the crash, which that was once the crash happened, I forgot about up there. I just went straight to the door, and it was like a river going at 100 miles an hour to the front door. Right out, we opened the front door, it started going out of the front door, but then it was so much of it, it started going to the kitchen, the dining room, every rug in the house got demolished.
Look at this. Oh.
And then the piano, I had to move the piano myself. That's what was in that room.
Isn't it wet?
It's unbelievable because they were stacked. Only the bottom boxes were. So what we did was we got all the ones in here, and wherever there was a wet box, we pulled it out and put it into some kind of new bag or box.
This must have taken all day.
I just finished. And now the last thing I have to do is put the tarp on the roof.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Okay? Actually, it was an adventure.
Story after story of damage and despair. So many people evacuated Miami Beach, they won't even see the damage to their homes and their streets until they are able to come back, which now looks like Tuesday afternoon. Plenty of police patrols in the neighborhoods around the city we've seen tonight. There is a curfew right now until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for anyone who is still here. And Public Works is out already looking for things to fix. So the road to recovery has begun, but it is a long one for Miami Beach. I'm Glenna Milberg, live tonight on Miami Beach, Local 10 News.
Long road indeed. Okay, Glenna, thanks a lot. Ross Palumbo now with flooding along the Broward coastline. Ross.
Well, Laura and Calvin, take a look at this, what we just found along Hallandale Beach Boulevard. This tree, this enormous tree, split in half by the wind, the neighborhood behind it. In fact, this entire area still dark tonight. And that's not all. Take a look at this up here, the Goodwill Superstore sign. Notice something is missing? Well, that piece, that massive piece, thrown right over here, and this thing is not light. It's heavy, and it would have gone right through the glass front of the store if it wasn't for these storm shutters out here. It has been a wild day today throughout Broward County, and especially at the beach in Fort Lauderdale.
Near whiteout conditions as Irma hurls sand and rain and wind down A1A.
I believe right now I'm standing pretty much where the storm drain is. And you can see just how far I've sunk down into the sand. And look at what's already happening here. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, I know, it's pretty dramatic here. The big problem, those storm drains completely clogged now. And I don't know if you can still see me, but the flooding really has already started.
But just hours later, a dramatically different story.
This is where we came to you live during the height of the rain and the winds. You can see this entire section here at Las Olas and A1A is covered in sand, and one of the worst problems is right back over here. This is the storm drain down here, and the big problem, of course, is that it's pretty clogged up. That was causing water to pool in this area and causing a lot of flooding, but at this point, it looks like most of the water is gone. The rain is all but stopped, and all that is left behind, I would say, about 3 or 4 inches of sand.
And these businesses that had been pummeled for hours, some with storm shutters, some with only glass, all surviving.
Yeah, so if you look at the floor here, it's just a little water. I mean, this is nothing. This is like having a mop of the floor. It could have been a lot worse. Wow, so I think that's pretty much it. So what do you think? Are you glad? Are you just glad you made it through with really nothing?
Yeah.
No damage?
Not bad at all.
Downtown Fort Lauderdale afloat earlier as Southeast 1st Avenue and Southeast 1st Streets flooded. Parts of Broward Boulevard and Andrews Avenue all partially underwater as well.
Andrews is just about 2 blocks west of where I am. It's frankly a mess here in downtown Fort Lauderdale. The trees right here across from the library just being pulled up by the root by the force of these winds. Take a look at that. And this is not the exception here.
Everywhere, trees were toppled, waves crashed over canals, flooding residential streets as well. But again, only hours later, when the sun went down, the water went with it, leaving behind the torn up trees as reminders of the intensity of Irma.
Back alive out here tonight. It is not all bad news. There are some positive things to report. This sign was stopped by the shutters. It could have gone right inside, and that sign, still in one piece, can probably be put right back up there when they start the repairs. Again, that tree just split in half by the wind not too long ago, but unfortunately this entire neighborhood's still dark tonight, and no telling when that power is going to be back on. For now, it's the very latest live in Pembroke Park. I'm Ross Palumbo. Lauren Calvin, back to you.
Oh, we're so glad those business owners generally are doing okay. Ross, thank you from Broward County. Let's take you down to Miami-Dade.
All right, Janine Stanwood is just outside Coral Gables with more. Janine.
Calvin, Lori, for folks in Coral Gables, for the most part, the lights are off, and self-service is actually very spotty in Coral Gables. So if you've been trying to call your family or friends and they're not answering or texting you back, that's probably the reason. For the most part, we haven't seen that much structural damage, but we did come across this Pizza Hut. Take a look at this. The wind at some point today just ripped off the roof. You can actually see, just look at the metal that's now on the ground here. In our travels today, we also saw some trees down, we saw some lines down, and right now there is still a curfew that's in effect. Whipping winds roaring through a desolate Coral Gables, ripping off awnings, rattling loose storm shutters. Traveling south down Ponce de Leon to Coconut Grove, giant trees toppled, this one on a house. At Dinner Key Marina, boats battered by wind and water. Look over there, this catamaran, it appears that it became untied, and that's where it is. It's in this alcove that is full of debris and fenders. It's really just a mess.
And there's a lot of damage, What have you seen?
I've seen on 7 a few boats. The one on the other side of me on Pier 7, Slip 30, that totally sank.
This is Bayshore Drive. Behind me is Dinner Key Marina, and right over there, well, that's a sailboat. That's a sailboat that is washed up on dry land. In fact, it looks like pretty much else has washed up as well. Take a look at the water line. It came up all the way to where these condos are, and what a mess it is. Look at the debris field. We see fenders, we see gas cans, all sorts of things. And at Cocoa Walk, reports of looting sent officers rushing up those concrete stairs, only to learn the breach was an unlocked door.
And that was Janine Stanwood reporting for us.
And one young man who's been quite the stormtrooper for us today is our own Andrew Perez. He's live in Pembroke Pines. You've covered a lot of ground, Andrew.
We've been all over the place. Right now, we are, as you mentioned, in Pembroke Pines. This is where we stand right now. We've got Pembroke Road right here, Busy University right down there. This is a whole neighborhood, and you can't really see much because everyone is without power right now. What you can see is this beast right here. This is a hangar at North Perry Airport. The doors blown wide open. Several aircrafts still inside at this hour. Irma certainly having quite the impact out here. From severe flooding in Sunrise to scary dark streets across Plantation. Many parts of Broward County getting battered by Irma. She roared past, left her mark, leaving hundreds of thousands in the dark, showing Mother Nature can be furious. Over at North Perry Airport, a hangar blown wide open, the door hanging by a thread, a plane completely flipped over. The storm causing whiteout conditions in Pembroke Park, branches snapped like twigs and tossed around. By nightfall, we could see what was left behind after the storm. In Plantation, crews wasted no time getting right back to work. Authorities there removing trees, clearing the roads for travelers expected to venture out by noon. Authorities encouraging those in South Florida to stay in their homes for now, despite conditions changing more or less for the better. Some of the damage is extensive, some of the flooding is extreme, and crews telling us they've got a lot of work to do and don't need folks out at night while there's no power, few open roads, and gusts of wind that pass through. And then, of course, we are still under a curfew. We'll remain under a curfew until at least 10 a.m. And this is one of the reasons why. There's several reasons why they implement these curfews all over Miami-Dade and Broward counties. And that's because, number one, the power's out. So that creates a hazard. That creates a danger as well. Number two, the weather is still shifting. Sometimes we get a big gust of wind. Sometimes the rain pulls in, and sometimes things calm down out of nowhere. And then also, first responders need to get out there. They need to readjust. They need to get organized, get prepared for the next day when they expect more people to come out. Lastly, they are also keeping an eye out for those who want to take advantage during a time like this, during a storm, who want to go looting, breaking into a business, who may have that may have been boarded up. So police want to make sure that across Pembroke Pines, across several major cities in Broward County, that people adhere to that curfew, and it's really for everybody's safety.
And it's not a question of when they pull you over. I mean, this is when they pull you over, they ask you whether or not you are going home or not, and why you're out for the curfew, correct?
Absolutely, and we have seen cars out here. We have seen people that are on the roads who should not be on the roads. However, we have also seen so many more police officers, not just here in Pembroke Pines, but I mean, you go to Weston, you go to Davie, you go to Plantation, there are officers up and down every street, and we did see them pulling over people, talking to them, likely asking what they're doing out on the road. Police said that they are going to be very strict with this curfew, and again, it really is for everyone's safety, including their own.
Okay, our Andrew Perez live for us. Andrew, thanks a lot.
And we are now reaching the bottom of the half hour, and we want to thank you for staying with us through Irma.
That's right. Our coverage is not over yet, though. We're joined now by our Julie Durda and your Weather Authority team, along with Luke Doris, and they're going to be starting our newscast for you right now. Julie,
That's right, Lori and Calvin. We will continue the coverage right now as we have the latest advisory in on Hurricane Irma. The system continuing to bring us heavy rain, gusty winds all across the central portions of the state. We're going to take these graphics so you can see the latest advisory on Irma as the system continues to bring a lot of rain and a lot of wind. That is the big concern for everyone across not just central portions of the state, but what's going on over the northern portions of the state. And a lot of you have lost power, so you're just listening to us. I wanted to let you know that the actual eye of Hurricane Irma is located 50 miles southeast of Tampa, Florida. Winds at 100 miles per hour, gust 120 miles per hour. The pressure 952 millibars. It is moving north at 14 miles per hour. As you're listening, the forecast path has the system headed towards the Panhandle. As it moves towards the Panhandle, it is going to have winds of up to 50 miles per hour, making its way just north of Tampa into the Panhandle and continuing its track towards the southeastern states. And unfortunately, it looks as though we'll be talking about Irma at least until Wednesday, because it is expected to move in towards portions of Missouri and Tennessee. So let's talk about these models. We've been watching these models and these forecast cones for quite some time. The system, remember, is so large that the further away it gets from us, the better our weather pattern will be, but it is going to take at least another day. We are still dealing with tropical storm force winds from the system. We had talked about this days ago, that the wind field expands out from the center so far that we're going to continue to have to deal with the system, even though it is moving very far away from us. We've got some new models in, and they are pretty much in agreement. The European model and the U.S. global model keeps the system hugging the west coast of northern Florida, and continues its path up the portions of the Gulf Coast states. And that's what we're going to be watching really closely, because as it does so, it's going to bring some major storm surge throughout parts of the state right across the Panhandle. So again, I want to remind you, we are still under a tropical storm warning. That hurricane warning was allowed to expire because we are expecting our winds to drop just a little. But remember, tropical storm force winds are anywhere between 39 to 74 miles per hour. So wind speeds for us here going into your Monday continuing to stay very strong at times. We are expecting the possibility of wind speeds gusting anywhere between 39 to 49 miles per hour at times. It is going to be another breezy day. We want to keep your focus on how windy it is still going to be today, and that's why you still need to be concerned of what's going on around you. And not only that, today will be the day you think you can go outside and clean up. Well, my friends, we still need to wait at least the next 4 or 5 hours before our winds actually start to become calmer and the system continues to move to the north. We're going to have a lot more on this. A lot of you at home are watching us and listening to us, asking about Jose. Yes, we do have that other system that is spinning over the western Atlantic. We have some new models on that, and we also have the new forecast cone. Also, I'll break down the back to work and back to school week forecast, because eventually, my friend, we are going to get back to work. We're going to get back to school. It may not be till the middle or the end of the week, but I've got that forecast coming up too.
Okay, Julie, thank you.
Julie, Miami-Dade County and Broward County said it is indefinitely suspended. We have to see what the destruction is going to be and what the issues are before we know when classes will be back in session.
We appreciate you who do not have power, who are joining us over the radio. We promise we will do our very best to be as descriptive as possible to get you through some of these incredible images and the recovery and the devastation that we are seeing here this morning.
And it's going to take time to make it down to the Keys, especially the lower Keys, but we are getting video from around Miami-Dade and Broward County, and there's a lot of damage that we have to go through. So let's start off right now with the latest on the ordeal for so many people who had to be airlifted to safety out of the Caribbean. The relentless storm just plunging vacations into nightmares. Here's Lindsay Janis.
The U.S. military evacuating more than 1,200 Americans stranded for days after Irma ravaged St. Martin. And tonight, a clearer picture of their harrowing ordeal. Michelle and Charlie Pratt from Tampa told us how they thought they'd die as Irma ripped apart their hotel room.
All the ceilings started to come down, and it was like poltergeist. The walls were shaking inside.
Tonight, as that monster storm now bears down on Florida, they worry they may lose their home. Maureen Puckerin rode out the hurricane in the bathtub.
It went from the most beautiful resort ever to chaos, to total destruction.
She says an armed gang wielding long swords stormed the hotel, stealing their generator, purses, even beating up some guests.
Okay, Lindsay Janice reporting this morning. A few thousand more Americans still waiting to be evacuated from these islands in St. Thomas. No power there. The airport is destroyed, so the only way they will get off the island is by boat.
Okay, well, we were just talking about getting some video out of the Keys, and shockingly, we're already getting some new information from Key West. They've got that high water and winds in the historic town, also tales of terror and survival from the people who stayed there and did not leave. This is a landmark region to so many people, and of course, to hurricanes.
We've been desperate to see how Hurricane Irma impacted our neighbors in Key West and the lower and middle Keys. Here's Amy Robach with a first look.
Tonight, devastation in Key West after a direct hit from Hurricane Irma. Water swallowing streets. Overnight, power lines sparking. Many who stayed behind, like Zach Zilkakis, now in the dark.
We're not sure what's out there. We're not sure what we're going to see when we open the door.
That wind like a freight train.
You can hear it. This is through concrete buildings, through shutters and through the door, and that wind's blowing.
He's huddling with friends and family on the third floor of a condo.
Our fear was storm surge, so life jackets, generator. We boarded up. We have a radio. We have, a total of 20 cases of water.
Up in Key Largo, David Kay hunkered down, documenting Irma's wrath.
We're doing all right. We're survived.
Water starting to flood outside his home. A few hours later, that property underwater.
Maybe 6 or 8 inches of going up to the top of the fence.
Okay, again, just rising water in several areas. We are just beginning to see what happened down in the Keys. And as the days go on, we're going to get more and more details and more pictures.
The destruction, the cleanup, the restoration will be dramatic. And we do know, just a recap, that storm making landfall at Cudjoe Key, which is in the lower Keys. So really, Key West did dodge a bullet as far as a direct hit from that eye, and also being on the left side of the storm, which of course that right side was so much worse. But wow, so many people travel down there for tourism, for their vacations. It's really, we call it the paradise of the South.
That's right. That's right. And so now the big question is, what will the impact be on that overseas highway? And those are the key questions as you start to think about how to get resources and recovery efforts to the people who did decide to stay. We don't know currently what the situation is with any of the bridges this morning.
No, and we do know that Monroe County still has everything shut down. Right. So residents are not allowed back on those roads right now, and they are assessing the damage. We can tell you little reports we're hearing, but we haven't confirmed anything yet. So they are checking 42 bridges to see if they are still standing, if they're underwater, if there's been any damage. But you can imagine those roads won't be back open until they can figure out those answers.
Our reporters have been working all through the day and into the night to get you the very latest on the people who are dealing with the impact of Hurricane Irma. Let's go to Florida City.
Tonight, fire and flooding in Florida City. Neighborhood streets now turned into debris fields after Irma's powerful winds and rain left behind a giant mess. Trees ripped out of the ground, gas pumps seriously damaged, fences blown over.
We've seen flying debris, especially coming from our hotel sign where that wire is blowing in the wind. We saw literally metal siding being blown off. It came crashing down right here in our parking lot.
Hey, you got a down power line. As soon as it was safe to get on the road, we rode along with city police as they surveyed the damage.
All good.
Checking on residents who rode out the storm. We didn't see any major structural damage to homes, but officers did show us how looters trashed a local grocery store.
We came across this neighborhood convenience store, and this is where police tell us that they arrested several looters. You can see right here, this is how they got into the business. They busted through the wall, and then they went inside, and that's where police tell us that they actually tore apart an ATM machine, ran out with food and cash in hand.
Our next stop, the southwest side of the city, where flooding is a major problem.
We're now on the southwest side of the city, and really this is the most stunning devastation. What you're looking at is not really a lake. This is actually the city's park, Vasulo Park, and you can see this used to be a running track. People come out here, they run and they walk. It is now underwater, and I also want to show you, you can see the parking lot of this park. It's also underwater, and then in the distance, that is not a water park for children. That's usually a playground.
Tonight, the city full of Hurricane Andrew survivors taking a deep breath.
That was quite a different experience.
So many thankful that Irma didn't repeat history. In Florida City, Michael Seiden, Local 10 News.
are thankful that Irma did not repeat the history of Hurricane Andrew. That's for sure.
That, and at times it seemed like it was going to be so much worse than Andrew, a storm 3 times the size of Andrew, the eye so much bigger and such a slow mover. But then as the track changed and it went over the lower Keys, things changed as well. We were worried about those hurricane force winds that extended 70 miles out from that eye. And then the tropical storm force winds extended out more than 200 miles.
That's right.
So we definitely have destruction, but we haven't had any reports of what we saw in 1992 at this point.
We'll keep working to get you the facts, South Florida. We're going to make sure we double verify all these reports that come into the newsroom to make sure you get the most accurate information as the day goes on. We begin the process of seeing exactly what happened all across our region. The very worst of Irma certainly has passed through here in South Florida. Officials implementing mandatory curfews all over the place, trying to keep you safe while they try and assess the damage.
Miami-Dade County just extended their curfew from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. until further notice. So that means 7 p.m. as of this evening until 7 a.m. on Monday. As for Broward County, the curfew also continues until 10 a.m. on Monday morning. They had already extended that in the middle of this storm yesterday.
And officials say Monroe County is under a curfew from dusk until dawn. That is in place until further notice. Anyone caught outside after these designated times could be arrested. So you know.
Okay, we also have an update on those school closures. We mentioned that in Miami-Dade and Broward County, both will remain closed until further notice because we really don't know how bad it's going to be. And we know all those shelters are schools.
That's right.
And so they're being used to house people, and they don't know what those people are going back to yet.
Miami-Dade School Superintendent Alberto Carvalho and Broward School Superintendent Robert Runcie both saying there will be very many challenges in the days to come. Remember, again, so many people took shelter at those facilities. Those schools are built to withstand those sorts of storms, and any damage to those buildings are going to need to be examined before they decide whether or not it is safe for those students to return.
And we also know the schools with the Archdiocese of Miami will remain closed Monday and Tuesday. That you can count on.
If you're waiting about work, you wonder if you're a Miami-Dade County employee, we want you to know the county is going to have you contact your immediate supervisor as soon as you can to help in the recovery efforts here. Now, because of all the power outages, as you can imagine, it's been very difficult to reach Miami-Dade County employees. So if you are one, if you work for a Miami-Dade County, please contact your immediate supervisor as soon as you can.
They want you to come to work.
Yes.
They need all the help that they can get to get things back up and running, and a lot of cleanup, a lot of fixing, a lot of rebuilding we're going to have to be doing here. All right, I know you've been wondering about those airports, so let's give you an update on that. Now, they are not committing. They won't give an answer as to when they are reopening because they have to assess the damage. In fact, a team is surveying the situation. They're going to check the fencing, the facilities, the tarmac, the buildings. We can tell you there's some roof damage and some flooding. The air conditioner is down and they're on the backup generator. Is this for Miami International Airport? Just we're making sure we distinguish between Miami International Airport and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. Any word from our producers? Because we're talking...
This
is
is
Fort
FLA.
Lauderdale. Okay, just want to make sure because I know those are two very different airports. So this is Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. So once the evaluation is complete there, safety is ensured for all the employees as well as the passengers. Then we'll find out when they'll reopen and we'll bring it back to you.
And as for MIA, there are no passenger flights scheduled for tomorrow. Some airlines will fly personnel and crew members to MIA tomorrow to help prepare for flights to resume eventually. After a damage assessment that should happen sometime tomorrow, then they'll figure out when and if passenger flights can resume, maybe as early as Tuesday. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, of course. Everything that's going on. And Key West International Airport, obviously that's not opening anytime soon. We haven't gotten any word on that. But people in Broward County, we were telling you about this yesterday when we were on the air, that boil water order. There was concern and they didn't want you to drink the water or use it to cook food if you had power until you boiled your water.
Yeah, for the city of Hollywood, a boil water alert was issued. Also for Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach. It is considered now safe to shower under a boil water order, but people should keep water out of your eyes and your mouth. The northern coast of Cuba absolutely took a beating from Hurricane Irma. The damage is so extensive, our own Hatzel Vela is there.
That's right. He was in that area where the eye wall was coming over in those northern barrier islands, but he moved inland for safety, and now he is checking out all the damage on the Cuba island.
We're 2 blocks away from the bay here in Caibarin, and to give you a sense of how much destruction this town is looking at, this is an electrical company, at least where they used to store some vehicles. You can see them still here behind these brick walls. Initially, the plan here, we're told, is that they were storing them so that they could stay safe here, but you can see what Irma's winds did. All of this brick building fell apart, at least on this side. And walk with me, because I want you to meet Rosa, who lives right across the way here from that electrical company that we just showed you. Rosa did not stay in the house. She was actually chose to evacuate herself. Thankfully, she wasn't home. Otherwise, she would have been dealing with flying bricks. Inside, she showed us her flooded home and says when she first arrived this morning to check on it, the water was this high. Storm surge was always the concern here in Caibarin, and here is proof along the Malecon. Look at all the seaweed that's now on the benches. That gives you a sense of how high the water came to be. On Wednesday, when we first arrived here in Caibarin, we showed you what the problem was going to be when the storm came through. The fact that this town is very low-lying. The sea is right here, and this narrow street is the only thing that really separates it from the rest of the homes. You can see what Irma has done here. It has brought a lot of the seaweed into the street, and farther back, there's a lot of flooding still. This is what Caibarin feared the most, the flooding, because of the storm surge. You can see surrounding this one intersection, even though the flooding has receded, it's still pretty much a big problem here. We're going to talk to Alexis here, because he's been here throughout the night, and he can tell me what kind of stuff they experienced. He says one of the things he wants to point out is how far the water got. El agua, ¿hasta dónde subió?
El agua subió hasta esta parte aquí más o menos.
So he says the water hasta aquí. That street that you see back there, that's Paseo, the main road here in Caibarin. Look on the foreground now, because it is completely covered by what's left of this building behind me. The building collapsed. The rock from the building is now covering this entire road.
Our own Hatzel Vela reporting from Cuba. Let's show you some video now out of Brickell. This is from the top of the 31st floor of a building right there. And as you can see below, the water moving so quickly. You can see the ripples of the whitecaps there. This was one of the more really stunning images as we saw that storm pass through yesterday.
That is shocking. We had heavy wind. Floodwaters hit major streets, and like you said, look at that. I mean, it looks like when you look out on the Biscayne Bay and you've got a windy day there.
Almost like whitewater rapids, like a river running through.
That is wild. Brickell really suffering from that flooding damage in that area. Somebody in one of those high-rises taking that video for us. All right, more from Brickell right now. This is out of Brickell Key, where water taken over that concrete sidewalk there. That's normally a popular area for people to go out jogging right along the water. It's usually very beautiful. The water is just overtaking that area. This is one of the spots surrounded by water anyways, so many people living there were able to get out safely before all of this happened. But of course, some stayed inside those apartments.
Those whipping winds from the storm so strong, in fact, here enough to uproot a set of trees in Ives Estates. In fact, the entire patch of grass also torn off when those trees went down. Fortunately, it did not fall on top of anybody's car or anybody's home.
It looks like carpeting. I mean, the way it came up. That was wild. We saw those was one of the first pictures we saw yesterday. All right, this is Key Largo that we're looking at right here. Let's kind of just let this video roll to see what we're dealing with. This is one of our crews inside their car, and this is brand new video. You can see there's definitely down trees. Looks like possibly even down power lines. Look at that power pole off to the left side, just
tipping,
bent over, leaning to the side there. And whenever we've seen the video coming out of Key Largo, you have seen a lot of destruction, a very, very messy situation. It's going to take a lot of time to clean up. Imagine all those trees. You're going to hear those chainsaws in the days to come. A lot of mulch being made because so many trees fell over. Look at this, littered all across the roadway. And this looks like one of the side streets. I don't know if it's the ocean side or the Gulf side, but it looks like one of those side streets when you turn off the overseas highway to check out the neighborhoods.
Yeah, this person just passing through. As we know, Hurricane Irma did make landfall, but south of here in Cudjoe Key. JC, take over. My microphone is dead.
Okay. All right. I just want to keep rolling this video because this is brand new. First time we're seeing this in Key Largo. And as you can see right there, more of those downed trees. Looks like some drivers out there. Not the safest thing to do, but we do know that the authorities are out there as well. And let's see, what else are we seeing? Yeah, definitely some drivers in that location. Here you go. And power is out, it looks like. Definitely don't see any electricity in that location. There's the bank over to the left. All right, this gives us an idea of what's going on with Key Largo. We're also keeping our eye on the impact Irma is having for those that are living. Oh, look at it. This is actually, amazing. This is from Freeport, Bahamas. This was one of those twisters. Look at that off in the distance. You can see that Freeport, Bahamas. When Irma was coming on, one of the interesting things we had from our viewers sending us emails and let us know what was happening in the islands, saying the water was actually pulling away from the Bahamian Islands, actually pulling away as that counterclockwise motion of Irma, a major Category 4 storm, wrapped around, taking it back out. So it was kind of doing the opposite of what it was doing here. Do you have your mic back on?
Yeah, we're back with battery. We're back on. This is just one of those things where you were preparing your mind, you're preparing your families for the hurricane, and then you had the terror of tornadoes occasionally to deal with as well. Where are we looking at here? This is
Edgewater.
Edgewater. Oh, this is video we saw earlier of a roof being ripped right off a home. That's what's happening right there in that area where you see the white smoke or steam or whatever it is. It is the winds ripping the roof right off that home.
Look at that. In Miami. Wow. Video is intense. And look at all the destruction even away from that home. Lots and lots of destruction in Edgewater. Oh, we are not in the clear yet, that's for sure. We still don't know what's happened everywhere. Downtown Miami, look at the AAA. American Airlines Arena suffering their own roof damage, and they weren't the only ones. We had a lot of reports, Hard Rock Stadium, Marlins Park, but this is the American Airlines Arena in downtown Miami. That's where we had Will Mansos and Ella Sabovic bringing us live reports, and they are suffering from that roof damage.
Those winds coming in so strong, and it was blowing the water near American Airlines Arena up onto the road. We had our Madeline Wright and our reporters driving around that area yesterday, and we saw them going through water that was pouring up as that storm surged, and all of that was making a real mess of downtown. We continue our coverage here. Now we move to Sweetwater. That is where people will be waking up to a big mess.
Local 10's Christian De La Rosa spoke with some neighbors who described those frantic moments as Irma came swooping in.
Virtually everywhere you look, the roads are underwater. We're right along 102nd Avenue. The good news, though, we told you earlier how the city came out here and installed generators and pumps in these neighborhoods to pump out this water, and I can tell you that it is receding. But on top of all of these roads still being underwater, you have a lot of them that are blocked by large trees that have come down, trees like that one. Of course, this one is in our front yard. But the real issue is all of these trees that have come down and are blocking the roads. Look at that one on the other side right there. So the folks that are living here are basically trapped. I can also tell you that most of the homes in this area, we're in eastern Sweetwater, are without power. And we've been talking to the Jimenez family over here over the past hour. How you all doing? Enjoying that we're as well as can be. You're enjoying the fact that it stopped raining.
Oh, thank God,
Mr. Jimenez,
yes,
this
sir.
area is prone to flooding. But walk me through how it was for your family as you saw Irma move through and see the water come up.
Well, hopefully, thank God, that we were expecting, major hurricane, but we just got category number 1, thank God. And I was expecting something worse, water, up to the knee, and everything worse. I mean, a lot of trees down, power I was expecting the worst. Thank God, nothing happened. We're all safe. Materials, damage, minimum.
You lost your mailbox over here.
Mailbox.
But that's something you can go and buy next
that's
week.
Something, I could get it in Home Depot. That's no.
So a big sigh of relief for you and your family.
Big one. I'm here with my neighbor. Yeah, nothing happened.
So it seems like everyone was expecting, so much worse, but it's still going to be a big mess to clean up.
Yeah, it's definitely
definitely will be a big mess tomorrow, especially everything's, taking stuff out of the house to where it went back to, just picking up the front yard, everything. It's going to be a lot of hard work.
How was it for you and your family? There were some points there. Even though a lot of people were expecting something much worse, there were some scary moments for some people. How was it for you and your family?
I woke up in the morning and we have the hurricane windows, so I went to go look outside and I noticed that the floor was wet. There was water coming in through the bottom of the wall, and we spent quite a while there trying to get it to stop. But it was very, astonishing. Because even though it wasn't as strong as we thought it was going to be, it's a very powerful storm and it's very big. And we're still feeling, the winds from it. It's
still very, very windy. Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it. So, again, so many roads still underwater. The water is receding. But again, the big issue out here, all of these trees that are down and are blocking roads, God willing, no one is in a situation where they need to call 911. But if that was the case, you can imagine, there goes my hat. You can imagine that it would be very difficult for emergency vehicles to get through this neighborhood. I can also tell you that there is a curfew right now in effect in Sweetwater to just help emergency crews make their way and also help the city come in, install those pumps, make sure, thank you so much. It's completely drenched, but I appreciate it. Anyway, the good news out here, the water is receding. It's still going to be a major headache tomorrow. All of these roads underwater, all of these trees, there's a big mess to clean up out here. Back to you.
Okay, just a reminder, in case you're listening, I know you're thinking, what did that guy say? It wasn't a Category 1, it was a Category 4, but since it went to the lower keys, maybe he's saying the impact in his neighborhood felt more like a 1.
They're trying to calculate the deteriorating hurricane force wind condition as you move farther away from the eye. The winds aren't quite as intense as they are right next to the eye, but still, again, it's important for clarity. It was a Category 4 that we were dealing with here.
Yeah, I know a lot of people listening right now thinking, hey, did something happen that I didn't know about? But no, we just want to correct that for you. Right now, we've been seeing those downed trees. You just told me you had a downed tree at
lost
your
a palm.
house.
Yeah, lost a palm right in the front. Had some neighbors lose some trees as well. Those situations where those winds come whipping, and they were really intense all across our area. You know that. You were dealing with it all day on what is today? Today's Monday.
Actually,
almost.
in 1 minute.
Monday, Sunday.
In 1 minute, it will be Monday.
It's been those kind of few days for us, all of us here in South Florida, from preparations to preparing to dealing with Irma, and now we look ahead on this Monday morning, just a few seconds away, and we have Ross Palumbo, who is live right now in Hollywood. Ross, you have found a big tree that went down. What happened there?
Well, this is the biggest one we've seen yet, Eric and JC, and this one on the northbound lanes of 95, and Florida Highway Patrol was just driving after just coming on shift. The winds have died down enough that they've been called back, and look at this monster. This is only one of 2 trees, actually. This is the first one that this towing company is trying to remove. One of the troopers was actually just driving and almost ran into it. And we haven't seen anything this big. It was actually blocking 2 lanes at one time. Now they're just trying to pull it back. There are 2 people back there trying to get some cables around this monster so they can pull it back, because as you know, the winds are dying down a bit. The rain has stopped. The worst part of the storm appears to be over, and now people are starting to get back on to 95. You see those guys working over there, and I want to show you this. That's only the first one. Look at this one back here. This is the second one, and I don't know how well you can see this, but this thing has been pulled up by the roots here all the way on the right, and you know how big and heavy these trees are. This is several thousand pounds here of wood. Not an easy job. These guys are clearly going to be out here for some time. They've already been out here about 15 minutes now. The good news is the weather conditions dramatically improving. The good news is people are starting to get safely back on the highway, but the bad news is a few of these things still out there. And remember, the troopers and many law enforcement officers haven't been out because the wind conditions have been so severe. So now that they're coming back down, they're all coming back on duty and running into things like this. Luckily, it was a trooper that saw these trees down first before any car